I currently live in a little town out west. Well, I say town, not exactly what you'd picture though. It's more of a ghost town than anything, really. Population 4. The only businesses that are open are the post office, the library, a singular privately owned pharmacy, a gas station, and a hotel. The Hotel Bella Muerte. I've worked there for the better part of a century, ever since I was 21. Unlike most kids my age who jumped straight out of high school and into college, I had other plans. Or should I say, other plans had me. I lived the town over from the previously mentioned one, a town that had far more people and businesses. I worked from place to place for a couple of years, nothing substantial, but it paid the bills. One day, I came home from work, picked up my mail, and headed inside my home. As I brewed a pot of fresh coffee, I absent-mindedly flipped through the mail. Bills and junk were all I ever seemed to get, but then I hit the second-to-last piece of mail, and it felt, well, odd. It's hard to describe, but the letter was ornate, to say the least. It had a thick texture, made from what I could only imagine was some pretty expensive paper. In the most beautiful, flowing script was printed my name, clear as day, Autumn Winters. It had no return address, and it didn't have my address either, just my name. The fact that someone knew me intimately enough to hand-deliver a letter to me without knowing me was a pretty strange thought. I had very few friends because I grew up an army brat. Only a handful of people knew me well enough to actually know where I lived. Out of sheer curiosity, I then proceeded to open the letter. On the finest parchment paper, in the most delicate letterhead, read the following words. Dear Miss Autumn Winters, I am writing you to offer you the most prestigious position at our establishment, the Hotel Bella Muerte. For over 200 years, our establishment has been a haven for the weary and restless, the old, the young, and the forgotten, and men and women and animals alike. Recently, we have had an opening for a new caretaker and would like to offer the position to you. The letter went on to say that along with the position, a hotel room, small apartment came with a job, along with a salary 4 times what I was currently making a year. The name of the hotel seemed familiar, yet everything about the letter and position seemed too good to be true, like a scam of some sort. That's when I noticed at the bottom of the job was the address. That, my friends, was when my interest was truly piqued. It was only one town over, and that's when it all clicked in my head. The Hotel Bella Muerte. Ever since I could remember, there have been rumors and stories about the Hotel Bella Muerte. Strange tales that seemed too odd to be true. Tales of ghosts, strange travelers, and more. We heard the rumors, sure, but few people I knew actually believed them. The kids in the town I lived in would say that if you set foot in the hotel, you would be driven to madness and go loco. The tales were just so bizarre, how could we believe them? So, after a few days of deliberating, I wrote back accepting the job opportunity. I got a letter back a few days later to congratulate me and set the start date. I was to start the next Monday, around noon. As I got ready that following Monday, I put on my best clothes, did my makeup and hair, the girly things, tripped over thin air as I went to the kitchen to get my coffee to go. Then I got in my 1965 red convertible Mustang and made the short drive. On the way into town, I passed by, nothing. The land is completely barren outside the town I grew up in, except for the tumbleweeds, brush and bracken that looked perfect to start a bushfire with. And the few twisted, gnarled elder trees that once stood tall perhaps, but were now nothing more than sorry shadows of what they used to be. Think typical Western movie scenes. The town that held the hotel looked much more of the same, with run-down buildings that could barely be considered standing. The further into the ghost town you got, the more lifelike things became. The gas station was the first thing that looked like it held any living beings. The pharmacy was next, then the library, and then the post office. They were all about equal in size, looked just as run down as the other, with peeling paint that fell in ribbons to the ground when the wind was strong and was acting up. And suddenly I saw it for the first time. The Hotel Bella Muerte, live and in person, and it didn't even compare to what I had in mind. You see, when I pictured it, I thought of a rundown building filled with cockroaches and rats, with only the lowest kind of people staying there. The kind of place that the police did stakeouts as to bust drug dealers and hookers. What other kind of place could be in this rundown town? But I was so wrong. The sight that greeted me as I pulled up to the parking lot of the place was one I could barely believe. The hotel was, in a word, magnificent. It looked like it belonged in a fancy city, not a barren wasteland. The outside of the hotel fit the town and the time period of the 1800s, with a high-rise balcony and white pillars that stood tall and straight. The brickwork was perfectly inlaid, faded red in color due to the wear and tear of time, yet still hardy in structure. I imagine it looked only a little better in its heyday, if nothing else than for its newness. Whoever owned the building took great care of it, whether in restoration or simple upkeep. It was something to see for sure. As I got out of my car and walked up the front steps, admiring all the intricate woodwork that went into its structure, I looked above the front door and read the sign. The Hotel Bella Muerte, established 1802. I took the knob of the old door. No creaks or groans, just silence as the door pivoted on its hinges, and walked inside. Now, as impressed as I was with the outside of the place, it didn't even compare to what was before my eyes. As you entered into the lobby, the first thing that would come to attention was the grand staircase, made of beautiful mahogany wood, rich in cherry brown undertones, swooping as it dipped from its height down to the floor. To the left, I became aware of the lobby desk. It was the same type of wood as the staircase, with intricate designs that swirled down its length, carved out by some long-dead carpenter. Behind the desk were the letterboxes, with the numbers carefully and expertly placed in their centers, numbering from 1 to 15. The parlor was to the right. It looked as though it was frozen in time like the rest of the place, with old furniture with floral designs and high backs, and to the wallpaper that looked much of the same. It was stupendous. After I had gotten done admiring the lobby, I slowly walked over to the desk. No one was there, not a single soul. I rang the bell on the counter, yet no one came. And after a few more minutes of waiting, I called out a "Hello?" And still no one came. I began to wonder what I should do next. In our correspondence, I never got a phone number, despite noticing an old rotary phone in the desk near the letterboxes. Then I realized I actually never got a name of the person I was corresponding with. I didn't even know who my employer was. As I grappled with this realization, the phone began to ring, breaking the silence. I almost jumped out of my skin, scared shitless by the loud ringing in the otherwise quiet room. After no one magically appeared to answer it, it fell silent after the fourth ring, only to begin ringing once more. After regaining my composure, I walked around the desk to the back, looping around as I did so and feeling as if I were a child about to be caught with my hand in the cookie jar, and I picked up the phone. Hello? I answered slowly.
Yes, is this Autumn?
Yeah, it is. Who's this?
I'm the owner Mary, and my sister Martha is also on the phone,
The voice said. Oh, hi, I said, stunned by the fact that the owners called instead of actually being there in person to greet me. Are you coming by, or are you here somewhere?
Oh no, hun, we aren't there. We are never at the hotel. That would be ridiculous,
Mary said as her sister Martha chimed in the background.
Oh, that is terribly ridiculous.
She said, giggling. Okay, I said, now terribly confused.
No, we were just calling to let you know there was a letter with your instructions for the job next to the phone and to let you know that we will be checking in from time to time. You are the only employee, and the last one of us left a bit, well, shall we say, unexpectedly.
The last one? What does that mean, the last one? She said that as if there were a series of ones. Well, I take it that means I'm starting immediately then?
We wouldn't have it any other way, love,
Martha replied.
Everything you'll need to know to run this place is in the letter. Just make sure you read everything and don't skip anything,
Mary added. Then both in unison said,
We'll be in touch, dear,
as they hung up the phone. I was a little weirded out by the whole conversation, to be honest. It seemed so callous yet rushed, despite the cheery nature of their voices and reactions, and the weird pet names, of course. I looked at the table next to the phone. As the sisters had said, there was a letter. I opened the letter quickly with the ornate silver letter opener conveniently placed in the first drawer I happened to look through. Out from the envelope popped a long, and I mean 2-foot letter, made of the same parchment as my offer letter. As I started to read, I became increasingly confused and worried. What had I gotten myself into? I thought. The letter started out normally enough. It outlined the general duties of the job, how to receive payment, $50 per night. Stunningly low, I thought, for a place such as this, but I've never been in the hotel business and I wouldn't know otherwise. Housekeeping, even down to the way they wanted the toilet paper changed. The wrong way with the paper going under the roll, but hey, who am I to judge? Last but not least was written a long set of rules that honestly made no sense. Written in bold, red print was the following set of rules. Rule 126. Never forget to lock the doors at night. You don't want to let them in. Rule 127. Make sure you feed Jesus every night, or else. Rule 128. Only take the trash out in daylight hours. Rule 129. Make sure you face the dolls in the doll room, facing the wall at night. Rule 130. Don't ever take candy from the pharmacist. Rule 131. Never return a book late to the librarian. Rule 132. Always lick the stamps in the presence of the postman. Rule 133. Never ever leave the town under any circumstances, or you'll regret it. And that was that. Not threatening at all, or bizarre, or extremely specific. Just a normal set of rules that made the place seem a little more undesirable. Now I was really thinking I had gotten myself into something and not something good. And yet, I was thoroughly intrigued. I mean, what happens if I leave the town? Why did I have to lock the doors at night, and who was them? Why did I have to take the trash out during the day, and who the hell was Jesus? Nothing made sense. Since I was going to be here a while, I decided I might as well settle in. I looked at the letter again, and at the end was my room number, and in the envelope was my room key. Room number 16. Turned out there was one extra room in the hotel. After I got the key, I put the letter back into its prior place, and I turned to walk up the stairs to explore what was going to be my new home. The doors on the second floor spanned 3 hallways and a dining room attached to a kitchen. Each room, numbered 1 through 16, alternated going from the left side of the hallway, and then adjacent to the room on the right and back again. The walls seemed to ever expand and contract at the same time if you stood in one place for too long. A dizzying effect, to be sure. It reminded me of The Shining. No thank you. As I walked the halls, reaching the dining room, I passed by and I could have sworn I saw a dark shadow pass by the half-open door, but when I looked inside, there was nothing. There were only the tables and chairs and waiting tables lining the walls. Strange. I thought, but just shrugged it off and continued down the hall. Number 13, number 14, number 15, and finally, room number 16. As I jiggled the old skeleton key in its lock, there appeared to be a slight mumbling coming from the other side of the door. I promptly stopped to listen, but there was nothing. Not a single solitary sound. So I proceeded to open the door once unlocked. My room, like the rest of the place, was absolutely beautiful. The queen-size bed with ornate canopy, all white billowing in the soft breeze from the open window. It stood in the left-hand side of the room towards the middle of the length of the wall. The small sitting area was to the right with a wardrobe, a small couch, and two high-backed chairs of the same make as those in the sitting room downstairs. The same floral patterns and everything. The open balcony windows were straight ahead. As I walked to them, I became all too aware of the mumbling again. I spun quickly around to see that in the corner of the right side of the room was a bird's perching cage. When I say bird, I don't mean a parrot or a cockatoo or even a parakeet or finch. What I saw sitting there was a raven, and it was talking. Just strange phrases and random words, but human words nonetheless. I began to approach the bird and it let out a loud squawk and began to flap its wings and flew straight into my face, blinding me for a second. Now, I think it would be fair to mention, for visual sake, that I hate birds. Yeah, they can be pretty. Yeah, they've got beautiful songs and musical notes that they chipperly sing out. And sure, they perhaps make good companions for some people. I, however, am not one of those people, and I especially hate when their little, or in this case, big flappy wings come flying in my face or near me in my visual field. So, of course, I screamed out loud, which only made it squawk louder with its horrible croaky voice. Then, as soon as it had hit me, it flew away. I took my arms down after a moment, once I knew it was gone, which had been trying to shield my face, and begun to look around the room. Not a bird in sight. Had I just dreamed that I saw that, or was I starting to go loco, as the many rumors from my childhood had said you would if you stepped inside the Hotel Bella Muerte? After calming down a bit, I began to shrug off the fear and replace it with determination to settle in and set up the room with my things. Once I had finished, at the exact moment I put the last pair of pants in the wardrobe, I heard a strange sound. A little ding. That's when I realized I heard the bell from downstairs. Someone was in the lobby. It took me a minute to realize what the ringing bell signaled. The hotel had its first resident. Well, not first, just the first since I got there. I quickly closed the wardrobe and headed down the long halls to the staircase. From the top, I could make out the outline of a man with his back to me. I assume he heard me coming because he turned just as I started descending the stairs. And it would be fair to say I was a little startled by his appearance. He must have been at least 6'4", perhaps even a little taller than that, with a grayish-blue pallor to his skin, dressed in a gray evening jacket and matching pants, shiny black leather dress shoes, and despite the warm summer day, oddly enough, black leather gloves. To complete the look, he also had a gray bowler hat. His frame was that of a walking stick, bigger around his middle with only twigs for arms and legs. His face was gaunt and long. The bags under his eyes had their own shadow. He had a slight bowing to his frame, as if the weight of his bones drug him down a little, and he smelled strangely of soot and smoke. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought I was looking at someone who would have once belonged in Victorian times. "Oh, hello," I said as I straightened my blouse and tucked a strand of auburn hair behind my ear. "Good day, ma'am," he replied as he tipped his hat. "'Tis a fine afternoon for adventures, isn't it?" "Well, yes, I suppose. How may we serve you today here at the Hotel Bella Muerte?" I rattled off. trying to remember the exact phrasing from the rules in the letter. "Ah, yes, well, if you would be so kind, I would like a room, my special room, if you please." I was a little confused, to say the least. This man had obviously been here before, but in the letter under the section that dealt with frequent residents, there was no one that seemed to match his description. "Yes, sir, we'd be happy to offer you a room for your stay with us. And what name would I be putting on your doorplate?" "You can put down Mr. Elberton," he stated as he straightened up to his full height. Mr. Elberton, Mr. Elberton. I searched my mind for the name, and then it hit me. Mr. Elberton. He was listed under rule number 78. Or was it 73? Anyways, he was listed somewhere in the letter. His note said, "Be sure to always give Mr. Elberton room number 8, and never accept his proposal for an adventure." I walked behind the man and around the back of the desk and wrote down his name on the doorplate and grabbed the key to his room. After accepting payment from the man, which was oddly entirely in his quarters and all of them dated 1865, I walked him to his room, which was thankfully at the end of the first hallway, and handed him the key after opening the door. He took the key from my outstretched hand, every bone in his hands and arms creaking and protesting as he took it. "Thank you kindly, ma'am, and if you are ever up for an adventure, come and see me, you hear?" he said as he disappeared into the room, shutting the door quietly behind him. I was left in a state of what I could only call anxious bewilderment. There was nothing wrong with this man, other than he could have stood to eat a few hamburgers and drink some fattening milkshakes. Yet there was something about him that just seemed off. The whole situation since I first walked through the door seemed off, for that matter, and it just kept getting more strange and unusual. I walked back down the hallway, and as I just almost got to the stairs, I heard a door open behind me. Thinking it was Mr. Elberton, I turned back around to see what he needed and was met with absolutely nothing. No Mr. Elberton, no open door, just nothing. It didn't quite hit me until a few hours later, after having Mr. Elberton frequently and excitedly come out from his room to invite me to go on an adventure with him at least a dozen times, that I was the only employee. And in being the only employee, that meant every duty in the hotel was mine to do. From the cooking and the cleaning, to the general front desk duties, to the entertaining and hospitality. Every single duty was mine to do. If that was true, and I knew it was as outlined by the letter, then why did I smell the most amazing smell of food that I hadn't smelled in a long time? And perhaps not since I had left home and my mother's good dinners. That's when it hit me that in the letter of all the literal 100-some-odd duties outlined, not a single one said anything about cooking meals. But if I was the only employee, who made the food I was getting a whiff of? Maybe Mary or Martha was here? I quickly made it up the steps and turned at the end of the hallway, and walked to the dining room where I found the source of the delicious smell. In the dining room on the tables was a full 4-course meal. This left me stunned. Who had made all this food without me knowing or hearing them? I quickly walked back to the kitchen at the back of the dining hall to see if maybe there was someone there, but much to my dismay, there wasn't. The kitchen wasn't even dirty as you would have expected it to be. I walked over to the oven and felt the outside of the glass. No warmth radiated from the appliance. Now my anxious bewilderment turned into outright anxiety. How had someone gotten by me on the way to the dining hall and made this spread without my knowledge? Was it perhaps when I had been on my phone? That just didn't seem right. It would have taken multiple trips to have brought everything in and out, and no one had passed by my desk. As I stood there floundering, I heard a familiar voice behind me. "Good evening, ma'am." I startled a little bit and spun around to see Mr. Elberton behind me. "Oh, good evening, Mr. Elberton." "And a fine evening it is, too. I was chased from my room by this delicious smell and came to investigate. What do we have here? He said as he walked over to the first side table. That was the first time I truly bothered to look and actually see what was there. There was a salad bowl made of the finest crystal, and in it was filled to the brim with what looked like a salad, and to the right of that was a large baked chicken, baked to a golden brown perfection. Then there were the sides. There was, of course, mashed potatoes, baked potatoes, boiled potatoes, and potatoes au gratin, just about every kind of potato there is to be had, as if the cook just couldn't decide on one type of potatoes, so he just chose all of them. A big plate of Brussels sprouts, no thank you, and broccoli, green beans, and asparagus. Then there was that weird dessert-type ice creamy stuff that is meant to cleanse the palate. And then, last but not least, the desserts. Now, I love desserts as much as the next person, but the amount of dessert at the table was ridiculous. There were different types of cakes, multiple pies, dozens of pastries, but more than 14 types of cookies. I was dumbstruck. Everything looked and smelled wonderful, but who knows where any of this stuff came from? And did I want to risk it? I thought as my mouth watered with anticipation. I hadn't eaten lunch that day, so I was pretty hungry. "Ladies first," said Mr. Elberton as he motioned to the table. "I think I'm good, not feeling very hungry at the moment," I lied. "Suit yourself," Mr. Elberton replied as he began to dig into the salad. I watched as he made sure to get a little of everything, which was quite impressive to watch. I would have thought that his thin, bony arm would snap in two at the weight of the plate alone, but he managed it without trouble and went to sit at the closest dining table. That's when he spoke again. "Would you like to go on an adventure with me?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Now, this was easily the 16th time Mr. Elberton had asked me to go on an adventure with him. All the other times he asked, I always politely declined, and he disappointedly walked away. I was trying to keep the rules, and the rules clearly stated to never accept his proposal for an adventure. But in that moment, I had forgotten the rules. I was still freaking out over the food when I half-knowingly replied, "Yeah, of course." That was when his face lit up, and it seemed that his face grew somehow longer, and a big toothy grin played on it, and he practically jumped up from his chair. "At last, we shall have an adventure." And with that, he left his food on the table and reached out his big hand with those long, spindly fingers and took mine in his. And we took off. Down the hallways and down the stairs, out of the hotel and down the street, to what I would have considered the end of town. And then, for some reason, back again. Back down the street, into the hotel, etc. And then we went directly back into the dining room. Everything was as we had left it, except for the addition of at least 40-some-odd people, all dressed similarly to Mr. Elberton in Victorian dress, chatting and laughing and overall having a good time. I entered the room with him and the crowd all stopped and stared, looking me up and down, and I suddenly felt very uncomfortable. As people began to lean over and whisper to one another, Mr. Elberton began to talk. "Good evening, everyone. As I'm sure you have noticed, we have a new guest with us tonight. Her name is... Oh, my dear, I'm quite afraid I don't know your name. Perhaps you can share it with us all." My name is Autumn," I very sheepishly said to the large crowd. "Ah, Autumn, a lovely name. We are all so pleased to meet you, Autumn, especially considering she is our new caretaker." And almost as soon as the words flowed from his mouth, everyone in unison began to look from each other to me, then back again, and to my surprise, everyone began to clap. Why they were clapping I didn't know yet. As soon as the clapping died down, one particular lady, dressed in a beautiful, deep red crinoline evening gown, stood and spoke. "We are so very pleased to have a caretaker once again. It's our pleasure to meet you. It's our pleasure to have you. Now please, come and sit. Have a bite with us." I, no longer petrified by embarrassment and fear, walked over to the table where the lady in red sat and Mr. Elberton walked close behind. Sitting right where we left it, right where we had been sitting before, was his exact plate of food, still hot. He sat in his place, and I slowly eased into the only empty chair left at the table. I still had no idea what had happened or how all these people suddenly showed up. But if nothing else, I was about to find out. "Just what exactly happened?" I asked the gaunt man sitting in front of me. "We took a little trip, nothing more, nothing less." "But how did all these people suddenly get here? It isn't like they were all hiding in your suitcase or just popped out of thin air," I said sarcastically. "Oh, but they did. We all do. That's why life is an adventure." I rolled my eyes incredulously. What kind of game was this man playing, and why did I agree to play along? That's when the lady in red spoke. "Tell me, Autumn, do you like it here at our fine hotel?" "I guess I like it. I haven't been here but a day." "Well, I think you'll come to like and maybe one day appreciate this place." "I hope so too. But tell me, what are all y'all doing here, and how did you get here so fast?" She looked at me puzzled, then looked from me to Mr. Elberton. "You didn't tell her?" "Well, I just assumed she already knew." "Know what?" I asked. The lady in red looked back at me and looked me straight in the eye as she put her hand on mine. "This is a very special place, and that's why we are all here. You see, when this place was made, it was built on special land by a special man, and everything that went into the building was special as well. This hotel exists in this world for sure, yet at the same time it is not bound by regular logic and rules." Now I was even more confused than before. "What do you mean it's not bound by regular logic and rules?" "This place is not in any one timeline, nor is it in any one place for long. It is everywhere and nowhere at once, and it exists only in the memory of those who have knowledge of it." That makes no sense. Not a single part of any of that makes sense. "Oh, but it does. In fact, you've already seen it for yourself," she replied as she gestured to the whole room. "You just don't know it yet, but you soon will." I looked around the room. All the people were no longer staring and had gone back to whatever they had been doing previously. I found it hard to believe what the lady in red had said. None of it was what I'd call a normal thought pattern. It's not in any one timeline, nor is it in any one place for long. It exists everywhere and nowhere at once, and it exists only in the memories of those who have knowledge of it. That's when it hit me harder than a ton of bricks. I surveyed the room once again, looking at each person, the way they dressed, the time period the room seemed to be set in, and then I looked between the lady in red and Mr. Elberton, who both looked like they were awaiting the very question I was about to ask. "What year is it?" They both laughed then, looking at each other as they did. Once the laughter had died down a bit, the lady in red responded. "Oh, you poor thing, you look as if you were a deer caught in a spotlight. You, my dear, are currently in 1856. And what a wonderful year it is, too," Mr. Elberton added. I felt sick. I felt dizzy, my mind swimming with everything that had transpired in the last few moments. What do you mean 1856? It's not 1856, it's 2013. It's June 25th, 2013. I know, I had it circled on my calendar in red this morning. How could we possibly have gone back in time in a few short minutes just by walking down the street? I directed my question towards Mr. Elberton. You said you wanted to go on an adventure, and an adventure is what I gave you. You don't always get to pick the destination, of course. I was dumbstruck. Here I was with a strange man whose first name I didn't even know. At least I didn't think Elberton was his first name, but who really knows? He had somehow taken me back in time to 1856 apparently, and I had no idea how. And I had no way of getting back to my era. What was I to do? I slowly rose from the table, still looking to Mr. Elberton. I would like to go home, back to June 25th at precisely the moment we left. Mr. Elberton looked at me blankly, then slowly said, I can't. I snorted. What do you mean? You can't or won't? I can't. I can take you back to a similar time frame, perhaps even to the same week, but never an exact time. That's not how it works. Well, then, take me back then as close as possible. I want to go home. Home. Strange that in the few short hours of working at the hotel, I had come to consider it home. Very well, then, he said as he shook his head. Very well. He rose from the table and bid the lady in red goodbye and good night, and started to walk toward the door. As I rose to follow him, the lady in red called out to me, Goodbye and good night. I look forward to seeing you again, and I have a feeling it will be sooner than later. I nodded in her general direction and then walked over to meet the gaunt man standing in the door frame. He took my hand once again, and it was colder than ice. I shuddered just feeling it. He then did the same as before and dragged me from the room, down the hall and the staircase, and past all the buildings in town and toward the very edge. This time I wasn't stumbling behind him, and I saw him reach out as if he was grabbing something. Then he speedily ran us back to the hotel. Once we got back inside, he let go of my hand and walked around to the middle of the room. I looked around, and to my surprise, no one else was there. No loud clinking of plates coming from upstairs, no loud idle chattering. Nothing. I looked back at Mr. Elberton and asked, So, that's it? We're back? Just like that? Yes, just like that, he said with a smile. I think I'll head up to my room for the night if you don't mind. Perhaps another day we can go on another adventure that's more satisfactory. In the meanwhile, I hope you rest well. Good night. And with that, he began his trek up the stairs. I looked at the grandfather clock in the lobby. It read 12:13 p.m. I didn't know how long I had been gone or what time we had left, but it was certainly late now. I decided to call it a night and head up to my room. But before I did, I finished locking up the other end of the night duties. I had had enough surprises for the night. I went up the stairs and down the long halls. The place seemed unfamiliar still, and that's when I noticed, right there in the wall at the end of the second hall, a picture. To be more precise, a picture of the dining hall during some large gathering. The photo spanned the entirety of the room. At first glance, there was nothing remarkable in the photo. That's when my eye caught a floor-length crimson-red dress. I took a closer look at the photo, and that's when I felt my breath hitch. The photo was like any other black and white photo, with the exception of the lady in red. Her dress was the only thing of color in the whole picture. Next to her in the photo on her right side was Mr. Elberton, dressed all in gray, but on her left was, well, me, complete with the out-of-style clothes for the time period and puzzled expression on my face. Under the photo was a placard that read, Midsummer's Evening Soiree, 1856. It took a couple more moments before my breath returned to a normal rhythm. How and when was my photo taken and by who? I didn't remember anyone having taken my photo at the evening party. I tried to shake the violated feeling I now had and turned slowly away from the photo. Continuing down the hall, I came to my door and I slowly opened it. After shutting and locking my door, I fell in a slump onto the bed. I reached over and set the clock to go off in the morning at 7 a.m. and laid there staring mindlessly at the ceiling. Before I knew it, my eyelids began to droop, not realizing how tired I had become, almost as if I had walked 100,000 miles that day. I quickly fell asleep, only to be startled awake by a loud thump. Thump. My eyes shot open. Thump. I quickly shot up in the bed. Thump, thump, thump. What the hell was that? I got up quickly from the bed and tripped over my own 2 feet in the process of falling flat on my face into the carpet. I slowly stood, making sure that I hadn't broken anything, and looked around the room, checking to see if anyone had seen my fall, but quickly regained my bearings and realized where I was and how ridiculous a thought that was. I straightened my clothes, smoothing out the wrinkles, and walked toward where I believed the sound had originated. Thump. The sound came once more from the other side of my door. Whatever was making the thumping noise had to be very large based on the increasing loudness of each thump. I paused, thinking about whether or not I wanted to open the door after all, but decided I'd rather find out who or what was making the noise, rather than stay scared and huddled in a corner of my room. With that, I reached out my hand, albeit a shaky one, and began to unlock and open the door, swinging it open wide. Clink. Something touched my foot. Shrieking and jumping back, yanking my leg away to shake off whatever had touched my foot, looking down quickly in the process. "What the hell?" I said quizzically. All that I had imagined in my head to be on the other side of the door couldn't compare to what was actually there, lying face down on the floor. It was a tiny doll, just chilling and laying there. Not the monster I had imagined, but what I would come to wish had been the monster after all. It was a petite, old-fashioned doll. I picked it up and began to look at it. It was an old doll, made from what I imagined was porcelain or bisque, with a white sleeve gown on like the one you would have seen in an old photo of a young baby in years past. The face of the doll was childlike, with pink, rosy cheeks and wide blue glass eyes, and short, curly, honey brown hair. It looked innocent enough. I would almost venture to say it was pretty if I was the sort of person who collected dolls, but I wasn't. I found them utterly creepy and weird. "Now, who left you here?" I asked, as if it would answer me. It didn't. It just stared back at me, unblinking. "And where in the world did you come from?" Still no answer. I called out a "hello," wondering if maybe Mr. Elberton left it for me as a gift, though I didn't quite believe that he could have knocked on the door so hard with those bony arms. Plus, I wouldn't have described the sound as a knock. I was still half asleep and just wanted to get back to bed, so I decided I would pursue the mystery later on in the morning. Until then, the doll would be fine sitting in the chair in the sitting portion of the room. I set the doll gently in the chair and walked over to bed. Taking one last look at the doll, I laid back down and resumed my favorite sleeping position. Something was making me uneasy, though. I reopened my eyes and looked over to the doll, which was still sitting right where I left it, still staring, still not blinking. That's when I saw it. It was quick, hardly there, more of a flutter, really, but I swear I had seen the doll's eyes blink. I shot up once again, and being careful not to trip and fall, got up and walked over to the doll. I picked it back up and stared at it as if it was a staring contest. The doll won. I eased her back down, but this time I turned her to face the opposite direction to me in the bed. That way, she wouldn't keep giving me the willies. I walked over and got comfortable on the bed, closed my eyes, and started to fall back asleep, Thump. Clink. I jumped up. This time, the thumping was in the room with me. I looked to the floor, where the clinking sound came from, and found the doll once again laying there on the ground. Surely the thumps hadn't come from the doll, had they? I got up very begrudgingly, my whole body feeling heavy with sleep, and walked over to the now fallen doll on the floor. I picked her up and gave her the once-over. Nothing broken, nothing strange at all about her. Just the same staring, icy blue eyes. I set her back on the chair and slowly walked backwards to the bed, and sat down on the edge, never taking my eyes off of the doll. If it was the doll making the noise, I was going to catch it this time. I must have stared at the doll for what felt like an eternity. Never blinking, never moving, no thumps or clinking, it just sat there. I decided maybe the doll was perhaps a little shy. Maybe I needed to look away from the doll for it to do something. So I turned to the wall facing the opposite direction. After what felt like a second eternity, I was about to give up. After all, the thought that the doll was the source of the noise was preposterous. It wasn't like the doll was a living being. Thump. I jumped and spun around. Holy shit! I screamed. The doll was no longer on the chair. It wasn't on the floor either. It had somehow moved and was sitting directly behind me on the bed. In my momentary fear, I accidentally knocked it off the bed in one swift kick. The room started to shake and a rumbling sound began to exude from every wall, crack, and crevice of the room. It felt like what I would imagine a small earthquake to feel like. I sprung forward and grabbed the doll from where she had flown off the bed and onto the ground. I grabbed it quickly and began to apologize profusely to it, sitting on the floor with it and back to the bed, hoping it would calm. After a few minutes of apologizing and nothing happening, I decided to change tactics. Maybe a few compliments wouldn't hurt anything. I told the doll how beautiful she was, despite the fact that I thought she was ugly as sin, and how much I liked her dress, the color of her eyes, etc. And surprisingly, she calmed down and the rumbling and shaking of the room began to slowly die down with each compliment. Soon the rumbling ceased, as did the loud pounding of my heart. I continued to hold the doll for a few more minutes, and that's when the thought hit me like a car. I had forgotten a crucial step in the process of closing the hotel for the night. I forgot to turn all of the dolls facing the wall of the doll room. But where in the world was the doll room? I decided to take another more in-depth look at the hotel. I had no idea which room was the doll room, but I would find it before the night ended if I wanted to get any sleep at all. While still holding the doll, I got up off the floor, being careful not to drop the doll as I did so, and started for the door. After going to the front desk to get the master keys I left hanging on their hook, I decided I would start with the first room and work my way down the halls till I found the right room. I opened room number 1. It was very unlike the rest of the hotel. The room was, top to bottom, jungle-themed. A mural was on the wall depicting a typical jungle scene. A jaguar in the top corner slipping down the front of a tree, eyes on his next meal. A beautiful bird with bright colored plumage sitting on the forest floor. Other various birds looked on at the scene, hoping that their fellow feathered friend wouldn't be somebody else's lunch. The skill with which the mural had been painted was exceptional. The room itself was filled with a number of different plants of all varieties, making the room even more jungle-like. As I stared mesmerized by the scene depicted, I became again all too aware of the little doll I held in my hands when it started to breathe. That's right, you heard me. The little creep began to breathe. I almost didn't even notice it at first, but the longer I stared into the room, the more labored the breathing became, as if the doll wanted to make its presence known and remind me of the current task at hand. I closed the door softly and moved on to room number 2, at the opposite side of the hallway. I unlocked the door and opened it wide. Now, this room was a little smaller than the last. The theme of this room seemed to be more modern. With a white deco flair, the whole room was, well, white. White walls, white furniture, white bed, you get it. Everything all sterile, unmoving white. The only things that gave color to the room were the various vases and china plates that hung on the walls with their splashes of cornflower blue hues. This room felt empty for the most part, like it was devoid of something that could give it life. I quickly closed the door and moved on, since there was nothing worth seeing here. Moving on to room number 3, I looked down and noticed that the doll, who had remained breathing and blinking now, began to look to the side at door number 3, and then back at me, those icy blue eyes staring a hole through me. I began to move far more quickly now, panic beginning to settle in. Was the doll literally coming alive? If I didn't hurry, would the doll begin to talk and walk as well? What were its intentions for me? The answer to these questions I didn't know, but I wasn't gonna plan on finding out. I swung room number 3 open. At first glance, this room looked like something you would find in a medieval castle. I couldn't help but stop and stare in awe at the craftsmanship of the woodwork that spanned the walls from floor to ceiling. The deep chestnut tones gave the room warmth as a fireplace lit up the whole room, which I found strange since I hadn't seen a fireplace anywhere on the roof of the hotel. I wanted to spend time in this voluptuous room, but now the doll began to squirm a little. I said a mental farewell to the room as I left its luxury and comfort and turned quickly to the next room. The room's placard read, room number 4. I quickly unlocked the door, rushing now to find the doll room and praying that this would be it. I didn't want to find out what this doll was capable of if it truly awakened from its normal repose. This room, unfortunately, wasn't it. It looked to be a room you would find in a dirty old cottage or perhaps underground hut, and unlike a hobbit hole, this room was a nasty, dirty, wet one, filled with the ends of worms and an oozy smell, and it didn't radiate comfort in the least. This particular room was very easy to leave behind, and I did so as quickly as possible, turning my nose up at the stench that wafted from it. Room number 5 was different from all the rest. This room looked like my childhood bedroom, or rather, the childhood bedroom of a young boy who was deeply into sports of all types and kinds. There were sports posters hung from the wall, dirty clothes strewn about the floor, and every hangable surface. Just like a boy, I muttered as I shook my head disapprovingly. This room also had a weird funk to it, which I attributed to all the dirty laundry and gym cleats about the place. It looked quite lived in comparison to the white deco room, but once again, this room wasn't the doll room. I shut yet another door, growing more frantic and disappointed that I hadn't yet found it. Perhaps I wouldn't in time and the doll would become alive, only to murder me in cold blood. At least that was what my brain was telling me would happen based on all the horror movies I had watched in my lifetime. At any rate, I didn't want to find out. I wanted to find the stupid doll room. Room number 6. This one felt more promising for some reason. I mean, how many more rooms would I have to go through before I found the one? 5 down and only 9 more rooms to go, I said, not liking those odds once I had said them out loud. Well, I looked at the doll. Here's to hoping, I added, crossing my fingers. The room's door opened with a hurried and loud bang as it hit the wall. Straight ahead in the back of the room was a set of long, double glass doors, opened fully in the moonlight. I could hear the sound of gulls crying, being carried by the gentle breeze that blew through the open doors, fluttering the soft white curtains that surrounded them. The room looked like the upstairs bedroom of a beach house, complete with the widow's walk that lay just beyond the doors in the back. It was a peaceful scene, and for a moment it calmed my spirit, reminding me that everything was going to be okay. Then the doll started humming a jaunty little tune, reminding me everything was not going to be a-okay if I didn't hurry up and find the damn doll room. So I reluctantly left this room behind and moved on to room number 7. Please, 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 the doll room, I thought, almost uttering the words out loud but deciding not to in case the doll took offense a second time. I jiggled the key in the lock. Once I got that open, I went to the open door only to find it wouldn't budge. I bumped the door a little. Nothing. I tried to lock and unlock the door, hoping the third time would be the charm. Still nothing. That was when the doll uttered, "Mama?" "Oh, hell no," I yelled, as I decided to body slam the door. It took me 3 tries. 3 tries, and on the third, I very ungracefully entered the room, similarly to how I had witnessed dozens of football players run into the opposing line of my high school football games. Now, in order for you to fully get the level of fear I was currently facing, I gotta break away from this narrative to tell a short story from my childhood. I loved dolls as a kid. Like any other girl, I had some 15 or 16 odd Barbie dolls and baby dolls growing up. I looked forward to Christmas and birthdays with the hope I could get another to add to my ever-growing collection. You might be asking yourself how I went from loving dolls to hating them with fervor. Well, I'll tell you. My stupid Aunt Mabel, that's what. She had a collection of every type of doll imaginable. Porcelain dolls, baby dolls, those cringy lifelike ones that people actually trick themselves into believing they're real, and my all-time favorite, ventriloquist dolls. When I would go over to her house for a visit as a little girl, I loved to ooh and awe at all the pretty dolls. My most favorite was one that wore a floor-length lavender purple ballroom gown and had gorgeous dark brown curly hair that was tied up into a loose bun, and carried a small parasol that matched her dress over her left shoulder. She would even let me play tea party with a few. I enjoyed my time at her home and was always sad to go and leave them behind. Well, one summer, I spent 3 days at her house while my parents went on a couples retreat. I remember being so excited. Thinking back on it now, it's almost unfortunate what happened next. When I got there that summer day, it was hot and sticky outside in the humid air. I was ushered into the cool and refreshing house by my aunt. She told me I would be staying in the back bedroom, which was technically the front of the old Victorian house since it faced the street, but my aunt only lived in the back end of the house for some reason. The only reason I could remember was because the back of the house had air conditioning and the front didn't. Anyways, I took my little suitcase and hurriedly and excitedly took it to the back of the house because that was where she kept her doll collection. I was thrilled to be in the back of the house where the dolls were. I just knew my aunt would let me play with them every day. After I had placed my suitcase in the room, I turned around gleefully to see my favorite doll. However, there was a new face sitting next to where she was, higher up on a stack of boxes. Sitting there was a ventriloquist doll. It was one of those Charlie McCarthy dolls that had been super popular in the 1930s. I had, up till that time, never quite seen a doll like it. Surely I had seen other ventriloquist dolls before. My aunt had several in the attic where I was never allowed to go alone, but this one was different somehow. It was dressed to the nines in a fancy black tux with coattails, a monocle, and even a sly, wide, toothy grin. And to complete the look, he even had a black top hat. His eyes were open wide, and I felt a little uneasy under their leering glare. As I stood there staring at the doll, my aunt had, unknown to me, walked up behind me. "Do you like him?" she asked, giving me a scare. I guess so. What's his name?" "His name is Charlie. He's my newest little friend." She always called her dolls her little friends, as if that somehow made them more real and her less lonely. I just got him in yesterday, along with a few others. He is very special. He can talk and move on his own. My eyes grew wide with the thought. If he could talk and move on his own, did that mean he could walk as well? Aunt Mabel, I ventured. Can he walk too? Well, you never know, but it'll be when you aren't looking and you least expect it, she said with a suggestive wink. Now, in my childish mind, the thought of a walking, talking, moving doll about the same height as me was terrifying. I loved to play with them and make up stories with them, but if any of them began to move or talk on their own, let's just say I wasn't too keen on the idea. But that wasn't the only reason I would come to hate the doll. That night in my aunt's home, after I finished brushing my teeth, I walked down the hallway to my bedroom. I had spent most of the latter part of the day in the front of the house with my aunt baking cookies and making dinner, then watching my favorite movie at the time, Beauty and the Beast, while eating in the living room on TV dinner trays. Now that it was night and the sun had set, the world was dark and quiet out except for the electric hum of the street lamp that sat directly outside the door. As I turned to head into my room for the night, I instinctively turned to take a look at the dolls just as I had done 100 times before. Except this time it was night out, and I had never seen the dolls in the dark before. You see, there was a window that sat just above the door, a green stained glass window with flecks of red intertwined with the green, and blue edges that made the colors pop. The window was beautiful in the daytime, and equally so in the night due to the street lamp that shone through. As I turned to look once more at the dolls, I found myself absolutely horrified. The reds, greens, and blues from the stained glass window gave an eerie glow to the room, depending on where the colored light shone. It glinted off the dolls' glass eyes, gave their skin an unnatural, sickly pallor, and bathed the room in a kaleidoscope of hair-rising hues. I surveyed the room, my heart pounding and my palms becoming sweaty. My eyes finally rested on the largest doll of all, Charlie. As the light came through, it made his eyes look as if they glowed green, his skin only perpetuated by the villainous look, and the boxes he sat atop seemed to only make him seem bigger in the dark. I froze with fear and remembered the words of my aunt. He is very special. He can talk and move on his own. Better to be when you aren't looking and you least expect it. I stared, stopped in my tracks and unmoving. How could I take my eyes off of him if he would just move on his own the moment I stopped? My aunt came back to tuck me in and glance from me to Charlie. He is wonderful, isn't he? She said, almost in awe of him. Then she quickly ushered me to bed, but I never took my eyes off of him until I rounded the corner. She tucked me in and gave me a kiss on the forehead and said her good nights and see you in the mornings, then turned off the bedside lamp and left the room, closing the door behind her. As soon as I heard her footsteps fade, I turned the light back on. I sat up in bed, never taking my eyes off of the door. I thought perhaps if I didn't turn off the light and kept my eyes on the door, even if Charlie opened it, he would simply drop to the floor the moment I laid eyes on him or be frozen in place as if I had been Medusa from Greek mythology. Either way, I made up my mind not to fall asleep that night. It only took an hour or two before I began to droop in the bed, my back becoming tired from sitting so alertly. I was so tired, but I wasn't about to let Charlie catch me unawares. I looked at the clock. It read 10:47 p.m. It was only a little over an hour past my bedtime, but I had played hard that day, and fear has a way of making you tired after a while. I straightened up in bed, determined not to fall asleep. That was when I noticed a new sensation. My bladder was making itself known. I decided to hold off as long as I could before making the trek to the only one of the 2 bathrooms in the whole home. There was one in my aunt's room and one completely on the other side of the house. Either way, I was going to have to move past the dolls and Charlie to get to one. I waited for as long as I could, holding my stomach and trying various sitting positions to relieve the tension that was beginning to band around my lower abdomen. After what seemed like an eternity, I felt like I was going to explode if I didn't hurry to the bathroom, and I, being a self-respecting 5-year-old, refused to wet the bed. I got out of bed and walked to the door. I stood there listening for a while, but heard nothing. I decided if I opened the door fast enough, I could prevent Charlie from rushing me or coming into the room, which in my mind was the only safe space in the entire house. I jerked the door open. Charlie still sat, perched upon his box, looking more menacing than ever. I skirted down the wall, never breaking eye contact with him. Maybe it was a trick of the light, or maybe it was because I was so tired, but I swore I saw him blink. And terror filled my tiny frame. I should have just wet the bed. I sprinted down the hallway on tippy toes, almost playing a game of hopscotch as I went, and trying not to wake my aunt, stepping on all the creaky boards along the way. I'm sure, thinking back on it now, I looked quite comical, but at the time, I was just trying to survive the night. As soon as I got to the bathroom, I quickly shut the door and turned on the lights. I listened at the door for the sound of footsteps following me, but heard none. I quickly relieved myself and prayed a silent prayer before heading back down the long hallway. I faced forward, glancing anxiously to and from every possible hiding spot in the house, thinking that Charlie may be hiding in any one of them and praying he wasn't. I got back to where the dolls were and peeked around the corner. Charlie was still there, leering as he ever did. I skirted back against the length of the wall that led to my room and closed the door. Walking backwards to the bed, I never took my eyes off of it. I sat up all night that night. Whenever I thought I was getting too tired to keep my eyes open, I would hear a creak or a groan, and I just knew it had to be that horrible doll walking around outside my door. I got up the next morning with bags under my eyes and a crick in my back and opened my door. There was Charlie, looking like he hadn't moved even a little bit, but I knew in my child's heart he had been up all night with me. I spent every night at my aunt's house like that, propped up in bed, staring dumbly at the door, snatching quick naps during the day so I could stay up all night. And by the time my parents came to pick me up, I imagined I looked pretty rough. My parents said nothing in front of my aunt, though my mother eyed me suspiciously, and I was grateful for that since I didn't want my aunt to know what had transpired and seemed ungrateful for her hospitality. When I got home, though, I told my parents of my ordeal, crying my eyes out as I did, falling into a deep, deep slumber after a short while. Needless to say, my parents didn't let me spend the night at my aunt's house ever again. And to my knowledge, my aunt never found out why. Now, this memory flashed in my mind after I came barreling through the door. Once I had regained my bearings and had a chance to look around, I saw I had found the doll room at last. The name implied that there would be many dolls in this room, hence the name, but it hadn't hit me until that very moment. From floor to ceiling were rows of shelves hanging on the powder pink walls. As I stepped further into the room, I noticed that on these shelves were various names. On some of the shelves, dolls still sat atop them, each name belonging to a specific doll. All had a first and last name, and each was unique and dainty. I turned about the room at the middle, glancing from doll to doll. Lacey Bell, Eleanor Rose, Mary May, Clarence Starling, and so forth. All of them had names. Then I noticed, to my utter shock and horror, that unlike my aunt's little friends, they were all moving, all breathing, blinking, and some of them were even talking in hushed tones, just like the doll I now absent-mindedly held in my arms. I stared at them as they stared back, never once moving an inch. And then I noticed something else. There were spaces on the shelves. I quickly read the names: Annabelle Lee, Hattie Jo, Lily Ann, August D., Huckleberry Finn, and Augustus Jones. 7 were missing. Where in the Sam Hill were they? I began to panic even more than I already had. My heart close to bursting was pounding so hard. I whirled around when I heard a bubbly little giggle. Standing there were 5 little dolls. 3 boys and 2 girls, one pointing at me as the others giggled and 2 looking curiously out the door. Apparently, they had heard me coming and sought to fortify the door lest I interrupt their fun. I wanted this to stop. I wanted to be anywhere but in that room. I wanted so many things at that moment, but we rarely ever get what we want, now do we? I tried to think of what to do, but I blanked. I knew for sure that I didn't want them getting out of the room, so I decided that the first order of business was to close and lock the door, which I did post-haste. The next thing I did was close my eyes and stop to take a breath. Easily the first one I had taken since I had gotten in the room. I didn't need to be passing out. That wouldn't do me much good. Then I remembered the rules to which I now clearly regarded as my survival guide. The rules clearly stated that I needed to make sure you face the dolls in the doll room facing the wall at night. Why that helped anything or did any good, I didn't care at the time. I just wanted to get those dozens of eyes off of me and looking at the wall. I hoped if I could face the dolls on the shelves towards the wall first, I would have more luck. So that's what I did. As soon as I faced the first doll to the wall, it was like turning a switch. The doll stopped all movement. There was no breathing, blinking, staring, rumbling, thumping, or clinking. The doll simply froze. Now that I was close to the wall, I got a better glimpse at the wallpaper, and something caught my eye. On the pink wall, there was written words, left to right, top to bottom, all over the paper. After studying them for a moment, it looked like the language they appeared to be in was Latin. I didn't know what the words meant, but things written in Latin are seldom ever a good thing, especially in weird, enchanted, logic-defying, time-hopping hotels like this one. I scrambled now to turn the dolls to the walls, the song Get Low playing in my head as I did so. I finished quick enough, but that's when the empty slot seemed even emptier. I turned my attention back to the dolls, which were now closing in on me. I had no idea which doll was which, but I didn't care. They were going on the shelves one way or another. I swooped at the first girl doll and shoved it in the closest slot, facing the wall, then I grabbed the second. I shoved it in the next available place and began to reach for the next one, a boy this time. When the room began to rumble and shake, I dropped the doll I had just grabbed and spun around. The doll I had just placed had spun its head around a complete 180 degrees, looking at me disapprovingly. I grabbed that doll back off the shelf and the rumbling stopped immediately, and his head returned to normal. I tried the next spot on a different shelf, and once again the rumbling began. I grabbed it back off. Maybe this was the doll's way of saying it was the wrong place? I kept trying slots, and on the 5th try, the room didn't rumble when I placed it. I kept this up until the first one, the one from outside my door, had been placed. I took another last look at the doll in my hands, then up at the shelf. Huh, so you're Annabelle Lee then, I said to myself. I placed her in her spot, then stood back to look at the room. Now remember how I said there were 7 empty slots? I was never very good at algebra in school, but in simple math I was a pro at. There had been only 5 dolls on the floor and one in my arms. All the rest had still been in their places. I turned to look at the corner of the room. There was still one empty slot left. On the third shelf from the floor, at eye level, first in the row, was the seventh empty slot. I groaned and hung my head low as I walked over to it. With a deep sigh, I looked at the name on the spot. I was prepared to go hunting this missing doll all throughout the hotel if need be, but I would at least know the name of the doll first before I went hunting for it. My eyes grew big, my breath hitched, and my heart stopped. Written on the shelf in front of the last slot was the name, Autumn Winters. I spun around and ran from the room, slamming and locking it behind me. Why was my name there? What did it mean? Were all those other dolls once real people too? 1,000 thoughts ran through my head. As soon as the key clicked in the lock and I gave the knob a quick turn, just to make sure it was locked, I then ran down the halls to my own room, slammed the door, not caring if I awoke Mr. Elberton, and locked my own door. I looked around the room and grabbed the nearest chair and wedged it into the door. Nothing was going to come for me tonight. I practically jumped onto the bed and stared at the door, listening for any and all movement on the other side. I must have stayed there for hours, unmoving, hardly blinking. About the time exhaustion set in and my eyelids began to slowly close, I heard a rapping, as if someone had been tapping at my balcony door. The bell rang aloud from downstairs, my attention now being torn from the photo and my thought to the ringing from below. I took one last look at the picture before heading downstairs to see where our newest guest could be. Once I rounded the bend and came down the staircase, I became aware of a smell that began wafting from the lobby. It wasn't a terrible smell, it was quite pleasant actually. It had a soft floral scent and undertones of citrus. It was a woman's perfume. As I reached the last step, I could see the woman in question. She was a young woman, not much older than myself, and she had long, dark brown hair with notes of caramel and red plaits and afro puffs on top of her head. When she turned to look at me, she smiled brightly. Her eyes were brown like her hair, only they contained flecks of green and hazel. Her skin was a dark, creamy brown that radiated a sun-kissed warmth. She was as tall as a year-old sapling and every bit as lean and willowy, wearing a leaf green halter top and blue jean bell-bottoms with flowery, yellow and red stitching near the pockets. She was very beautiful. As I made my way behind the counter, I began to say, "Good morning and welcome to the Hotel Bella Muerte. How may we serve you today?" But all I got out was, "Good morning and welcome to," before I noticed something strange. In her bag, which sat on the floor, was something moving. At first glance, all I saw was a swishing black and white striped tail. I did a double take, and that's when I saw that the tail was attached to a full-grown lemur that now popped its head from the bag. She giggled when she saw the look on my face. "Oh, isn't he the cutest? I have had him ever since he was a baby." I had never seen a live lemur before, other than at the zoo my family used to visit when I was a child or in nature documentaries. I looked from the lemur back to the lady and replied, "Yeah, he is. What's his name?" "His name is Wally." "Wally," I echoed. "Wally is a wonderful name for him. May I pet him?" "Of course, he's so sweet and soft," she responded. I bent down to pet the lemur, in awe of having the privilege to touch such a wild and exotic creature. As I reached out my hand slowly, the lemur gave it a quick sniff before it nuzzled into my hand. The lady was right. It was very soft and sweet. "Aw, Wally likes you," she giggled. After petting the lemur, I returned to my clerkly duties. "How may I help you today, Miss?" "Deborah, but you can just call me Deb if you'd like." I'm just traveling through and I saw this gorgeous hotel in town and thought I'd stay and explore for a little and stay the night. Of course, Miss Deborah. Any room preferences? If you have a room with a view of the town, that would be nice. Of course, room number 1 has an excellent view. I accepted her payment, walked to the name cards, wrote her name down, and grabbed the room key. You can follow me. I took her to room number 1. Once I opened the door, the room almost seemed made for her. I had forgotten the theme of the room, the jungle theme. She squealed with delight when she saw the room, and I noticed even Wally perked up by the sight of the various plants and small trees that decorated the room. He would have some place to hide and climb now. Oh, but what a lovely room. I think Wally and I will be right at home here. Wonderful. I'm glad you like it. Is there anything more I can do for you? No, not at all. I think Wally and I will settle in before leaving to explore the town. Awesome. Well, let me know if you need anything. I'll be around. Until then, I'll let you two settle in and get comfortable. Thanks, she responded. And with that, I turned and headed back to my room. Once I was there, I was able to look at myself in the full-length mirror next to the wardrobe. I looked rough. I had the same clothes on that I had worn the day before, my short-sleeved red check shirt and skinny jeans, and they were all wrinkled and bunched together in some places. My hair, no longer in ponytail, now hung in more of a half ponytail than anything, and many strands of hair flowed freely about my face. My makeup had rubbed off and my lipstick smeared. My eyes looked tired and bloodshot, and I had raccoon eyes from rubbing my teary eyes the night before. It was anyone's guess how Deborah didn't notice, and if she did, she said nothing, for which I was grateful. Now that I had gotten her settled in, I decided to take a quick shower, redo my makeup, and put on some clean, fresh new clothes. I chose to wear a bright, happy, navy blue sunflower dress that came to my knees, a yellow short-sleeved cardigan to go with it, and my ruby red pumps. And to complete the look, I added a few articles of jewelry, small gold hoop earrings, and a gold, rose-engraved locket that had been passed down in my family for generations. Once I had finished getting dolled up, I made my way to the kitchen to grab a bite to eat before I, too, like Deborah, began to explore the town. I got to the fridge and looked inside once again. Nothing. It was completely empty. I closed it and thought about what I wanted to eat that morning and decided to check the cabinets. The cabinets held exactly what I wanted and nothing more. Just a granola bar and an apple. I found this unusual, like all of the other things at the hotel, but this was one of the more exciting things to be discovered. I took my breakfast items and left the room. As I went down the hallway on my way back downstairs, I decided to check on Mr. Elberton to see if there was anything I could do for him, but when I got to room number 8, his name card was gone, and when I opened the door too, so was he. Not a suitcase or hair left behind. I shut the door and went on downstairs. Once there, I wrote a note explaining where I was and what cell phone number I could be reached at should I be needed and placed it on the front desk. I then exited the building. As I stood on the steps leading from the hotel, the late summer sun shone bright and hot in the sky. The warmth was penetrating my body and touching my soul. I had needed this. The fresh air and light of day to wash away all my troubles of the night before. I stepped into the street and began to explore the town. There were only a few buildings left standing of what I'm sure was the original town, many of them damaged by the weather and time. Some had been burned and charred in places. The signs on the buildings had faded and were hardly legible, but some I could still read. There were 5 buildings in total, including the hotel. The one I stood before now was the post office. The post office was a simple building, made from the same maple wood that grew here in the woodlands of the East Mountain regions of the nearby area. It sat directly next to the hotel in a line of buildings with only an alleyway between them. It looked small and squatty compared to the hotel, only about 1/3 of the size and 1/4 of the depth. The sign was inlaid in the wooden front of the buildings at the highest point just below the sheet metal roof. Out of curiosity, I decided to go inside and check the place out. As I walked into the building, I heard the ringing of a small bed just above my head, signaling my entrance into the building. Walking in, I wasn't greeted with the normal post office look I'd come to know. Instead, it looked rather bare. There were no modern necessities other than the light bulbs that hung overhead, just a small wood-burning stove with a percolator sitting on the only range, a rocking chair that sat next to the back left-hand corner of the room near the stove, as well as a few other chairs that sat around a table in the center of the room. I noticed quickly that there was also a wrought iron bed in the other backhand corner of the room with an old quilt for a blanket. Other than that, there was nothing very spectacular or worth mentioning. Standing in the corner of the room, just beginning to pour himself a cup of coffee from the percolator, was a man of normal height and muscular build. Without even turning around, he asked in a gruff, gravelly voice, "Would you like a cup of coffee, miss? I've got an extra one." He turned after he said this to me to look at me directly. I felt my cheeks grow hot and hurried to look away from the man. He was handsome and looked only a little older than I did. His hair was a sandy blonde and his eyes were candy apple green, vibrant in color. He had a natural tan and was broad-shouldered, giving him an athletic look. He wore a dusty-looking, white long-john undershirt that had the sleeves rolled up halfway to his forearm, a pair of equally dusty and dirty light brown slacks with suspenders, and an old, beige cowboy hat that looked well-worn and weathered. No, thank you," I stuttered out. As he walked towards me, I could hear the heel of his boots hit the floor. "What can I do for you, ma'am?" I forced myself to look up then, my cheeks still blushing. I hoped to God he hadn't noticed or thought I had simply been out in the hot sun for too long. "I work at the hotel next door to you. I've only been here a day and I had some free time, so I decided to check out the town. You were the first stop." He looked me up and down then, giving me the once-over. I felt so embarrassed. Why would my cheeks not stop burning? I decided to cover the one that faced him while I pretended to look at a single hanging mirror on the wall. He came closer still until he was right in front of me. I looked at him then, for the first time longer than a few seconds, and now noticed since he was up close, he also had light freckles on his cheeks and nose. My breath hitched. I didn't even know this man. He was a stranger to me, so why was I being so shy? Never in my life had I experienced this, and I was hoping the feeling would go away quickly. I liked being in control of my own emotions and body. After looking at me for what seemed like a really long time, he spoke again. "So, you're the newest caretaker of the hotel, and what would your name be?" "Autumn Winters," I replied, still lacking confidence. "And who might you be?" "My name is Jasper Moon. I'm the postman here in town, but I'm sure you already gleaned that." I looked at the place once more and asked, "Do you live here in the post office?" He laughed softly in response. "Oh, yes, ma'am, I do. But I wouldn't exactly call this place an office. It's a post and a place to call home. Nothing more." "Oh, but you are in charge of delivering the mail and packages, are you not?" I asked, gaining more confidence by the minute, the redness of my face slowly dwindling. "Of course. That is what I was paid to do, after all." I felt embarrassed for the second time in his presence. My confidence dashed no sooner than I gained it. I had just asked such a stupid question. Of course he worked there. Why would I think otherwise? I must have stood there a little too long searching for a reply to his sarcasm that had taken me off guard, because he began to laugh again as he turned to walk over to the table. He took one of the chairs and slid it out from under the wooden frame of the table and turned the chair around now to face me and sat down. "Well, Miss Autumn Winters, I must say, my first impression is that you're not going to last long here in this town." "What does that mean?" I retorted, growing a little upset. "You're too everything you shouldn't be. Too meek, too timid, too dainty, too young, too small. Not too bright, and clearly not equipped to deal with the sort of things you'll be facing in this town on a daily basis," he replied, and taking the first sip of his coffee. I felt my face growing hot once again, this time not in shy embarrassment but rather in anger. Who was he to judge me? How could he tell I wouldn't last long when he had literally only just met me? What sort of energy was I giving off that read stupid failure to him? Yeah, I was small, but what did that have to do with anything? Yeah, I was young, but I was still a fully fledged adult who legally could do just about anything under the law. Yeah, as I had well figured out, I was inexperienced in dealing with the norms of daily hotel life. I learned that in my first 24 hours. And I wasn't normally shy. I just got flustered over how handsome he was and stumbled over my words a little and asked one obvious question, not wanting to just assume things. Though the thing that got me most worked up in that moment was that he called me stupid. I was many things, but I was not and never have been stupid. Now wait just a minute, I said, moving a little closer to where he sat. Who are you to tell me what I am and what I'm not? You don't even know me. I don't know you, but I know your type. I've seen caretaker after caretaker pass through this town, and only 3 have lasted longer than a few days or at most a few weeks. Every single one of them, with the exception of the 3, weren't prepared for and never adapted to this life. It's just how things have always been, and how they always will be till this town no longer stands," he replied, draining his cup in a few large gulps. You don't know that. No one can know that. It's something that time will have to tell, I said as I crossed my arms in my defense. We'll just have to wait and see then, won't we? He stood now from his seat, placing his empty cup on the table. Yeah, I guess we will, and you'll see you're wrong about me, I said sarcastically as I spun on my heels and headed for the door. Have a good day then, ma'am, he said as I walked out the door, ignoring him and his goodbye. I no longer felt like exploring the town after that encounter. It left me frustrated and huffy. I decided to go back to the hotel and just try and work out my frustration by cleaning the place. When I got back to the hotel, I figured that the first thing that would need cleaning was room number 8. Since Mr. Elberton had stayed the night, though he left the room in good order, it still needed going over. It took me a moment to gather the cleaning supplies in the closet behind the front desk, but once I had everything, I was ready to get started. While walking out from the closet, I accidentally knocked the letter to the ground, and its contents slipped out. When I reached down to pick up the letter, it had opened to the specific rules outlining the cleaning of the various rooms. I took a closer look at it, not remembering having read this part. Why the owners felt the need to write exactly how to clean everything, down to polishing chess pieces, I didn't know, so I continued to read the letter. My eyes scanned the notes and landed on the rule for room number 8. Rule number 67. Make sure to return all items Mr. Elberton takes to the various other rooms in the hotel and buildings in the town. I was a little confused, to say the least. In all the time I had spent with Mr. Elberton the night before, I had never seen him take anything. I suppose, though, he could have taken any number of items in his pockets or his bags while he was left unattended. It seemed like a simple enough task, though, I thought. But things are never simple or easy in the hotel. So I went up to his room with the cleaning supplies and got to work. In the process of cleaning the room, I was shocked by the amount of things Mr. Elberton had taken. There were a number of items, ranging anywhere from as small as a quarter to as large as a baby elephant. Here's a list of the items he had taken. 7 spoons from the dining room, 5 chess pieces from the chess set in the lobby sitting room, 2 dozen boiled eggs from what I could only think would have been the fridge, all of them hidden throughout the room like some sort of poor man's Easter egg hunt, 4 dolls from the doll room. How we got in there is anyone's guess. The door's locked during the day and at night after the dolls have been moved to face the wall. 9 some odd books from the library down the way. At least I think they were the library's books. 12 potted plants from the jungle room where Deborah was now staying, most in the smallest of pots, and one young tree. 3 bottles of pills, none of which was in his name, but thankfully also not missing any. Yeah, I counted them all. And lastly, 1 stack of letters with a note attached asking for me to mail them. After hunting down all the eggs and throwing them away, I returned the chess pieces to the sitting room, the dolls to the doll room, and placed all the dolls back in their places and all the spoons to the dining room. The last thing I did was drag the little tree to Deborah's room as I balanced all the rest of the potted plants on various parts of my body and knocked on the door with my foot. She opened the door and gasped when she saw all the plants that probably looked like they were sprouting from me. Thankfully, she didn't mind my intrusion and asked no questions or even seemed fazed when I placed the plants in her room. My last order of business was to return all the items taken from around town. After gathering all the items together, I got ready to take them back to the various places in town, but before I left, I needed to put stamps on the stack of letters. I grabbed a booklet of stamps from the front desk drawer. I flipped through letters licking the stamps and placed them on the envelopes as I went along. They were all addressed to people whose names I didn't recognize, but I absent-mindedly read through them anyway. 3/4 of the way through the stack, I dropped the mail on the floor as my eyes grew wide. Oh my God, what had I just done? I began to freak out, wondering what fresh hell I was about to go through because I licked all the damn stamps. I remembered there was something about licking stamps in what I had come to consider my survival manual. I reached behind me and grabbed hold of the letter of rules given to me by the owners and anxiously flipped through the rules. As my eyes scanned the pages, I finally settled on rule number 132. Always lick the stamps in the presence of the postman. What the hell kind of rule was that? Even though I knew the rules were in place for a reason, because so far, not following them led me astray, I didn't want to go back to the same place I had just been and have to talk to the postman. I probably would have knowingly ignored the rule if it hadn't been for the sudden and inexplicable dizziness that had suddenly washed over me. I waited for a few minutes to see if the dizziness would pass, but it didn't. That's when I knew I screwed up for sure. Knowing I was going to have to go back to the post office made me angry at myself. Knowing I had forgotten the rule made it worse. And knowing I was going to have to basically admit to the postman that he had been right about me made it so much worse. I decided after a few more minutes of debating, when the dizziness only got worse, that I would take the plunge and go next door. As I made my way down the front steps, I almost tripped and fell. I felt as if I had had one drink too many, causing me to stumble. Once down the steps, I made the trek next door. The distance was probably only about 200 feet, but it seemed almost as if the ground shifted and stretched, becoming longer than what I had previously remembered. The drunken feeling only got worse the further I stepped, and my muscles began to weaken. I didn't know what was wrong with those stamps, but damn if it wasn't messing me up. I opened the door this time to find the postman sitting at the table. At least, that's what I thought he was doing. I couldn't tell as my mind began to become cloudy and my vision blurred. Nothing seemed to make sense. I stumbled inside straight to the center of the room where the table was. I had to hold on to something as the room spun around me. The postman looked up from where he was sitting reading a book when he saw me. He looked at me, now getting sloppy and droopy, and only shook his head. Now I know I made you upset when you left here earlier today, but I didn't take you for a drunk. Guess you were right. I did have you pegged wrong. I'm not drunk, I stammered. I just licked the stamps. He let out a belly laugh, deep and long. Oh, tell me, did you even read the letter given to you by Miss Mary and Miss Martha? Or did you just want to see me again so soon?" he teased. "No," I said a little too loudly without meaning to. I just forgot." "Well, I don't know what to tell you. You should have had those memorized by now. Those rules are the keys to your survival. If you want to last here, I suppose you better get to it," he said with a non-empathetic look on his face. I slumped in the chair nearest to me and to the side of him. "Isn't there something you can do to make it stop? Stop the spinning, I mean." "Yes, ma'am, I can," he said, rising from his seat. "But it won't work nearly as well since you didn't take it before you licked the stamps." "What won't work as well?" I asked, laying my now pounding head on the table. The elixir I made to counter the effects of the stamps," he answered over his shoulder, walking toward a set of cabinets in the back of the room. Pulling out a small, blue glass bottle, he walked back and sat down next to me. "How many stamps did you lick?" I don't know, maybe 6 or 7. There were a lot of letters to post," I said in response to his question. "Well, I reckon you better drink that whole bottle then." Why he found this funny, I didn't know. I didn't know a lot of things at the time, but I did as he said. I pulled the cork out of the top of the bottle and smelled the contents. It smelled disgusting, but if it would make the dizziness, splitting headache, weak muscles, and overall terrible feeling I was experiencing go away, I would have drunk a gallon of the stuff. I tipped the bottle back and gulped down the whole thing before I had a chance to truly taste whatever was in the bottle. I'm glad I did because it was all I could do to hold the liquid down. After a few moments, the dizzying effects of the stamps lessened and the headache got better. I still felt weak and worn and thin, though. "What did you put on those stamps?" I asked after I had regained my composure a little. "I didn't put anything on those stamps. I wasn't the one who made them, but to answer your question, the people who did make them made the glue on the stamps from the sticky resin that comes out of some of the mushrooms that used to grow here." "Great, I'm not drunk, I'm stoned," I said as I tried to stand, only to find I couldn't feel my legs as they gave out from underneath of me. "Whoa there," he replied, jumping up and catching me before I fell. "How about you just lie down now and sleep it off? It's the only thing you can do now. And just know you may have some interesting dreams." At this point, my whole body went limp, and I suddenly found I could no longer talk. Whatever type of mushroom the stamps had been made from, or the liquid from the blue bottle, must have had a tranquilizing effect. The postman then carried me over to where the bed lay in the corner of the room. He gently placed me on my back, and turning me on my side, he placed a pillow underneath of me. I had never done drugs in my life up until this point. I hadn't even smoked weed, but I knew from watching certain TV shows and movies, he had placed me on my side to prevent me from choking on my own vomit. I now grew a little afraid. If I had just licked one stamp and drank the liquid from the bottle, I probably would have been fine. But I licked multiple stamps and drank the blue bottle elixir. Was I going to be all right? I didn't even have time to ask the question before I passed out. Once again, in the span of only 24 hours, I dreamt of years long past. My dream started in a crowded town, one where there were more people than it seemed possible for a town that size to hold. There were all kinds of folks. Most of them looked like they came from poor backgrounds, and some looked middle class, and none looked as if they were rich. They walked swiftly through the town, all headed in the same direction. I tried to see where they were headed, but I couldn't. But in this dream, I had the power to walk. I walked shoulder to shoulder with the large group of people through the dirty, dusty streets and past all the many buildings far too close together. The town itself was old. It looked very similar to what I imagined New York might have looked like during its industrial age, when people of all nations and backgrounds flocked to it for the promise of a better life. The Georgian-era buildings stood tall and close together, and many dilapidated and seemingly crudely built, all as old as the town itself, which I guessed to be around the early 17 to 1800s. Many of the buildings seemed to have more than one family living in them. How they supported the weight of the people inside I couldn't figure out, because some of the buildings looked like they would buckle at any minute. Despite their condition, they were all painted beautifully, almost in an attempt to cover up their run-down nature. When we reached the end of town, I could see where a clearing opened up and I understood where we were. We were in an old textile mill town. The giant mill houses spanned acres, and there must have been a dozen of them. Each had its own purpose in the production of the various types of fabric they produced, and the people who worked there appeared to be divided into status groups based on where they worked. There was definitely a hierarchy amongst the people. The upper-class people worked in the buildings that got the fabrics ready for shipment. The middle-class people worked in the weaving and making of the fabrics, and the lowest and poorest class of people worked in the gin houses. As I walked with the people, it was as if my feet took a life of their own. I could no longer choose the direction I wanted to go. I went along with it and made my way into the clearing with the higher class of people on their way to the packing and shipment building. The building was the smallest of the 12, with wide open docks and doors, and a loud whistle signifying the changing of the shifts. People entered as others exited the place, and we went through the doors and entered therein. Once inside, I was shocked at the amount of fabrics there were. There were all kinds. There were many different shades of warm wool, exquisite silks, sturdy cotton, and comfortable linen. Some had floral prints and others paisley, all in different colors and patterns. The sheer number of the different fabrics was astonishing. Despite the size of the building, it held so much. As I looked around, I became aware of a person I had known I had seen before. I couldn't place my finger on it at first, but the longer I stood, the more convinced I became. It was the woman from the picture outside my door, the picture of the Bennett family, Rosa Bennett, dressed in a fine navy blue and black silk floor-length dress. She stood on the second floor of the building towards the back where the smarter and more learned workers had their desks. As I watched her, I noticed she stared ahead, hands on the banister looking down to where I was. Then it hit me. She wasn't watching the workers or caught in a daydream. She was looking straight at me. I tried looking behind me to see if she was merely looking through me at something since no one else could see me. But when I turned back around, I saw her smile. Then she walked with one hand still on the banister, guiding her down the stairs. As she descended, she kept her eyes locked on me, never looking elsewhere. I began to become a little intimidated by her stare. It was constant and purposeful, just as her walk was. I knew she had something to say before she even opened her mouth. "Hello. I'm glad we can finally meet face to face. I've heard about you and your arrival and have wanted to meet you, though I didn't realize it would be so soon," she said with a slight giggle. Before I had found the words to reply, she continued, "Do you know where you are?" No, I don't believe I do. I can tell it's a much bigger and older town than where the hotel is, though." "Yes, it is. It's a town back east where I came to when I was young, after I was married to my husband. I wasn't prepared for this life and hated it here. It was too uptight and I didn't like the people whose company my husband kept," she said with disdain. "If you didn't like it, then why did you stay?" "Things were different then. A woman couldn't divorce her husband, even if she had good reason, and I didn't. I hated being married to him. I hated being so far away from my family and friends, but he was always kind and civil to me. And when I had my daughters, it sealed my fate.
I certainly couldn't leave them even if I wanted to. I had no means of making a living or going back home, and I couldn't take my daughters away from their father. Even if I had been able to make a living for myself, I couldn't feed 3 hungry mouths," she replied a little mournfully. I knew she was right. It can be hard enough today for a woman to leave her husband, let alone in the early 1800s. I noticed, too, now that she was up close, she wasn't a white woman either. Her copper-tan skin wasn't just from too much sun. She looked much older than I was sure she was. Wrinkles and lines traced the outlines of her face, and gray streaks flowed through her jet-black hair. Her dark brown eyes looked weary from the many years of being shackled to a life she never wanted or felt she needed. As I looked at her, I could sense her pain, sorrow, and regret. She had lived a life not meant for her, and it had broken her spirit. I couldn't tell you how sorry I felt for her in that moment, yet she looked more sorrowful still when she spoke these next words. "You see, I grew up on a ranch in Mexico. My father was well known to be one of the best cattlemen in the region. We weren't wealthy by any means, but we were comfortable. I loved the life I lived, the wide open spaces, my horses that could run freely where they wished, and my family that was so very close-knit. It was a simple life, but a life well lived." She paused a moment before continuing to speak. "Oh, when I was 15, a man from America came. He was from the East and wanted to establish a business near where I lived. He came to the ranch because he had heard my father spoke English and he needed a translator. I even remember the day he came. I was getting ready for my quinceañera. It was only a few weeks away, and my mother and grandmother were making my dress as I stood on a stool so they could hem it. He saw me and got a strange look on his face. He told my father I was the prettiest girl he had ever seen. I saw him many times after that. He met with my father often. After he had conducted his business, he came back to the ranch and asked my father for my hand in marriage. At first, my father said no, but when he offered him a large sum of money, or as he put it, for his troubles, my father agreed. The ranch hadn't been doing well that year, and in order to keep it running, my father could use the money. So he sold me and traded my life for the sake of my whole family's well-being. We married a few weeks after my 15th birthday. I wasn't the beaming bride everyone expected me to be. My friends tried to calm my spirit by telling me what a wonderful life and opportunities I would have, being married to a rich man. But it did nothing for me, and the day after the wedding I had to say goodbye to my friends, family, and home. I never saw them after that, nor did I ever walk again in the land of my birth." My eyes filled with tears hearing her story. I understood her a little more then, and it made more sense what she told me later on. After she had told me her life's tale, she looked from the ground where her eyes had fallen back to me. "Come with me, I need to show you something," she said as she grabbed my hand and led me to the back of the building. When we went through the door, we were no longer in the packing and shipping building. It was as if we had simply walked through a portal to the entryway of someone's home. I noticed quickly, though, that it wasn't a house at all. It was actually a railway car, decorated elegantly. The car held everything a person would need to live in comfort. To the left side, chairs, a couch, and a small table with a vase of dried flowers on it. A small love seat on the opposite side between 2 end tables. Beautiful stained glass lamps and hanging lights that gave a colored glow to the room. And the carpet on the floor looked new and expensive. It looked almost too beautiful to live in by my own standards. She let go of my hand then, and we stood there as the scene played out before us. I could see her there, sitting on the love seat, even though she also stood next to me, wearing a far less expensive dress, more common and designed for a simpler life. She was sipping tea from fine china, a book on her lap. All looked peaceful and calm in the room. I half-heartedly wanted to join her, but as we stood there, her husband entered, and the tranquil quality of the room fled before him. He looked angry, furious even. Filled with indignant rage, he bellowed,
These savages refuse to leave. They're hindering our plans and setting us back months." "They aren't savages, dear," the woman in the railcar said as she took another sip from her cup. "They've lived here on this land far longer than we. They merely don't want to leave their homes. Perhaps they wouldn't have to if we built the town a little further over to the east or north up a little." "But then what would be the problem, Would they then complain that we take too much water from them? Or perhaps they might change their minds about us and attack us in the night, scalping us and our children," he continued to yell as he paced the room. "No, the best course of action is to force them out once and for all. They're a dirty and simple-minded people. If they can find the ability to live here in the middle of this god-forsaken land, they can live just about anywhere. You just aren't comprehending this. You came from a simple-minded community as well. You are lucky I saved you from it and gave you a better life." I was astonished by what I was hearing from the man. Savages, dirty and simple-minded people, they were anything but. How could someone be so ignorant and close-minded? Surely this man could hear himself and how ridiculous he sounded. And what of her? Wasn't she compassionate, having come from a simpler community herself? All these thoughts surged through my mind as I continued to watch them speak before me.
"Well, being so simple-minded, explain to me just what you had in mind to rectify the situation then,"
she replied haughtily. "I plan on having some of my men go to their village tonight and force them from the land," he said as he poured himself a cup of tea and taking the first sip.
"You can't do that. They're a community that relies on one another. If you force them from their homes in the dead of night, where will they go and what will they do?"
"I don't give much a damn, my dear, quite frankly," he replied, taking another sip, pretending to be a gentleman.
"They have women and children. What would you do if I and our girls were suddenly forced from our homes in the middle of the night? What would we do then?"
"Oh, like that would ever happen," he said, placing his cup on the table in front of him where he sat on the sofa. "I imagine if I thought we were, we'd put up one hell of a fight. That's why my men are going fully armed."
I thought you said you were going to remove them from the land. Do you plan on killing them as well?"
she asked, panic rising in her voice. "I plan on any and all contingencies. If they leave quietly, then there will be no bloodshed. But if they don't," he trailed off.
"If they don't?"
she continued. "Then we'll just have to wait and see," he said, arising from the couch and leaving the room. I saw her sitting there silent now, a look of horror on her face. Had she heard him correctly? Did he really plan on forcefully removing and killing an entire village of people just so he could build a town? Did he not foresee what his actions could ensue? Was this really the type of man he was? I could hear all these thoughts run through her mind as she sat uncomfortably on the love seat, the fabric of it clenched between her hands as her heartbeat ran wild. After a few moments, you could see her calm a little. A thought had popped into her mind. Once her husband had made up his mind to do something, he never stopped till he got what he wanted. This she knew. Perhaps, though, there was something surely that she could do to prevent what she knew in her heart was about to happen. I saw her get up from her seat then, raise her head and straighten and smooth her dress, and walk with purpose. She only had a short time to prepare for what would happen next, and prepare she would. She walked over to a roll-top desk that sat in the corner of the room and began to pen a letter to her family back in Mexico. What she wrote, I couldn't see, but she wrote with passion and fury, as if she didn't have enough time to get it all down. She placed the letter in an envelope and put a stamp on it, and then almost sprinted out of the room, letter in hand. The woman who was with me then took my hand and led me after her old self out of the railway car. Once we were safely on the ground, we followed her through an encampment filled with tents and crude buildings meant to serve as temporary housing and storage. There were many men there, hundreds even, and only a few women here and there. I suppose they were the wives of some of the men that had been brave enough to venture west far from their old homes and comforts they knew there. We went past a group of women then. They scarcely wore a thing, and these women, I guess, were the men's only source of entertainment in that near desolate place. She walked up to a man who had his back to her. He was wearing a white long-john undershirt, a pair of light brown slacks with suspenders, and a beige cowboy hat. "Jasper," she called out. "Jasper, I need you to run a letter for me. It's urgent." He turned around to face her, and that's when I saw him, the postman. He looked less tired, more unburdened and whole, if that makes any sense. "Mrs. Bennett," he said as he tipped his hat to her. "What letter do you have for me today, then?" "It's a letter to my family in Mexico. It has to get there as soon as possible. Like I said, it's urgent, and I need you to read it out today," she said in response to his question. "No can do, Mrs. Bennett. I can't be doing that. Your husband has got all the men ready to go tonight to remove the Indians from the land, and I'm going to go with them. No mail will be going out today, I'm afraid." No, but it has to. Surely you can run it to the nearest posting. My husband could do without one man, surely." "I'm afraid not, ma'am. I have my orders, and I can't lose my job. You aren't the one that pays me, after all," he replied. "Well, how soon can you have it out?" she asked then, after a few moments. "Best I can do is Friday next week, ma'am." "But that's over a week from now when you make your usual run," she cried, as panic crept once again in her voice. "Surely you can take it sooner. Please, I'll pay extra for your troubles, triple your normal rate." He thought about it then before settling on a decision. I'll take it from you then and have it out by this Friday. Best I can do." She stood there for a moment, contemplating what to do. "Well, if that's your best, here then," she said, handing over the letter. He took it from her and nodded towards her direction as she turned, making her way back to the railway car, and disappointed that she couldn't get the letter to her family sooner. It was then that the scene went black, and we were left standing, the woman and I in the dark, nothing around us. She turned towards me as I asked her, "What was so important about that letter? Why did you want it delivered so badly?" "Growing up, my grandma was a bruja. She knew every spell and cleansing ritual there was. When I was little, a Catholic mission church settled in the town and they sought to convert the locals. Being one of the better-known and established families, the priest believed that if my father and our family went to the church, the other locals would also. So we paid my father, a side agreement they had, and we went to the church every day for Mass and every Sunday for church. I grew up in the church and its beliefs. My family eventually did convert, but my grandmother also incorporated her beliefs as well. When I heard what my husband planned to do, I wanted to reach out to her for advice and help. I knew she would know what to do. She always did. I also asked her to reach out to the newest priest, Father Michael, and ask him his advice also. I needed that letter to go out as soon as possible, just in case my gut was right and what I thought would happen would come true," she explained. "So you knew what your husband planned to do, and all you did was write a letter?" I asked, growing frustrated and angry with her. "I did. I had lived with him for long enough to know what kind of man he was, even if I didn't want to believe it, but I was powerless to stop it. I only had enough money saved back for petty things. I couldn't pay off every man in town, nor could I stop my husband once he got on the warpath. He was a force to be reckoned with then, and all I could do was write that letter," she responded. "But what would that do? Your grandmother and Father Michael were thousands of miles away, and that letter wouldn't go out for days. What could they have done to stop what happened?" I knew nothing could stop what was about to happen. That was completely out of my hands, but all I could do was prepare for what was to come from the blowback of my husband's actions. All I knew was that I had to protect my daughters and I at all costs. Never mind him, she stated, a look of absent-minded determination playing about her. So, what did you do once the night was over and the bloodshed had occurred? I asked her, halfway not wanting to know the answer because I suddenly sensed she had done something horrible. I did something horrible? What did you do? Surely it can't be as bad as what your husband did. When everything happened that night, Jasper set out that Friday to deliver the mail. It took several weeks to arrive and several more for a response to come back. Almost a month and a half later, the return letter came. I took it eagerly from Jasper and tore it open once I got back from his tent. Construction had already begun in the town and things were going up quickly. In the envelope there were 2 separate letters, one from Father Michael, the second larger one from my grandmother. I quickly read Father Michael's letter first. It mainly said to pray that God would forgive our sins and make the town prosperous so the Native Americans didn't die in vain. I thought that was preposterous. I didn't want God to forgive our sins. I wanted him to collect payment for them and avenge the deaths of the innocent, not in turn make the town prosperous, she said with a snort. Not finding what I was looking for, I began to read my grandmother's, and finally I found what I was waiting to hear. My grandmother told me of many different spells I could cast over my wicked husband and his men in the town. In the letter, the spells were laid out, word for word, describing what items I would need to complete them. Some were in Spanish, others surprisingly in Latin. I decided to follow each and cast them all, but unfortunately, it wasn't easy to get all the things I needed for the spells. We only had so many resources out of the middle of nowhere. For some of the spells, I had to make do with what I had and hope for the best. Other, more important spells, I secretly sent out for the things I need. As for the Latin spells, I didn't know Latin, but I practiced them, trying to correctly pronounce them, all in secret and never in their entirety, only in pieces and parts. Did they work? Some did and others didn't. I was able to gather all the supplies needed by the time that night occurred, she said, now facing away from me for a moment. The night the villagers came into the town, it had been mostly built. My husband and children and I were fast asleep in the hotel. I wasn't prepared for what came next. None of us were. When the chanting of the peoples rang out in the night, I grew afraid. I didn't care what happened to me or my husband, but my girls, my sweet, sweet girls, I couldn't let anything happen to them. So I jumped out of bed when the screams began and ran to their room. I held them close to me as they cried, tears streaming down their cheeks. That was when I knew I had to do something. So I ran to the old roll-top desk where I had hidden the letter from my grandmother in a secret compartment and took it out. There was one spell I could cast, a protection spell over the hotel protecting all within. While the native people cast their spells, so did I, she said as she now turned back to face me. The spells, did they work? They did. Perhaps they were stronger than the ones the native people cast, or maybe perhaps it was for the reason I cast them. Either way, we lived to see another dawn. I saw then a light, almost as if it was at the end of a tunnel shining in the distance. It was a bright, white light, which illuminated the dark around us. As I stood there, I looked back at Rosa, and I asked her one final question. Your daughters, what became of them? Unfortunately, before she could answer the question, the light began to increase with a loud humming. It made it impossible to hear her over it, drowning out whatever words she had to tell me. And with that, I awoke. As I opened my heavy eyes, I could see I was on a bed, an old quilt upon me to keep me warm, and the bright, unfiltered light of a light bulb shone overhead. It was night wherever I was. I could tell from the chirping of crickets and the other night noises that sounded in the distance. I rolled over onto my back, sore and stiff muscles and joints groaning in protest. I slowly remembered where I was as I laid there for a few moments just staring into the space at the ceiling. Once I had gathered my bearings, I sat up and took a look around the now dimly lit room full of shadows, only held at bay with the light of the singular bulb that hung from the ceiling and the lamp that sat on the bedside table beside me. My eyes scanned the room only to settle on the figure sitting next to the bed in the rocking chair, reading the same book as before. "What time is it?" I barely choked out, due to the dry mouth and throat I had received from hours of no fluids. "I believe it's about 9 p.m. on a Wednesday," he replied, never looking up from his book. My eyes grew wide as I began to start from the bed. "I know what you're thinking, and yeah, you've been asleep for about a day and a half, but don't worry. I took care of all the nightly duties for you while you were out cold." I settled back down, knowing things had been taken care of in my absence. "You take care of a lot of things, don't you?" I said with an accusatory tone. He still didn't look up from his book and turned a page as he answered, "I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but yeah, I do." "You were one of the men that murdered the villagers who lived on this land long ago," I said, realizing a little too late what that implied. He looked up from his book then, a questioning look on his face. "How could you possibly? You know what? Never mind. You can't possibly know what happened that night. You weren't there." But I was, or at least I had a dream about it," I said, still upset at him for what he had done. "A dream? Oh, sweetheart, if you saw what happened that night, it wasn't a dream. What I can't figure out is why, out of all the caretakers, you seem to be the one chosen for a vision. That don't happen often. Who showed you this so-called dream?" he asked me, resting the book on his lap. "I don't have to tell you that. It's none of your business." Then I added, "And don't call me sweetheart." "Keep your secrets then, and I'll keep mine." We stared at each other then for quite a while. The silence in the room was deafening. You could have heard a pin drop. After a few more moments of intense staring, I got up off the bed. If he wasn't going to explain himself and what he did, and I wasn't willing to share what I knew, then there was no reason for me to stay. I looked around for my shoes that he had apparently taken off of me, first under the bed and then towards the door. After not seeing them there, I heard him speak behind me. "Looking for these?" he said, twirling one of the shoes on his finger. "You know, I never saw how women walked on these." I grabbed the shoes huffily out of his hands and put them on as I moved simultaneously towards the door. Once I had them on, I looked back to where Jasper sat, my hand on the doorknob, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Moon, for all your help, but I think I'll be going now." "I imagine you would be," he said as he looked from me to the door, then back at me, implying once again that I had stated the obvious. This just made me even angrier at him once again. I swung the door open swiftly and headed out into the cool, crisp night air. Once outside, I breathed deeply in, the fresh air doing wonders for my clouded and jumbled thoughts. As I walked back to the hotel, I thought of all that I had seen in my visions. It worried me knowing that somehow, after over 200 years, at least one of the men who assisted in the night raid still lived. What exactly was the curse that the Pueblo people put on the town? What spells did Rosa Bennett put on the place as well, and how did the two coincide? I had too many things to sort through, but I made up my mind that night to get to the bottom of whatever had happened to the town and the hotel that resided within it. I got to the hotel in no time at all and entered through the front door, Locking it behind me, I came through the entryway and up to the doll room, turned the dolls to the walls, and went about feeding Jesus. Once I completed all my nightly duties, I found myself wide awake. I sat down behind the desk to think about things, like how I had found myself caught in a haunted, time-jumping, animal-talking hotel in a town where the dead rise and people never age had me reeling. While lost in thought, I became startled at the sudden sound of the telephone ringing. As I turned to grab the phone off the desk and into my lap to answer it, I accidentally pulled the cord too far. That's when I noticed that the phone wasn't even plugged in at all. I looked now back at the rotary phone in my lap, still ringing, and slowly picked up the receiver. "Hello?" I said, as I awaited a response. I only heard slight crackling and static over the phone. "Hello, who is this?" I asked again, a little louder this time.
This is your conscience speaking.
The voice on the other end of the line replied. "Ah, great. What can I do for you, Jiminy Cricket?" I responded sarcastically.
I need to speak to you about the hotel. Not everything is what it seems,"
the phone entity said. "Yeah, I kind of figured that out already," I said, getting annoyed. "So what's your take on the hotel?"
"Don't trust the girl in room number 1.
The voice hissed. "You mean Deborah? She seems so nice," I said as I looked around the room, trying to see if I was still alone. I didn't want Deb coming in if the phone entity and I were going to be talking about her.
Just beware. She may seem nice, but she is the reason for your suffering."
"Well, thank you for the advice, but unless you can be less cryptic about things, I think I'll go now. It's getting late and I need to get up early in the morning," I said as I began to move the receiver from my ear. On the other side of the line, I heard,
"Just listen to me,"
as I hung up the phone and placed it back on the desk. I sat there a moment longer, contemplating what the phone entity had said. What was so bad about Deb, and why was she the reason for my suffering? The last couple of days were strange, sure, but I was hardly suffering. I got up from the stool behind the desk and headed for my room. Before I went inside, I looked once more at the picture just outside my door. The picture unnerved me for a reason I couldn't quite put my finger on. Maybe it was the fact that everyone in the picture had been dead or gone for over 200 years. Maybe it was the man who built the town and his arrogant, self-righteous stare. Or maybe it was simply a secret that the picture hadn't divulged yet. Either way, I moved away from the painting quickly and headed inside my room. Once I had shut my door, I changed into my night clothes. A pink pajama set with red hearts that I had bought as a Valentine's Day present to myself a few years back when I didn't have a Valentine. Once done, I removed my makeup and washed my face. I looked at myself in the mirror. The glue from the stamps and the elixir did a number on me. I had a sickly hue to my skin that made me as pale as a ghost, a look that didn't exactly scream health and vigor. I decided that all I needed was a good night's sleep and a good healthy breakfast in the morning. I climbed into bed, and for the first night since arriving, I slept peacefully and dream-free. In the morning, I woke up feeling refreshed and like I could take on the day. As I dressed, I thought about all that had happened over the last few days and made a silent vow to make most of each day, regardless of what that particular day held. Once I finished, I walked down into the kitchen area past the dining hall, thought of a wonderful full breakfast, and opened the oven to find it waiting for me. I had always loved fresh biscuits. I opened the fridge to find the rest of my meal, a tropical fruit bowl and 2 hard-boiled eggs. I took my meal out to the dining room table, sat down, and enjoyed it. As I sat there absent-mindedly poking at the mango with my fork and staring out the window out to the alleyway, I saw Deb go through. I quickly got up from my seat and dashed to the window to see where she could possibly be going. To my knowledge, there was nothing but barren land behind the town. Being the nosy person I was, I decided to follow her. By the time I got down to the first floor and out the door, all I saw was the sleeve of her dress as she darted behind the hotel. I walked along as fast as I could without being heard. Maybe it had been the warning from the phone entity from last night, but I was feeling a little suspicious of her. The voice on the phone had told me to beware because she wasn't all that she seemed. I began to wonder if the voice had been right, now that I followed her. As I began to wonder about my safety, I heard a slow, singing start. It started out slow and gradually sped up as the volume increased. When I rounded the corner, I was surprised by what I found. There, in the clearing of the wasteland behind the town, was Deb, singing as though in prayer and worship as she danced. What she said I couldn't understand, and who she prayed to I didn't know, but the words flowed through the air with a blissful, melodic sound. As I stood there watching her, I hoped whoever she sang to could hear her, and granted her whatever she wished. All too soon the song ended, and the only sound left to hear was the wind that swept through the land, whistling as it went. She turned then and saw me standing there peeking out from the back corner of the building. I tried to quickly hide myself, but it was in vain. I had been caught. "You don't have to hide. You can come out," she said to me. I came out from around the corner, feeling as if I was a toddler busting for drawing with crayons on the wall. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to spy. I just saw you from the window and came to see what you were doing behind the hotel. I was singing a song to the Sun Mother. The song is called Hymn to the Sun. Did you like it?" I thought it was beautiful. What was the song about? I asked her as I came closer to where she stood. "It's a song where we give thanks to the Sun Mother and all she does for us, and we listen to the sounds of nature as they call out to us," she told me. Then she added, "It's a song of my people, and it's even more beautiful when sung as a group." "Your people? Who are your people?" I asked. "My people lived on this land long ago for hundreds of years, long before there was ever a town here." "But if you are, how can you be, I struggled to find the right words that wouldn't offend her. She giggled as she turned to look towards the sun. "You mean, how is it that I'm a native Puebloan if I'm black?" "Well, yeah," I answered honestly. "Many of the first cowboys in the West were people native to the land and people of color. Those who fled slavery for a better life, and later on, after the Civil War, ex-slaves who were in search of a way to make a living. My ancestors descended from both. My mother was Pueblo and my father was black. But it doesn't take away or dilute my ancestry. I'm proud and honored to be descended from both." "That's amazing," I said, now in awe of her. "What brought you to this town? Was it the place where your ancestors lived?" "Yeah, it was. This was once sacred land to my people, but unfortunately, like many native peoples all over the world, others stole their land and sought to colonize it to their benefit and purpose, driving them out. I come here every year in the summer to visit the land of my people and to pay homage to those that were lost to us." I'm so sorry. I know I can't give the land back to your people, but if there's anything I can do to help you or make your stay better, I will certainly try." "Thank you. That means a lot coming from one of the caretakers. You're different. I like that." After we finished our conversation, we parted ways. She went to walk on the outskirts of town, and I headed back to the hotel. The voice that had warned me on the phone had been wrong. She was merely one of the people who belonged to the land, and a kind person at that. What was the voice so sure of that it felt the need to warn me of her? As I re-entered the hotel, I saw sitting on the desk a stack of books, a couple of pill bottles, and a note. The note read, "Glad to see you're up walking around and being nosy. You left these in my place. I hope you can return them on time. Jasper Moon." I quickly opened the first book in the stack, looking at the checkout dates and return times listed on the inside front cover. I began to panic when I saw that they were due that day at noon. I looked at the grandfather clock, which read 11:56 a.m. I scooped up the remaining items I had to finish returning from Mr. Elberton's room and ran out the door. I didn't know what would happen if I was late to return the books, but I didn't want to find out. I nearly tripped over the front steps on my way down them. My mother had always called me Grace in jest, growing up because of my clumsiness. As I sprinted toward the library, I heard a laugh in the distance and someone call out, "Run, girl, run!" Followed by even more obnoxious laughter. Oh, God, how I couldn't stand Jasper. I reached the front door of the library in record time. I was out of breath as I started up the stairs. I needed to work out more, I guess. The library, like the post office, was similar in size and depth. I didn't think there were too many books that could possibly be inside, but I was sure the ones I was carrying would be greatly missed if I didn't hurry. I passed under the metal pole that extended past the building's first few steps and looked up at it as I went. I became aware all too suddenly that even though this town held quite a few buildings, none of them had the town name printed on their signs. Come to think of it, I didn't even know what the town name was. It had never been mentioned in any letter, conversation, or even in the childhood stories I grew up with. It had simply always been nameless. I shrugged off this newest revelation and turned the knob of the door, opening it. The library inside was not what I expected at all. I had expected a mostly barren and desolate place with only a few books and half of those filled with moth-eaten pages. A few overhanging light bulbs like in the post office, and an old man or woman who would shush you if you spoke too loud. What I saw in front of me was nothing of the sort. It was a grand library that looked to be the size of at least 10 buildings wide and twice as many deep. Not at all the size I'd expected given the outside of the building. I backed up out the door and shut it in front of me, and turned to walk down the stairs into the side of the building. Just like I thought I had seen, a small building the size of the post office. I quickly dashed up the stairs once again, taking them two at a time, and went back inside. Once again, I was greeted with the same, larger inside-than-out room. I was shocked at its sheer size and elegance. There were, not one, but two grand staircases that wound around, swirling up towards the second floor, one on each side of the room. There were books upon books upon books inside, books that looked old and new, some in languages I recognized and others I didn't, and some small and thick alike. The woodwork inside was fashioned in similar make as the hotel, alluring and beautiful. I stood there admiring the place when I heard a voice up ahead. "Excuse me, may I help you?" I looked from the second floor that seemed to span ever onward, right ahead of me to see a young woman, about my height, small in stature and dressed in the same period clothes as all the people I had met so far, not including Deb. I walked up the wooden desk in the center of the room where it sat between the staircases. Getting a closer look at the woman who sat at the desk, she looked quite plain. She almost seemed out of place in that library. She had long, dark brown hair and plaited braids that she piled atop her head in a bun, a floral-patterned soft yellow dress that came down to the floor, and a facial expression that read, "Try me." All in all, she seemed almost stoic in nature and hardened by some event that had happened sometime in her life. She was pretty, with dark blue eyes the color of the night sky at dusk, and a fair complexion, but plain nonetheless. I approached her with a shy smile and placed my books on the counter space on top of the desk. Hello, my name is Autumn. I work at the hotel next door and I was hoping to return these. A client of ours left them in his room. I hope they aren't late. I came as soon as I was able," I said, still smiling. After a few moments of standing there with no reply, and a beady look from the librarian, my smile dropped. "You're late. They were due at noon today, and it is," as she checked her pocket watch, "12:02 p.m. "Oh, thank goodness they're only 2 minutes late then," I stated as I let out a slight giggle. The librarian continued to stare at me with that same disapproving look as I began to look elsewhere due to the harsh stare. "Late is late. You'll have to pay a fee," she said, finally taking her eyes off of me, looking down to her record book. "Well, I'm sure I can do that. How much is the fee?" "It's not your ordinary fee. We don't take cash here," she told me, never looking up from the book she now started writing in. "Okay, what do you accept as payment then?" I asked her as she looked up from her book. "We accept time as payment. Nothing more, nothing less. 1 hour per late book, and it looks like you have 9. You can begin immediately." "Wait, 9 hours of what?" I asked, thoroughly confused. "9 hours of work," she replied, as if I had just asked the dumbest question possible. "Oh, I can do that, no problem. I always thought about working in a library when I was little." She looked very unimpressed. "You can start by organizing the books in the fiction wing upstairs. Take these and put them in the right place," she said as she handed me an armful of books. "Just take the staircase to your left. You can't miss it." With that, I made my way with the armful of books to the staircase and made the twirling climb. Once on the second floor, I saw what she meant. Right in front of me was a beautifully hand-painted sign that read fiction. I looked at the first book on the top of the stack, entitled Journey Out West, by some author I had never heard of before. Out of curiosity, I opened the book, but was quickly regretful for having done so. In a second, I blacked out and was transported through time and space to the setting the book was in. I was out west, probably somewhere on the plains, and there was a herd of buffalo in front of me, snorting and grunting at my presence. I found myself going along with the story of the book, experiencing the journey of a rugged man who worked for the railroad headed out west towards California. I was chased by buffalo, shot by a fellow railway worker, and hunted as an outlaw after I stole from the railroad company. I felt everything the main character experienced, and it was terrible. Only when the book ended did I snap back to reality. It felt like an eternity that I had been in the book, but I looked at my watch and only 2 hours had passed. I tried to shake the weird feeling off and continue with my work. The second book had the title printed on the inside cover. In order for me to properly place it, I would feel I have to open it. So I did. The title read 500 Feet Under the Sea, and just like that, I was transported into the tale. It was a story about a marine biologist who would often dive under the sea with dolphins and other aquatic life, surveying the ocean and recording her findings. It was a pleasant book, one that I didn't mind being in. When it was over, I was a little sad to leave. I once again snapped back to reality in a fraction of a second. I moved on to the next book, and the one after that, and the one after that, opening the covers and immersing myself in each story. I felt everything the main characters felt and saw all that they did. And to be so fully immersed in each story was extraordinary and wonderful. Once I finished, there was only about 2 hours left on my clock left to work, so I went back downstairs to the librarian to let her know I finished. There she sat in her chair, reading and writing in the same record book. "I've finished returning all the books you gave me," I said triumphantly. "So you have," she replied in a monotone voice. "Here, one last book for you. This one is nonfiction." The book she handed me was quite old and worn. The cover looked like it held on by a thread, and the pages looked torn and frayed. I opened the book only to realize it wasn't a book at all, but a personal diary. Who the author was, it didn't say, but I had my suspicions. I was transported into this book as well, but it was different than all the others. In this book, I was once again part of the book, but everything was in the first-person narrative of the writer themselves. Everything felt more real, more raw somehow. I felt myself being jostled on a train headed to a land unknown. I experienced firsthand the hopes, dreams, and aspirations of the writer. They wanted a fresh start in the new land, a place to call home and simply be more than they had always been. They wanted so many things, but as the story progressed, things began to look more and more disheartening. In this book, the writer chronicled their day-to-day life as they began their fresh start. The land was everything they had hoped it to be. Everything was perfect, until the native people began to push back. In the daily logs, it was said how the people would come to their camps late at night and steal everything that they could if it was left out. The people began to guard their territory and become menacing, causing great fear for the writer. Everything came to a head the night the townspeople left their camps to drive out the native people. The writer knew it was wrong, but desperately wanted a new life so much that they turned a blind eye to what had been done. They knew in their hearts that some sort of retribution would take place, but had no idea when. The story then went on to show me the happenings of that night, when everything changed. A fire engulfed much of the town, and people were heard screaming in the distance. The writer knew there was nothing they could do but write, so write they did, cataloging moment by moment the events that unfolded. The chanting and singing grew loud in the night, and the screams rang out, and they seldom stopped unless by force. The room the writer was in was somewhere in the town, and heat filled it, pouring in from the streets. The door broke open and a dark figure loomed in the doorway, threatening and large. It held a bow in one hand and an arrow in the other. As the figure pulled back on the bow with the arrow pointing at the writer, I felt their fear and heard them scream. Then, before the arrow could loose from its bow, a man then came to the rescue, striking the figure down with one heavy blow. Gunshots began to ring out in the night, and the chanting ceased, fleeing for the hills outside the town. The damage the people had come to do had been done. As the writer stayed huddled up in the corner, the man who had rescued then came closer and took their hand, leading them out of the hot home and into the street. In the light of the fires, I could see for the first time who the writer's savior had been. It was Jasper Moon. I was shocked by this, but before I could find out what happened for the rest of the night, the book ended all too soon. I snapped back, disappointed that I didn't get to find out what happened to the town after that. As I stood there, the librarian never looked up at me from her work. All she did was point me in the right direction to the nonfiction section. I placed the book on the shelf, not knowing what to think of the experience. I noticed that there were several more diaries on the shelf and resolved to read them one day. I looked at my watch, as the timer went off, signaling the end of my time here at the library. I silently walked out of the library, being sure not to bother the librarian on the way out. As I headed back to the hotel, I thought of all I had just experienced. The hope, those hopes being dashed, the fear, and the relief at the end of the night. As I entered the hotel, I felt tired, as if I had run a marathon. That's when I heard the phone ring once again. Hello? I said as I answered it.
I tried to warn you.
If it isn't Jiminy Cricket, what can I do for you this time?
I tried to warn you about Deborah. She will curse you, and...
But before the voice could even finish, I butted in. Listen here, Deb is a nice person. She hasn't cursed me. And not that it is any of your cricket business, but I don't trust you or your judgment. Unless you identify yourself, I don't much care what you have to say, I said with anger rising in my voice. Right then I heard the line click. Then a thump sounded from upstairs. Thinking it couldn't be a coincidence, I rushed upstairs to where a now scraping sound seemed to originate. Room number 9. I unlocked the door and thrust it open. What I saw on the other side, I wasn't prepared for. The door opened with a loud creaking sound, and then a bump as it hit the wall. As I stood there staring into the room, I wasn't prepared for what I saw. It was a room just like the doll room, lined with shelves and a singular window on in the back of the room. But this one was filled with something else. They looked like dolls in nature, but were very different from what normal dolls look like. I recognized them right away. They were the same type of dolls as what the native peoples had. They were carved from wood, small in nature, some bigger than others, yet all roughly the same size. They were simple yet beautiful, and being made with scraps of hand-woven cloth and pieces of leather, and painted with bright colors. As I stood staring at them, I heard a voice excitedly say from behind me, "Those are Kachina dolls." I whipped around to see Deb standing there. In the dark, she looked very different, almost pale in the moonlight. "They're what?" I asked. "They're Kachina dolls. My people made these ones long ago by the look of it." She passed by me and entered into the room to get a closer look at them. They were made in likeness of the spirits they embody. They can embody anything, from an element to a cosmic being, an ancestor or the spirit of just about anything. You see, my people believed that everything held a spirit, and they used these dolls to educate the children of the tribes of their heritage. Wait, if they embody spirits, does that mean... Before I could finish my statement, one of the dolls fell from its shelf. Great, just great, I thought. I survived the demon dolls in the other room, and as far as I knew, those didn't even embody actual spirits. Or did they? Either way, I didn't want to find out if these did. I looked at the doll on the floor. Deb looked at the doll on the floor. We looked at each other, and then back at the doll. Then, almost as if I had jinxed the situation by just thinking about it, the doll began to roll back and forth, and then it stood upright and stayed still as a rock. Nothing in the room moved for half a second. Then suddenly, all at once, the dolls began to one by one fall from their shelves, hitting the floor. We hopped over them as they did the exact same thing as the first doll had, and Deb moved closer to me. We both stood there gazing at the fallen dolls as they rolled, then sat up, then stayed still. "What are they doing?" I whispered to Deb, afraid that if I spoke too loud they would attack us. "I have no idea, but they don't seem happy." "Well, what do we do? Do we put them back on the shelves and turn them to the wall like the other ones?" "I don't think that'll work. These aren't like those dolls. Those dolls they're just different," she replied. Right then, as Deb finished speaking, the dolls all began to wobble, waddle, and walk towards us slowly. We backed up, and before I could figure out what to do next, Deb grabbed my hand and jerked me from the room, slamming and locking the door behind us as she grabbed a set of keys from my hand. She then ran down the hall, dragging me behind her as we went. And when we finally reached the bottom step of the grand staircase, we heard a loud banging from above and behind us. The dolls were trying to escape, and something told me they would be successful. We then ran from the hotel, locking those doors behind us as well, and out onto the street. Deb paused for a moment, trying to figure out where the best place to go was. In the distance, we saw a bright light coming from the post office. We saw it right about the same time, and with an understanding look between us, we ran for it. We stumbled up the stairs as we went, out of breath, more from fear than anything, and tried to open the door. It was locked. We started banging on the door, calling out to see if someone would open it. Then the door swung open, and I could see that it was Jasper on the other side. Hurry up and come in before they get you," he whispered loudly. I didn't think twice before skirting past him and into the brightly lit room. Once inside, I could see we weren't the only ones there. There were dozens of people, all ranging from young to old and men and women alike. I recognized the librarian as one of the group. As soon as we were inside, the door slammed shut behind us, and in the not-so-far distance a crack of thunder pealed, the first of many to come on that night. I turned to look at Jasper, who had walked from the door over to the window. Looking out, he stared for many minutes. "What in the hell is going on?" I asked, now becoming even more fretful. Jasper didn't even turn from looking out the window and replied, "It's the anniversary of the night the natives attacked the town. It happened on this night long ago." "What does that mean?" I asked, as Deb stayed dead silent behind me. "It means that she," he said, pointing a finger at Deb, "came to call on the spirits of her dead ancestors to attack us yet again. It happens every year like clockwork. I looked back at Deb, who was now looking at the floor, trying not to make eye contact with any of us in the room. You did what? I asked her. I thought you said you'd come to pay homage to the dead in remembrance of the ones who were lost. Is that not true? Yes, it is, she responded quickly. I just also call on the spirits to rise from the dead to walk the earth once again. I was flabbergasted. The phone entity had tried to warn me of her and I didn't listen. Why didn't I listen? Now what lay in store for all of us tonight? I assumed that the other people in the town were the other townspeople that I had yet to meet. Now we were all trapped in this dingy, small building with no weapons to speak of and an army of the dead and evil dolls coming for us. Just my luck. Why had I taken this job again? If I had known how kind you were, I would have never called upon them. Was that what you were doing this morning? Did you lie about that too? And what do you mean if you had known how kind I was? Why does that make a difference, and what about all the other people here? Don't they matter too? I replied, growing angry. Deb fell silent and looked once again to the floor. It don't matter now. What's done is done. We need to prepare for their coming, Jasper stated seriously. What can I do to help? I asked as I straightened up and squared my jaw. If there was going to be a fight, I was going to be ready. Jasper stared at me for a long minute, and then he said, Follow me. We're all here now. With that, he walked to the back of the room in a few short strides and grabbed the end of the bed that sat in the corner of the room. Help me move this. He grunted as he attempted to move it on his own. I hurried over and grabbed the other end. Together, we pushed it aside, revealing a hidden trap door in the floor. Once the bed was fully pushed aside, he commanded, Everyone inside, hurry. Everyone began, one at a time, to pile inside. I was one of the last to go in, with only Deb and Jasper behind me. Once inside, Jasper followed Deb down, and he closed the door shut and locked it behind him. Now we were in complete and utter darkness. I could hear Jasper feeling around in the dark for something, but I wasn't sure. I hadn't seen anything when I first dropped down, but I wasn't really looking though. At last, he found what he was looking for, the familiar sound of a match being struck against the wood of the ladder that led down into the hole filled the air along with bright light. He lit a lamp that stood on the far end of the wall away from me, illuminating the entire place. And there were two other lamps besides that were also lit and given to other people at the beginning and middle of the group of the people that Deb had come down with us. Deb, Jasper, and I took up the rear. The group began to move almost in tandem with each other, as if this had been rehearsed time and time again. We followed the group through the dark, wet cavern until we came to a fork in the path. Turn right, Jasper yelled out as quietly as he could. As the group began to turn to the right and follow that path, I looked at Jasper and asked him, What is this place? After we drove the native people from the land, we knew there would probably be retribution at some point, so we tried to create a safe place away from the main town where we could hide and hold up for a defense. So you picked an underground cavern as your last stand? Well, at least you wouldn't have to bury your dead. Jasper looked at me a little hurt, but quickly regained his composure. What would you suggest as a safe place? The same land they lived and breathed and worked on for hundreds of years? I got the point. Okay, but surely there was someplace better. I mean, you all had guns and ammo. Why didn't you just defend the hotel yourselves? That was the original plan, but the hotel got overrun. We had nowhere else to go but here. Did it work? The underground caverns, I mean. They served their purpose. They saved the lives of many of the townspeople. We stayed here for several days after the attack before we came up for air. We stored rations and bedding down here just in case they were ever needed. So we had plenty of canned food to last us a few days and warm places to sleep," he replied as we came to another fork in the path where it split into 3 different ways. Then, almost on cue as if they had prepared for this 100 times before, the group split in 3 smaller groups and each entered into one of the 3 tunnels. The front third of the group stayed straight and went into the middle tunnel. The middle of the group went to the far left, and the back of the group went into the far right. We traveled along for what seemed like half a mile before we came to a more open cavern that had been hewn to make it into a larger space. In the room towards the back was the aforementioned food crates and bedding. The cavern was so large and damp it gave me chills. No sooner had we entered the underground room did we hear a loud banging and crashing noise echoing throughout the halls and tunnels. It appeared that they had gotten in and were coming our way. As I stood there gazing through the dark as if I had x-ray vision and could see them long before they appeared, I heard scuffling behind me and the shucking of a shotgun. I quickly rolled around to see Jasper holding it out to me. I don't know how to use a gun. I've never used one in my life," I told him. "Don't matter. Look, I'll show you," he said as he turned me around to face the mouth of the tunnel. And placing his arms over me and the gun in my hands, he showed me how to load, aim, and shoot the gun. "If you think it's too far away to hit, just wait till it comes a little closer. This gun'll knock a huge hole in whatever you're shooting at."
"What if I don't want to shoot anyone? What if I can't?"
I asked as I pointed the gun at the floor. "Either you shoot or you die. Simple as that," he stated, while walking away to help the others. I stood there for a minute just staring at the gun.
I didn't want to use it. I didn't want to end someone's life. I didn't want to fight.
But I also didn't want to die that night in some underground tomb. I made the decision only to shoot if necessary, and only if there was no other way out. I turned to look behind me at the others, all preparing for a fight to the death. They had no qualms about fighting, so why did I? Soon we could hear a chanting in the distance. They had entered the tunnels. In a panic, I ran to the back wall of the room, while the others, preparing for the battle, stood in a line towards the middle of the room. Deb stood with me, a strange calm to her. She didn't have a gun. I guess the others hadn't given her one.
"Stay with me. I'll keep you safe,"
she told me. "Oh, please. You're the one that caused this to happen. Why do you care now?"
"I didn't realize the kind of person you were. You're different than all the others. I can't quite put my finger on it, but you are nonetheless."
"Oh, I'm sorry. Once this is over, I'll leave and never return. This won't ever happen again." I stayed silent, mulling her words over in my mind. Before I could speak to ask her the most obvious question, like why she had done this seemingly to me specifically, we heard screams and yelling from down the way. With every second that passed, we could hear them approaching closer and closer. I clutched the gun to my chest and tried to prepare for whatever was next. The sounds were coming closer, a deep guttural chanting from within the tunnels. With every heartbeat, my pulse quickened with the fear of the unknown. I had the gun clutched to my chest, fully loaded and ready to shoot. If only I had the courage to fight. I took a few steps forward and stood in the line of the townspeople. As I stood there, I looked down the line at Jasper, who stood there looking back at me. He gave me a nod and resumed his stance. All too soon, the band of warriors and kachinas came through the mouth of the tunnel. The warriors were large and frightening to behold. Armed with bows and arrows, spears and knives, they came at us, charging into the line. The kachinas weren't too far behind. As they came closer, they began to transform into what they represented. Some were great warriors. Others were giant animals with bared teeth, and some were gods come to life, all here to avenge their people from long ago. The townspeople charged then as I lagged behind. Never before had I fought in a battle. I wasn't prepared for what I watched before me. The townspeople charged the warriors and kachinas as the ground began to rumble and shake. There was blood and gore as the warriors mauled and shot arrows into the group. Everyone was yelling and screaming, some in pain and others in a battle cry. The warriors themselves were mere shadows of what they had probably once been, their bodies charred and broken. The smell of burnt flesh hung in the air wherever they stood. The kachinas were fearsome to behold. They came in all shapes and sizes, some small and some large. They were terrible in their wrath, and were 10 times stronger than a normal human. They looked as if they could lift a person up, break their bodies, and throw the corpse against the wall. I dodged and weaved where I could, avoiding the scuffle and staying out of the fray, until I came face to face with the largest kachina of them all, and I recognized him as the first doll that had fallen off of the shelf in the hotel. He was huge, standing at least 7 feet tall, wide and broad shoulders that spanned the length of my tiny frame. I felt like a dwarf in comparison to the mighty warrior. He held a spear in his right hand, long and straight, with the tip made of the hardest stone, sharp and pointed. He wore a terrible mask, and painted red, yellow, and white, with black accents that drove terror deep into my heart. I knew I wouldn't last in a fight with him. I didn't even stand a chance. I couldn't fight and I couldn't run, so I did the next best thing I could possibly think of. I surrendered. I laid down the gun at my feet and held my hands up in surrender. I then said the words that probably saved my life that night. I'm sorry, I said, maintaining my stance. I wish I could undo what has been done to your people, but I can't. It's not within my power to do so. But I promise as long as I live, I will pay my respects to those that were lost and continue to make sure nothing like this ever happens again. With that, the kachina paused and looked at me for a long moment, lowering its spear, no longer waiting to drive it deep within my heart. He backed up, and as he did so, he grew smaller and smaller, until he was no bigger than the doll that fell from the shelf and stopped moving. At that time, I began to notice all around me that the other kachinas did the same. The warriors stopped fighting also, and stood back as a strong wind coursed through the tunnels, blowing away the warriors like ash till there was nothing left. The battle was over, with nothing left behind but the kachina dolls that sat on the floor. A confused muttering began amongst the townspeople. As they looked confused back and forth from one another, I saw Jasper come forward from where he had been fighting, looking every bit as confused as the others. Well, that's never happened before, he said, looking at the ground where the kachina doll sat. In the back of the room, I heard Deb chime in. That's because no one ever apologized before. Ever. What do you mean, apologized? Jasper asked. Everyone has always fought against my people, and for over 200 years on the anniversary of the night raid, no one has ever done anything but fight. She just apologized for all those years and everything that had been done. No one has ever done that before. The spirits accepted her apology and her humility. Well, if your people didn't come to curse the town again and again every year, we would have never had to fight, Jasper said as he raised his voice. And if your people hadn't kept always repeating the same mistakes, we wouldn't have to keep teaching you the same lesson, Deb responded in kind. Enough, you two, I yelled. It doesn't matter who did what. The only thing that matters is coming to an agreement and making a better way forward. They both looked solemn yet stern, but both had to admit I was right. The night of the raid on the native peoples, the white settlers were in the wrong. The night of the raid on the townspeople, when they cursed the town, the Pueblo peoples had been in the wrong. While one side took what didn't belong to them, and the other understandably sought retribution for what had been done, both sides had caused permanent damage that couldn't be undone, and that led to both sides becoming the bitterest of foes. No one side was in the right, but they could set aside their differences and reach a parley. Why no one had thought of this sooner seemed ridiculous to me. After everyone had regained their bearings, we began to take count of those left. To my surprise, despite the obvious bloodshed, everyone was still alive and only a little worse for wear. We gathered up the injured and helped them walk out of the tunnels, while the rest of the townspeople stayed behind to clean up and place the guns back where they belonged. As we came to the second fork where all three tunnels divulged together, we met up with the other townspeople. They were as bloodied and disheveled as I'm sure the rest of us were, looking pretty rough, I imagined. We all walked to where all first came through and climbed the ladder up to the post office. Once inside, I could see the light of dawn shining through the front windows, drowning out the artificial light of the bulbs that dangled from the ceiling. Once we were all inside, we proceeded to the front of the building and turned behind to assess the damage. The door in the front had been completely torn off its hinges, and scattered shards of wood lay everywhere within. It looked as though a large battering ram had come through the door. The place was a total mess. The windows were broken and every item lay strewn about the room. Nothing was in its place by the looks of it, and it would take a good while to clean and repair all the damage. Exhausted and weary, I sought to leave the post office to return to the hotel to assess the damage that had been done there. I silently, just as everyone else, stepped over the threshold and the shattered door into the light of the morning sunrise. We had all lived to see another day, and for that I was grateful. As I stepped into the dawn, I took a deep breath of fresh air as I turned to look at the others. They came one by one into the light, and before my eyes vanished into a fine mist as if they had never been there at all. I was shocked. The only one who didn't disappear before my eyes was Jasper. He remained on the front porch, leaned up against the poles that held it up. New day dawning. You ladies get back to the hotel, are you hear? Jasper said as he cocked his head back with a little flick. Get some rest now. As we headed back to the hotel, we saw the many footprints in the earth where the dead and the Kachinas had walked. Deb and I walked silently side by side as we went, neither of us speaking a word. Once we reached the door of the hotel, I was shocked by the damage. The windows looked as if they had exploded outward into the street. The door, much like the one at the post office, was barely hanging from its hinges, shattered and shredded. Inside, there were shards of broken vases strewn all over the floor. There were chairs flung into the walls, broken and battered, and there were items from the counter flung haphazardly all over the place. Oh my goodness, what did they do to the hotel? It's ruined. The hotel had been but a casualty in the rampage of the night before. It was going to take me a century to clean and refurbish the place. I felt responsible for the hotel's marring because everything happened on my watch. What was I going to do? I didn't even have the number of the owners, Mary and Martha. So many questions without answers ran through my head, until finally, a question popped up to the surface that I needed to have answered. As I turned around in the lobby to face Deb, who was solemnly looking around the room, I finally found the words to ask my question. Deb? Yeah? In the tunnels, you and Jasper both said this had been a yearly occurrence for over 200 years. Why? Well, Deb began, as she walked to the stairs and sat down on them. Long ago, after the town and hotel had been built, when the night raid by my people had happened, there was so much that went on that night. The townspeople were fast asleep and my people saw the opportunity to strike. So they did. Yeah, I saw that in a dream I had. They came and attacked the town, but they cursed it as well. What even was the curse? I asked, sitting beside her on the stairs. Deb looked surprised for a moment when I told her that I had seen something in a dream, but she quickly shook her head, as if she had shaken off a thought and continued. The curse that my people placed on the town wasn't complete. It had two parts. They intended to enact a curse that would keep the townspeople trapped in the town and on the land they stole for all of eternity, damning their souls to reside in a permanent limbo of sorts. They could die, but their spirits could never leave the town. The second half of the curse was to keep them trapped for all time in a certain time period, but before they could finish casting the curse, they were interrupted. By who or what I didn't know, but for some reason things went awry. The town is tied to the land, but if you can figure out how, you can travel backwards or forwards in time, because time is relative within the town. Like how I did with Mr. Elberton. Yeah, just like that. But you have to be careful, because you can never come back to the same moment in time as when you left. That explains a lot, I said, when suddenly a thought hit me so hard. The townspeople are they all dead? Yes, they died long ago in the night of the raid. No one survived except those living in the hotel. After that night, the hotel began to have a series of caretakers, all of which weren't a part of the town originally, but had entered into it at some point. Every year, a member of my tribe would come to the hotel around the anniversary of the night raid to see if the hearts of the townspeople had changed or if the caretaker cared about what had been done. But until you, no one did. So that's what you meant about me. Yeah. As we sat there, I understood more of why things had gone down the way they had. I was grateful for the mercy of the ancient spirits and the warriors, as well as from Deb. Maybe now, we could move forward and begin to heal the wounds of the past. I hoped we could at least. Either way, I decided the best place to start would be to clean up the hotel. We were going to have more visitors soon, and we needed to be ready. So as I stood up from the stairs and walked over to the cleaning closet behind the desk, Deb rose as well. I came back with 2 brooms and handed her one. Maybe we could begin by cleaning the hotel together. So, after about 2 weeks of cleaning, restoration, and some minor repairs, we finally got the hotel back in order. I was thankful for Deb's help and company. It helped ease the workload and kept me from being lonely. I hadn't noticed until then how lonely I had been at the hotel and in the town, mainly for friendly company. I loved my old job for its ever-present companionship from coworkers, and I wondered why the owners, Mary and Martha, had only ever hired one caretaker at a time, especially given that at any one time the job could easily capture the attention of 3 or 4 people. At any rate, I came to look forward to the various guests that would drop by, or the visits I would get from the townspeople. The morning after everything was finished, Deb came down the stairs, luggage in tow, and a cheerful-looking Wally on her shoulder. At last it came time for her to leave us at the Hotel Bella Muerte, and, to be honest, despite our differences and all that had transpired between us, I was sad to see her go. In the 2 weeks after the yearly night raid, we had become quite close. We spoke often of times long past, and she shared all the information on the town and hotel that she knew. It gave me clarity and a new focus. If I was going to be stuck for the rest of my life in a haunted and mysterious town, I was going to make the most of it. She and I said our goodbyes and she left, closing the door behind her, making the ever-silent hotel seem even more daunting. As I stood there just past the threshold, staring towards the recently closed door, I heard a sound coming from upstairs. The sound of someone or something muttering began to tumble down the stairs from up above. I was curious to see what it was, thinking it could maybe be our residential Jesus, but wanted to check just to make sure. As I walked up the stairs, it seemed like the sound kept moving away from me rather than getting closer. Strange that I hadn't found the source of the sound yet. I was hoping to find it soon because it was repetitive and slightly annoying. but as soon as I would come close to where I thought the sound was, it would flee before me unseen and go back into another part of the hotel. At last, I thought I had it cornered in room number 11, but it quickly jumped to room number 12 across the hall. Not to be one undone by a phantom sound, I dashed across the hall and thrust open the door in a flash, only to see something I had never seen before. In the room was, of course, the normal things you would hope to see in a hotel: a bed, a small sitting area, and a bathroom. As I entered the room, I walked in to see nothing. Not a single, solitary soul. That was when the sound started up again, except this time it was in the bathroom. I quickly proceeded to enter the room, and that's when I found the source of the sound. There, in the bathtub, at the very bottom was an orb. A shiny, glowing, floating, bluish orb. I wasn't sure what it was, so I didn't touch it in case it could bite me. After standing there a minute, I was able to distinguish the sound of a small child, perhaps even an infant's babbling, cooing, and crying. After a few more moments, I grabbed the plunger from beside the toilet and gave it a quick poke. It was a solid mass that moved as I pushed it, about half a foot in diameter and equally round, wavering and wobbling like a bubble would. At my touch, it seemed offended, just as I'm sure I would have been if someone had pushed into me with a toilet plunger, and it fled from me down the drain, crying out as it went. I could then hear its mumbled and muttered sound going through the hotel once again. Great, I thought. Now we have a bathtub pipe ghost. Just when I think everything is getting back to normal, I'm hit with this. Not knowing anything about plumbing, I decided to seek out the help of our residential handyman, Jasper Moon, hoping he could do something about the bathtub ghost. Over the past 2 weeks, Jasper had been almost indispensable. After the raid happened, he helped fix up most of the town. As it turned out, he was very handy with a wrench, a screwdriver, and a hammer. I got to know him a little better during that time, and honestly, he was almost likable. Almost. He had a certain way about him that made you feel safe and protected, even if he could be a jerk. I didn't mind, though, when I saw the quick progress he made in the restoration of the hotel. I made my way down to the first floor, out the front door, and headed for the post. Once there, I knocked on the door before entering and heard Jasper call out, "It's open." I walked in, taking note of how good the new door looked, especially in comparison to the rest of the place, and entered. "Hi, Jasper. How are you today?" "Doing just fine. And you?" "Well, I got a problem," I told him, coming closer to where he was in the back of the room, sitting in the rocking chair. You always seem to, don't you?" he retorted with a chuckle. "Not always. Well, maybe some of the time. Anyways, I got a pipe ghost." What?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Pipe ghost in the bathtub in room number 12, I said, now fully aware how strange what I had just told him sounded. And what did this pipe ghost do? Did it yell boo at you?" "No, it just cried and babbled like a baby or some small child," I said as I crossed my arms defensively. I know what you mean now. What you just described is actually the spirit of an unborn baby. Since it never had a body at the time of the raid, it can't take a form other than an orb. I've seen a few before. Never stuck in a bathtub pipe, though. I'll take care of it. Just give me a few." Great. Thank you," I replied, before I realized what I said. "Was that a thank you I heard?" No," I said, turning on my heel, walking away before he could tease me further, leaving the key to room number 12 on the table as I went. I decided to walk around the town then, thinking of visiting the only buildings left in the town that I hadn't already seen. I came to the pharmacy, and as I stood before it, I became curious as to what the building held. I entered with a ding above me. There, on the other side of the room, spanning the entire length, was a counter with hundreds of jars lining the shelves behind it containing various herbs and roots of plants. I had never seen an old-timey pharmacy before, and it piqued my interest. On the other side of the store were all types of candies, anything from mints to licorice to chocolate and hard candy. I loved the look of the place. It was very inviting. On the counter sat a bell. Interested to meet who ran the place, I rang it. In seconds, an older man, probably around the age of 70 if I didn't know any better, came from a back room. He had a cheery, wrinkled smile that was very charming, long white and gray hair, and a creamy complexion that was dotted with liver spots. He wore the appropriate time period clothing, a pair of slacks and a plaid shirt with an apron sitting over it. He looked kind as he walked up with a slight limp. I stood at the corner as he came up slowly, waiting to greet him. That's when I recognized him as one of the townspeople that had stood with us in the line during the raid. "Good day, ma'am. How can I help you today?" he asked politely. "I'm wonderful. I just came to say hi and introduce myself to you. Now that things are settled at the hotel, my name's Autumn Winters." "Nice to finally properly meet you, Miss Winters. I'm Mr. Joseph Hurd. I was hoping you would stop by my shop one day," he said with a cheery voice. "I'm sorry it's taken so long. I would have been by sooner to return a few pill bottles, but I'm afraid they got lost during the raid. I wish I could still give them to you." "It's of no consequence. I can make more for whoever they belong to. I'm just happy to finally meet the new caretaker." "Well, I'm happy to meet you as well. I always wanted to see what an old pharmacy looked like, and I must say, it doesn't disappoint." "I'm glad you like it, but I'm afraid I have a lot to do at the moment and I gotta get back to my work. I hope you don't mind. Otherwise, I would invite you in for some tea and chat a little further," he said as he looked up at me with a sorry look on his face. "Oh, that's perfectly fine. I should probably be getting back to the hotel myself. I'll hopefully be able to stop by when we both aren't so busy one day, and I'll take you up on that tea offer," I said, smiling. He smiled back and told me, "You have a great day, Miss Winters, and be sure to get a piece of candy on the way out. All the kids used to call me the Candy Man." With that, he turned to go back into the back room, leaving me alone once again in the store. I walked the various aisles looking at the different types of candy before making my selection. I finally decided on a peppermint stick the length of my hand and took it from the jar it sat in. It had been so long since I had had any candy. I began to lick it immediately, enjoying the sweet flavor and the minty aftertaste. I loved peppermint. It had to be my favorite candy over all others. Simple, but good nonetheless. I continued to suck on the hard candy as I left the pharmacy on my way back to the hotel. As I stood before the hotel, I became aware that suddenly I felt funny. Not bad, just funny. I began to walk a little slower, trying to determine what it was that was making me feel so strange. That's when I spat the candy out onto the sandy earth. The candy! I had forgotten the rules once again. Rule number 130. Never take candy from the pharmacist. I was instantly worried, especially after the stamp incident. I quickly made my way back into the hotel in case I needed to lie down. Once inside, I heard a banging noise coming from upstairs. I walked up the steps, still feeling strange, and made my way towards the newest sound. I found Jasper in room number 12, banging on the pipes underneath the sink with a wrench. "I think I've almost got it to come out," he stated as he continued banging. "Jasper? What now?" he asked, looking at the worried look on my face. "So, I may or may not have taken and started eating candy from the pharmacist. What happens now?" "Oh my God, you didn't. Well, I don't think you're gonna like what happens next." What happens?" I asked, fear creeping up in my voice. He took a deep breath in and started. "You're not gonna like it, but unfortunately, you're gonna grow a tail and antlers." As he said that, a mischievous smile played on his face, and I knew he was just kidding. I swatted at him and said, "Not as big as the bump on your head that you're gonna get from me." He chuckled and went on to say, "Oh, nothing bad's gonna happen. You'll just see things that aren't there for a little while." I looked at him long and hard to see if I could tell he was kidding or not, but I couldn't see any evidence that he was. Oh, great. I'm going to be seeing pink elephants. Not quite. The things you'll see are real, or at least were. You'll just see events that happened unfold. Well, at any rate, I think I'll go to my room for a while and just wait for things to happen then, I responded, turning from the doorway of the bathroom and heading to my room. I sat down on the edge of my bed and kicking my shoes off. I figured if I was going to be seeing things, I might as well get comfortable, so I laid down on the bed and got settled. I made a mental note to rewrite all the rules I could remember later, since the original letter I had got destroyed in the raid. I figured I could even add a few of my own. In only a few moments, I had closed my eyes, and right about the time I started to drift off to sleep, I heard a woman scream. My eyes shot open, and I glanced around the room to see if I could see where the scream had come from, but I saw nothing. After a few minutes of not hearing anything, I started to settle back down into the bed. I once again closed my eyes, when suddenly, I heard the scream once again. I shot up in the bed, just in time to see someone run into the room. It was a woman dressed in a flowing white nightgown. I stared for a few moments at her before I recognized her. Her black hair was down and fell just below her waist. Her brown eyes were filled with fear, and her tan hands were shaking. The raid had begun in the hotel, and she came hurriedly over to the edge of the bed, standing at the foot of it as I watched two identical twin girls run towards her into her arms. It was Rosa Bennett. She quickly hurried the girls from the room, and I got up from the bed and followed. They hurried down the hall, and passing by the open door to room number 15, and headed to the dining room with Mr. Bennett not far behind. Mr. Bennett and Rosa both quickly blocked off the door to the dining room using whatever they could, tables, chairs, and dinner carts. Once the door was blocked, they huddled in the far corner of the room, the whole family together behind a tipped-over table. Mr. Bennett had a rifle ready to go, propped atop the corner of the table. Rosa held the little girls as tears streamed down the three of their faces. That was when I saw a sudden change in Rosa's face, like an idea had hit her harder than a freight train. She jumped up from the floor and ran to the kitchen and came back with jars and jars of spices and herbs. She sat on the floor making a ring of salt around her. She burned various herbs and spices in the center and spread the ashes on the salt as she began to speak phrases in Latin. The room began to shake, and the walls grumbled under the strain of the overwhelming pressure that settled in the room. Her voice began to echo and grow louder with every passing second. Finally, she slid her hand, blood pouring out into the middle of the circle. Then, as soon as the rumbling began, it stopped. In its place, a sudden yellow glow illuminated the room from the center of the circle and expanded ever outward, through the walls and out of the hotel, throughout the entire town and surrounding land before petering out and disappearing. Whatever she did stopped the raid from continuing upon the hotel. The dead could no longer enter. My hallucination faded then, and I blinked a couple of times before I was seeing things as they were currently. The tables and chairs had all gone back to what they had been before, and the dinner carts were once again lined against the walls. Everything looked normal. I tried to shake off what I had just seen, though I was very curious to find out what the spell she had cast was. I figured if anyone knew, it might be the librarian. I made up my mind to go to the library, feeling much better now, and find out if she knew what Rosa had done that night. Once at the library, I entered into the room. I loved the smell of books and the way their pages bent and crinkled. Libraries always felt like home to me, even if the librarian scared the crap out of me. I walked up to the librarian's desk and waited for her to look up. It only took a few moments before she did so, and when she finally did, she had a look of annoyance on her face. "Can I help you?" she asked incredulously. Hi, I'm looking for a letter that was sent to Miss Rosa Bennett by her grandmother. Can you please tell me if there is a record or copy of the letter here?" I asked politely. "You're looking for her letter?" she asked questioningly. "Well, yeah. I was hoping I could read it to find out some information on the hotel." She continued to look at me for a few minutes before answering. "If you go upstairs, right-hand side, in the town records section, you can find the letter in a locked glass cabinet in the binder of hotel records. Here's the key," she said as she opened a drawer in the desk and pulled out a shiny skeleton key. "I have to warn you, though, no one has ever been able to read it. It's entirely in Spanish and Latin." "Thanks." I started up the right staircase. Entering the records section of the library, I saw the glass case the librarian had talked about. I hurried over and put the key into the lock. And turning it, the door to the case wouldn't budge for a moment, but quickly gave way. I opened it with a squeak, and peering inside of the giant binder. I carefully pulled it out and walked over to one of the tables and pulled out a chair as I laid the binder on the table. As I opened it, it made that crinkling sound I loved, and it smelled old. Being made of leather, red in color, with ornate patterning on the front. It looked beautiful. The records the red binder held were all types. Everything from records of the people that stayed at the hotel, to little warning notes about the hotel and even daily logs about the happenings of the hotel. The binder held so much. In the very front of the binder was the letter, just as the librarian said, written all in Spanish. Thankfully, I had become quite proficient in Spanish in high school, and living where I did, I was able to stay fluent in the language. I began to read the letter. The first half of the letter was just Rosa's grandmother writing and sharing all that had happened in her last correspondence. Towards the middle, however, was where she started detailing the various spells and curses that Rosa could use. They ranged from the mundane to the extraordinary, most in Spanish and a few in Latin. I read through all of them that I could, but none of them were like the protection spell Rosa told me she used in the vision I had. I flipped through the various pages. There were quite a few, and on the last page towards the bottom was one particular spell written in Latin. It was long and had many ingredients used in it. Being as long as it was, and recognizing some of the words as being the ones Rosa had spoken in my hallucination, I was sure the spell was the one. After sitting for a moment and thinking of anybody in the town that could translate, I finally settled on Mr. Hurd. Being the pharmacist, I was sure he had to know some Latin. I closed the door to the cabinet, noticing then that there were over a dozen other cabinets with binders in them all around the room. I then walked downstairs with the binder. I stopped by the desk to ask the librarian if I could borrow the binder, but she was gone to lunch, a note sitting on the top counter. It read, "Gone to lunch, and be back in a few. If you need to borrow the binder, go ahead. Just make sure to bring it back in 2 weeks. Miss Wilma Brown." After I left the library, I headed straight for the pharmacy, hoping the pharmacist would be able to help me. I entered the store and saw Mr. Hurd standing at the counter, mixing what I assumed was drugs together. "Mr. Hurd, do you have a moment? I need to ask you something." He turned around and smiled. Of course. Please, come on over. What can I help you with?" I walked up the counter and asked, "Do you by any chance speak Latin?" He looked up at me as his face lit up. Yeah, I do. I had to learn it in school long ago. I'm a little rusty, though, I gotta warn you." "Rusty is better than nothing. Can you translate this last page for me? Or at least tell me the gist of what it says?" "Of course, it would be my honor," he replied. I handed over the letter and flipped to the back page. As he stood there a moment, trying to decipher the words, he suddenly got a funny expression on his face. "What sort of letter is this?" "It's a letter between Rosa Bennett and her grandmother. She cast a spell the night of the first night raid by the villagers. I need to know what it says. Can you tell me?" "Well, yeah, but..." "But what?" I said as I tried to draw it out of him. "You aren't gonna like what it says." "So you can read it?" "Yeah. It's basically a protection spell, but it has its drawbacks. The spell itself offers the ultimate protection over the ones it's cast over. However, there's a catch." "What do you mean, catch?" I asked, trying to push him to get to the point. "The catch is that once enacted, you had to sacrifice your future generations. At least one person per generation, to forever be bound to the place you cast the safety net over. Whether that be a house, a business." He trailed off. "A hotel?" I asked. "Yeah, even a hotel. And it seems that was what she did," he finished telling me. I had a lot to think about. What the spell meant, what had bound Rosa's descendants to the hotel, and what all that had to do with the town. "Thank you, Mr. Hurd. I really appreciate your time in translating the letter. I hope that you have a good day." He handed the letter back to me as I placed it into the binder. "I hope that helps you. You have a wonderful day as well." I walked out of the pharmacy and headed back to the hotel. Once I walked into the lobby, I was greeted by an unfamiliar sight. Standing there in the lobby, dressed all in red, was a new visitor. Standing in the lobby was the lady in red. She turned to look at me as I stood there, a smile emerging on her face. Here in the bright light of the day as it strewn in from the windows, illuminating her dress and sending a warm red glow around the room, she looked more beautiful than ever. Before, in the dimly lit dining room the first night I saw her, her dress seemed to match the year 1856. But now that I could see her fully, it looked more akin to a dress set in the early 1900s. This confused me further about her, not knowing where, or rather, when she came from. All I knew at the time was that she was somehow linked to the town. "Miss Winters, it is good to see you. I told you it would be sooner than later." "It's good to see you as well. How may I help you today at the Hotel Bella Muerte?" "Oh, I'd like a room, please. Anyone will do." I crossed the floor and went behind the desk. "What name should I put on your door plate?" "Just put Lily Bennett, dear." My eyes shot up from where I had begun to write her name down into the logbook. "Excuse me, did you just say Lily Bennett?" "I certainly did. Lily Bennett," she repeated. I was curious at this point and decided to push my luck. "You aren't by any chance related to the Bennetts who built and own this hotel, are you?" "Why, yes I am. I'm the great-granddaughter of Rosa and John Bennett," she answered proudly. I don't understand. If you are the great-granddaughter of the original Bennetts, how do you have their last name? They only had 2 daughters." "How do you know they only had 2 children?" she said with a mischievous smile. "Well, the picture upstairs only had Mary and Martha in it." "Are you saying that they had more children after them?" I asked, now very confused. "I didn't say that, dear. They had 2 children before them, another set of twins named William and Wesley Bennett." "Where were they then? I've never seen a picture of them," I asked, hoping I wasn't wrong.
They were already grown by the time their parents and youngest sisters decided to come out west, and they stayed back east and continued to run their father's business.
I see. And you're which one's granddaughter?
I'm Wesley's granddaughter. My father was his son.
That's very interesting. I didn't know that, I said as I continued to fill out her name card. Did you ever have any children? She let out a loud laugh that rang out through the entire hotel, melodious in sound.
Oh, heavens no. I was too busy being the caretaker of the hotel.
I paused a moment, thinking I hadn't heard her right. You were a caretaker of the hotel?
Why, yes. I took care of the hotel for years before I figured out how to time hop. I never had time to have children after that.
How were you the caretaker if the brothers stayed back east?
Well, I came out west, silly. Listen, we have a lot to talk about and a lot to catch up on, but for right now, I'm tired from my journey and would like to rest.
Well, then, follow me and I'll get you settled in room number 12. There's no longer any pipe ghosts in that room currently, so don't worry. We then went up the stairs as I took her to her room. I had picked up her luggage on the way up and was surprised by how heavy it was. It felt like she was carrying a ton of rocks in them. I tried to handle them carefully as we went down the hallways. I was grateful when we finally reached her room. I unlocked her door and set her luggage just inside. She thanked me, and I headed down to the lobby as she got settled. I was still confused from all the thoughts fighting to take precedence in my mind. Not only did I just find out that the lady in red was a Bennett, but that she was also a former caretaker of the hotel that knew how to time jump. It made me wonder how many other former caretakers there were like this. I also had a lot to think about with the letter I had just gotten translated. What did the curse truly mean? And was there a way to break it if so? As I walked down the hallways on my way to the lobby, I reflected on these things, hardly being able to wait for Miss Lily to wake up to ask her all of my questions. Once in the lobby, I noticed something that Lily had dropped. It was a small, engraved locket. At first, I thought it was mine because they looked just alike. I opened hers to reveal an old black and white photo of two people, arguably a husband and wife, standing in front of a building. On the other side of the locket was another photo, black and white as well, of another couple. If it wasn't for the photos, I would have certainly thought it was mine. I held mine up that I was wearing for comparison. Both were solid, polished gold lockets, with roses engraved on the front and a saying on the back reading, "I love you" on hers and "to the moon and back" on mine. This became a conundrum for me. If this locket wasn't mine, and if the locket was hers, why were they so similar? I suddenly looked up from the lockets when I heard a loud sound from outside. I ran to check it out, wondering what could possibly have made such a loud noise. Once at the window, I could see exactly what. It was Mr. Wilkins. Now, Mr. Wilkins was a strange character. He always toted a gun on his shoulder and a bottle of booze in the other hand. He was perpetually drunk and smelled like a distillery, and he looked like he hadn't bathed once in the entire 2+ centuries since the town's founding. He was hard to look at and harder to understand because he was constantly slurring his words. The first time I had met him, he was drunk off his ass sitting in a water trough at the edge of town near the gas station. It was the closest thing to a bath as he ever got. The next time I saw him, he was passed out on top of the post office roof, snoring the shingles off, and Jasper trying to poke him with a broom handle to get him the hell off his roof. The last time I'd seen him, he had decided to eat a lot of candy from the pharmacy, which I now know makes you hallucinate and chase fake butterflies while stumbling around town, running into buildings and such. This time, it appeared that he was shooting a rifle into the center of town at something. What I didn't know, and yelling profanities and harbingers of great doom. I was about to go outside when he shot again, this time the bullet going through the library window. I watched on as a librarian came outside, squawking and shrieking at him and chasing him all over the street. It was quite comedic to see. After a while of sitting and relaxing in the lobby, I heard someone come down the stairs. I turned to see who it was and saw Lily coming down. She had changed her dress, though still red in color, into a floral print that suited her well. I couldn't imagine her in anything but red. She smiled at me as she came down the stairs. I retrieved the locket and handed it out to her. "I think you may have lost this," I told her. "Oh, my stars, I'm so glad you found it. I looked everywhere for it in my room. I'm surprised I didn't feel it slip off." "Can I ask you a question? About the locket, I mean." "Of course. Do you like it?" "I love it. Where did you get it from?" I replied, having hidden my own under my shirt. "It was given to me as a present by my great-aunt Mary. Their father had a locket set made for the twins when they were little. When I knew them, they were quite old, but they loved to give presents," she said as she placed the locket back around her neck. Before I could ask her any further questions about the locket, we heard a door slam from upstairs. We both looked at each other and moved towards the stairs to see what had caused the sound. Right about the time we both reached the stairs, more doors began to open and slam shut, one at a time, starting from one end of the hall to the other. This had become a nearly regular occurrence. It was as if a ghost didn't like my being here at the hotel and wanted to make their frustrations known. I looked back at Miss Lily. Her face said that she was somewhere between knowing what had made the sound, but yet not knowing why. "What is that? What keeps doing it? It's happened frequently over the last 2.5 weeks." "I'm not sure," she said hesitantly. "Did this ever happen with you?" I continued, hoping she'd reveal more. "A couple of times, yes, but never like this," she told me as she turned from the staircase back towards the lobby as she continued on to the sitting room. I followed her and thought to ask, "What can you tell me about this hotel? There's so much that I already know, but at the same time, so many things I don't." "It's simple for the most part, depending on the situation. The normal duties are easy to learn. It's the supernatural things that make the job unpredictable. I found, though, that there are many loopholes and ways to get around much of it. I could write you a list of things that detail what all to do in certain situations if you like." I wasn't about to pass up on this offer. "Yeah, please, I would love that, especially since I lost the first one." I ran to grab some paper from the desk in the lobby and came back to where she sat. Over the next few hours, we sat and talked, and she shared much of her first-hand knowledge of the hotel, as she wrote for me a new list of rules and tips to keep the hotel running. It turns out, there were a lot of things that could be changed about the town and hotel. I had the power and finances to change the decor of the hotel as I wished and erect new buildings in the town. The only catch was, I had to have everything built from materials placed just inside the town line without sucking a new person into the town. It was a difficult task, but not an impossible one. Knowing this, I got excited because the town had been in such disrepair, but knowing I could improve it gave me great satisfaction. She also told me that the dolls in the doll room were made in likeness of the past caretakers. When the caretakers died, their souls were bound to the town, and instead of having too many at any given time, their souls were chased into the dolls to keep them safe and sound and from tripping over one another. I thought that made sense. It also explained why there were no other caretakers around except for me and Lily. The doll I found outside my door was actually one of the more practical jokers of the crowd. That made me feel a little better about them, but saddened as well. They meant no harm to me or the tenants of the hotel, but they were also trapped in that room day in and day out. It just wasn't fair. I decided that I would no longer, unless I had a resident at the hotel, face them to the walls at night, but instead give them free rein over the hotel at night. even if the thought of walking, talking dolls still gave me the heebie-jeebies. I learned too that Mr. Elberton was also a former caretaker like Lily, who gave up the caretaking life to time travel. I thought that was fitting, as he seemed the type of person never able to sit still in one place for too long. I asked Lily how they were able to time jump, but she refused to tell me. Her reason being that once you start, you can't stop, since you can never go back to the exact same time as you left. Only Mr. Elberton knew how to come close. I got lucky and only wound up being a few minutes shy of the time I left when I returned. The sun began to set in the distance, and we both decided to retire for the night. I wasn't yet ready to go to bed, so I decided that I would read my new list of rules. The first 10 rules were as follows. Rule number 1. The unborn ghosts can be caught with a net. Just catch them and release them outside. Rule number 2. Don't ever accept a drink from Mr. Wilkins. Rule number 3. Leave the spiders in the cellar out back alone. 4. Never plant beans on a full moon. 5. Always accept the pie from Miss Millie. Just be sure to never eat it. 6. Don't go to the gas station at night. Weird things happen there. 7. If you meet someone named William Walker, don't take him up on the offer of a horseback ride. Number 8. Don't ever fall into Mr. Bell's trap. Number 9. Never walk outside after dusk. And rule number 10. And above all things, never insult the librarian. There were several other rules. These were just the first 10. The rules were simple enough, and this time they were given to me by someone I trusted, even though I only met her twice. She seemed trustworthy enough. I, at least, had no reason to distrust her. I tried to keep in mind what she had told me that day, making my way to the bathroom to do my nightly routine, and trying to keep everything straight. Once finished, I jumped into bed and snuggled in. I fell fast asleep in minutes, only to be rudely awakened by a knocking on my door. I got up to investigate and see who it was. At my door was the strangest thing by far, something I think I'll never truly get used to. Nothing. Whenever there was nothing present to have made a sound or bump in the night, it always freaked me out more than if there had been something there. I leaned out my door and looked down the hall. Nothing. I stepped out into the hall, and that's when I saw it. A dark figure perched between the corner of the ceiling and the wall to my right at the end of the hall. Entirely black, it sat there, with only the whites of his eyes showing, a Cheshire cat grin growing on its face with sharpened white teeth as it turned its head to the side to get a better look at me. I screamed out, completely petrified by the sight before me. Being in the very presence of the entity felt oppressive and dark, like great evil exuded from it. I heard a door swing open, and out of the corner of my eye, saw Miss Lily come running down the hall. She grabbed my arm and dragged me down the hall with her. Almost on cue, the phantom being leaped from its perch following after, and coming after us almost faster than we could run. As we came to her door, she slammed it shut as the entity bashed against it. She cried out for help, and I ran to her aid. Between the two of us, we were just barely able to shut the door and lock it. Out of breath, we sank to the floor as the banging and scratching continued on the other side of the door. What was that? I asked, my chest still heaving. Did you forget to lock the front doors? I paused to think. Yeah, I think I did. It's one of the evil spirits that lives on the land. It was called when the native people placed the curse on the town. Anywhere there is a lot of pain or suffering, they come at night, in the dark, where the sun can't touch them. So that was what they and them referred to in the list. And then I thought to ask, what do we do? Is there a way to get rid of them? Right then, there was a second one at the window. It looked the same as the first one, only this one had an even wider smile. It tapped at the window as Lily spoke. "There's nothing we can do but wait it out till the morning. They leave then." "Won't they get inside before then?" "No, they have to be invited in through woods or an open door. They can't reach us in here, but they will try everything they can to enter. They can speak with voices not their own, voices that sound like friends and family members. They can even shapeshift into more pleasant forms. That's why the door to the hotel is locked for the night and not open till morning," she said, moving from the floor to the window and closing the curtains on the now furious beast. Let us in, little piggies," the voice hissed from the other side of the door. "We want to come in." Yeah, neither of us were about to do that. We stood our ground on our side of the door, not moving or talking. Then we heard a voice we recognized from the outside, just down below the hotel. "Help me, dear God, someone, please help me," the voice yelled in mixed fear and pain. It was Jasper. I turned to the window to open it, but Lily stopped me just in time before I had the chance to undo the latch. "No, don't do that. It'll get inside," she whispered. But Jasper needs help," I whispered back, urgency growing in my voice. "That isn't Jasper, that's them. They speak with voices others remember," she replied, pulling me to the center of the room. "The best thing we can do is stay put, no matter what we think we hear." Why are they doing this? They always have. It's just part of the stupid curse those horrible Indians placed on us. I wish they had shot them all and none of this would have ever happened," she replied, as I tried to ignore the blatant hatred towards the people of the land. I plopped down then on the couch in the room, sighing deeply. This was going to be a long night and I wasn't sure I was prepared for it. We continued to sit there till dawn, listening to the creatures that now had to number at least 8, take on voices of the people we knew and had known, trying to get us to open the door or windows. We could hear them pacing the halls and growling and mumbling, practicing their words with different inflections, tearing apart the hotel and breaking things. Come dawn, we were exhausted and our nerves were shot. We sat there till we were sure that they were gone before we opened the door. We looked into the halls and up to the ceiling and saw nothing. We had made it. I thanked her for saving me and headed back to my room. I decided to go back to bed to finally get some rest. I could pick up and clean the hotel later. Right now, all I needed was a good, long sleep. But, of course, just as I fell asleep, I heard the sound of a gun going off in the distance. Sounded like Mr. Williams was up and ready to face the day. I didn't wake for the rest of that day. I didn't wake up that night either. I slept through and woke up the next day. Thankfully, in my absence, Lily had taken care of things for me, cleaning up after the creatures and taking care of the nightly routine. When I finally awoke, the room was bright and sunny and I felt 100% better from the rest. I looked at the clock that read 12 p.m. I was shocked that I had slept for so long, but I guess my body needed it. I got up from bed and dressed in a red t-shirt with a pair of ripped jeans and a faded jean jacket, along with my favorite sneakers. I decided against applying makeup because I wanted to explore the town more, and given that there was nothing better to do. I made my way downstairs. As I did so, I happened to look at the picture just outside my room, the one that had always made me feel uneasy. I looked closer at it and for the first time noticed the 2 gold lockets hanging around the twin necks. I looked at how beautiful they were and wondered if somehow I wound up with the other locket in the set. There was a 3rd locket I noticed as well that hung around Rose's neck. It looked eerily similar, So, there are 3 lockets. Very interesting. I pried myself away from the painting and walked downstairs to find Lily in the sitting room.
"How are you, sleepyhead? You get enough rest?"
she teased. "Only a little." I played along.
"Well, now that you are ready to face the day, what do you plan on doing? I do admit that it does get quite boring here, especially since this is a ghost town and hardly anyone knows of its existence,"
she said as she turned the page of the old newspaper that she had found who knows where. I was about to answer her when I noticed that on the front page of the paper was a picture of the town in its heyday. It was beautiful and there were so many buildings. I quickly got an idea that refused to leave my mind. I wanted to rebuild the town. I had all the time in the world, a whole near empty town at my disposal, and enough money from my own funds. My yearly salary had more than doubled, remember, to support the rebuilding. It was a perfect idea. I quickly broached the subject with Lily, projecting my idea to her. "Lily," I started, "what do you think of rebuilding the town?"
"What, do you mean knocking everything down and starting over?"
she asked, confused.
"No, not knocking everything down. We could just add on to what's already here and restore all the old buildings that still stand." "Well, I don't suppose that's a bad idea, but how do you plan on doing that? Everyone who comes to the town except the natives gets stuck here. How will you get supplies in and all that?"
I hadn't thought of that, but maybe I could call up Deb and ask her if someone from her people would be able to bring us the things we need. Then I added, and to ask permission to build on the land, of course.
"Why do you need permission from them? It's our land,"
she replied. "Because despite what you may think of them, their opinion matters because this was their land to begin with," I snapped at her. I ignored her comment from the other night, but I wasn't going to allow her to continue talking bad about the Pueblo people.
"There's no need to get moody,"
she retorted.
"Besides, the opinion you really need is Mary and Martha's."
I calmed down a little. Well, I suppose it wouldn't be bad to get their opinion too, but I don't have their number.
"Just let me handle that. I'll ask them in person,"
she said with a wink. "Do you think they'd be okay with it?"
"I'm sure they would be, given that they watched their home burn. To be honest, I'm surprised they never rebuilt it themselves. But then again, they probably ran into the supplies problem."
"Well, it's settled then. You talk to them, and I'll talk to Deb." So that's what we did. I called up Deb, and after the usual phone pleasantries, we got down to business. The call lasted far longer than I expected. She got all her elders on the phone, and they made a few calls themselves. Long story short, after a lot of talking and debating, they agreed. I was so excited I could hardly contain it. All I needed was the approval of Mary and Martha, and I could rebuild the town. I immediately ran to tell Lily. She was so shocked that they had agreed.
"So they actually said yes?"
she asked, putting the paper down.
"Yeah, they agreed as long as the town is no bigger than it was originally." "Well, call me impressed. I don't know how you reasoned with them."
"It's a little something called friendship and respect."
"I guess I need to do my part then. I'll head out and try to reach them, but it may take a little time to do so. I would use the phone, but it only goes one way with them. I'll be back as shortly as possible. Until then, just don't forget to lock the doors,"
she said as she headed out the door into the edge of town. I stood there a few more moments before deciding that if I was to rebuild the town, I would need the proper blueprints and see who I could recruit. The best 2 people to help me were the librarian and Jasper, so off I went to seek out the help of the 2. I decided I would go to the library first and just take a look at the blueprints and draw up some for myself. I'd always been good at it in my old job, and rebuilding pre-modern structures would be way simpler than post-modern ones. At least I thought. Once at the library, I figured the best place to start would be the record station upstairs. I nodded at the librarian, who merely just stared at me in return, and went up the stairs. It took me a few moments of looking and digging around, but I finally found them in the map area. I took the blueprints and spread one of them on the extra wide tables, and the first one took up the entire length. It was your average blueprint, nothing overly special about it at first examination, but it helped me get a feel for the layout of the town. I wanted to put it in place so that the new town was exactly the same as the last one. I noticed that there were originally a grand total of 13 buildings, including the one still standing. Starting at the edge of town was the gas station. How that had been built, I didn't know. And then there was the pharmacy, the library, the hotel, the post office, a carpenter shop, and a blacksmith and farrier. On the other side of the street that had been completely destroyed were the bank, a lawyer's office, a saloon and brothel, a general store, a butcher, and a jail on the far edge of town. I assume farmers and ranchers lived on the outskirts of town, but no houses were actually built. I placed the next blueprint on the table. This one was the blueprint of the hotel itself. I looked at the various rooms and was surprised to find there was an old safe hidden behind an old painting in the lobby. I had never really taken much notice of the painting, it being hung behind the desk to the side of the letterboxes towards the cleaning closet. It was a painting of the town back in its glory days, in color made from oil paints. It was a beautiful painting, but like I said, I had never taken much heed of it. I took a closer look at the safe's dimensions. It was a normal-sized safe, 2 feet tall and 3 feet in width, depth ranging from 3.5 to 4 feet, and according to the blueprints, was made of iron and steel. I was instantly curious. What was so special that it needed a safe? I figured the simple answer to that question was money from the various tenants and residents of the hotel. But nothing is ever really simple in this town, and especially not in the hotel. I decided to put aside the blueprints for now and head back to the hotel to see if I could take a closer look at the safe. Once back at the hotel, I walked around to the back of the desk and stood before the painting. I looked closer at it to see if I could make out who the painter was. After searching for a moment, I couldn't tell, but was amazed at the sheer skill of the painting itself. Whoever painted the scene was very good. Their brushstrokes were thin and precise, swooping and melding the colors where applicable, and they were light of hand and were able to properly capture the light and the true nature of a bustling town. I carefully took the painting down from the wall and set it against the desk behind me. And turning back around, I was now face to face with the mysterious safe. It was the size I thought it would be, yet somehow bigger than I imagined. It looked like your average safe made of strong metal, a turnstile-type mechanism popular back in the day, and a sturdy dial in the very center of it. I tried to open it, hoping that maybe the last person to open it was careless and left it unlocked, but unfortunately, as I'm sure you could have guessed, that wasn't the case. I played with the dial, hoping that maybe I could find the numbers to open it. I tried the date of the grand opening of the hotel. Nothing. I tried the date of the first official soiree in 1856 that I attended. Nothing. Then, I tried the date the town first became official, and still nothing. I absent-mindedly played with the numbers, trying different dates and such with no further luck, when for some reason, I put my birth date in, 0901. Then, to my surprise, it opened. I was excited that the safe opened, but a little upset that, once again, it seemed like I had been pre-chosen for this job long before I had ever been born. I stood there a moment longer before I began to open the safe, floundering with my newest revelation. I tried to shake it off, and after a few more seconds I did, and then I opened the safe. The first thing I noticed was a note that sat in front addressed to me. I took it out and read it. "To our newest caretaker, congratulations, you found the safe.
I hope you can use what's inside to help you keep track of various day-to-day happenings and events at the hotel and in town. If any questions arise, please feel free to make the most of the library and other buildings and people in the town to help you solve any issues that may arise. I hope you have a wonderful stay. Mary and Martha. A short but sweet note, piquing my curiosity even more about what the safe held. I looked inside to find a red binder, exactly like the ones in the library, blank inside and a fountain pen sitting atop it. I pulled those out and examined them, my name etched on the inside cover of the binder. I suppose perhaps all the other binders were given to the various caretakers to log their adventures, mishaps, and day-to-day life at the hotel. Taking note of this, I figured those binders would be worth a read sometime. And placing them on the desk, I continued to look inside the safe. The next thing I pulled out was an old map of the underground, beneath the town and its various tunnels and where they all led. I tucked that within my binder. It would be worth a visit someday as well. Under that was another piece of paper filled with names and lines connecting them, dates beside them, as well as noting what I assumed was the date of birth and death of each named person. It was hard to figure out what the paper meant. Some names had notes beside them. Others were circled and some had been underlined in red ink. My name was at the very bottom, circled multiple times and underlined in red ink with a note beside it saying, "She's the one," written boldly. It felt a little ominous, to be honest, especially not knowing the context or meaning behind it. I set that aside and continued to look around. In the bottom of the safe were two things, a gold engraved pocket watch and an old revolver. Now, I have not nor will I ever be someone who feels comfortable around guns, so I carefully picked it up and set it to the side, just in case it was loaded, and grabbed the pocket watch. It was beautiful, being made of the shiniest gold, engraved with a picture of a bird flying in midair. It looked old, yet it still ran. I put it up to my ear to listen to it. My mother had given me one that had been passed down in my family for generations when I was young. I had always kept it. Even though it was rusty and worn down by time, it still worked. I remember sitting and putting it to my ear as a child, listening to all the intricate mechanisms that ran within. It often soothed me when I was frustrated or sad. I had loved it, even though it was in as bad shape as it was. Seeing this pocket watch, it made me want to fix up my own. I took the new watch away from my ear and placed it within my pocket. I figured it would come in use helping me keep track of time in the hotel, where time seemed strange and fluid. Since those were the last two things left in the safe, I left the gun behind and closed it back up. I took another look at the things I had on the desk and carefully looked through them, landing on the paper of names. Now that I had finished going through the safe, I could take a better look at the piece of paper. It was a long piece of parchment that I recognized. It was the same letterhead and parchment as my offer letter and my survival guide, every bit as long and lengthy. As I further unfolded it, the paper seemed to go on forever. Every name was linked in some way. The top name started with Rosa and John Bennett. It took me a moment of looking to realize I wasn't looking at random names, but actually a family tree. The Bennett family tree. With this realization, and taking into account my own name was on it, it made me wonder for the first time, why was I on this page? Not wanting to be interrupted, I took the paper to my room where I could spread it out and look at it better. Once I did this, the page seemed to make more sense. It was a huge family tree, and it seemed no name went unnoticed by whoever made it. The paper was long and wide. I trailed my finger down it as I read the names. I recognized a few from the doll room, each one circled. I figured after having taken a closer look, the names that had been circled were the names of former caretakers. The ones underlined in red ink and notes beside them were still a mystery. Some of the notes were strange. This one is too contrary. He isn't up to any good. She is a cripple. They can't be separated. This one is too angry.
The list goes on. None of the notes made any sense to me, but whoever made the family tree, these notes must have helped them keep track of something. I followed the tree down, further and further, till finally I began to recognize the names. Sandra Parker was my great-grandmother, Eloise Williams and Sarah Fulton her children, and finally, Eloise's daughters, Mabel Moore and Helen Winters. Right under my mother's name was my own, Autumn. I was shocked to learn that I was descended from the Bennett family. I wanted to know if this was real or not. I figured the only way to find out was to go back to the library and check it out. Hopefully, there would have been some sort of documentation regarding the family lines of everyone in town. I walked with a hurried purpose back to the library. As I entered, the librarian gave me a "What the hell are you doing back again?" look as I rushed past her to the records department. I must have spent a good half hour looking through town documents and letters without any luck. That was when I decided to look through town newspapers. Somehow, there was a town's newspaper that had spanned the entirety of the town's existence. Who or what kept it going was a mini mystery in itself, but not one I had time to look through right now. I was dedicated to my current task of finding proof of my heritage. After looking through the papers, I finally found what I was looking for. Slowly but surely, I was able to match my birth announcements in the newspaper to the dates listed on the family tree. And sure enough, in each article it always read, "Newest addition to the Bennett family," followed by the name and time of birth of each member of the family tree and who the said child was related to. I must have sat there for hours mapping out my own family tree to compare it to the old one from the safe. Once I completed the new family tree, I compared it with the old one. Apparently, of the original Bennett children, only the twin sons ever had kids, whereas Lily Bennett hailed from Wesley Bennett. I descended from William's side. I sat there swimming in feelings of frustration, anger, and guilt. The very family that had caused so much heartbreak, pain, and suffering was not a stranger's family, but instead my own. As I sat there, I made a decision, one that I wouldn't go back down from then or in the future. The past wasn't going to stay buried and forgotten. It was going to be spoken with disgust or indifference. It wasn't going to be talked about in hushed whispers, and it certainly wasn't going to be perpetuated. Instead, the past was going to be laid bare, spoken of in reverence, and brought to light. I wrapped up what I was doing and headed back to the hotel to finish up my nightly duties and try to come to grips with my newfound heritage. Once back in my room, I pulled out the pocket watch from my pocket. I played with it in between my hands and felt the smoothness and coolness of the metal, and I placed it by my ear. I let the slow ticking soothe my nerves as I lay down on the sofa. I began to slowly drift off, while the clock steadily moved its hands unseen, putting me to restful sleep. When I awoke the next day, I tried to shake off the discovery of the previous day and get back to my original task, finding and recruiting members to help me restore the town. The only problem was, I wasn't sure just how many people I could recruit to build the town, since I hadn't even met half of the town's ghostly inhabitants. I wanted to get everyone's approval and help rebuilding it, so that I could get it back to its former glory. A part of me wanted to see the town restored. The other part wanted to see it burned to the ground. After finding out my heritage, I didn't truly know what I wanted. Either way, if I was going to rebuild the town, it wasn't going to rebuild itself, so I needed to get busy. I walked down to the lobby and headed out the door. I had decided the best person to ask about rebuilding the town was Jasper. He had the skills to make a dream a reality, and he knew everybody here. He was the ideal partner in crime I was looking for, so I headed down to the post office to talk with him. When I first opened the door, I expected to find him within, but unfortunately, he wasn't there. Where he was anyone's guess. I let myself in and figured I could wait till he got back. I walked across the old wooden floor as it creaked and protested beneath my weight and headed to the table and chairs in the middle of the room. I sat down in a chair while eyeing a tin that was on the table. The tin was old and rusted in places on the lid. It had painted a scene of a Christmas winter in what looked like somewhere up north, full of snow, sleigh rides, and other winter fun. I picked it up and noticed the faded red border to the tin and how the paint, even after all these years, still stayed put. They really did make things better way back when. I opened the lid to reveal what was inside. In the tin box was an assortment of various desserts, ranging from cookies to candies. I figured it wouldn't hurt to have one while I was waiting for Jasper to get back. I picked up a slice of what looked to be some sort of pie. I loved pie more than anything, and I took the first bite. It was delicious. I guess it was some sort of cream cheese pie. It had to be the best one I had ever eaten. It was creamy and sweet, but not too sweet, and it had the best flaky crust you could possibly imagine. I enjoyed every last bite. After finishing the pie, I sat back in the chair and waited. It was only a few moments before Jasper came in, walking through the door, tool belt in hand. "Nice to see you made yourself at home," Jasper said as he entered the room. "Well, I figured you would only be a moment or two," I replied, standing from my seat and losing my balance. I felt like my legs weren't working quite right, like they didn't want to support my weight, and Jasper noticed immediately. "Oh, please tell me while you were waiting, you didn't eat the pie," he said, rushing forward trying to keep me from falling. How did you know?" I asked anxiously after hearing the concern in his voice. "That was given to me by the librarian for helping her fix a drawer in her desk," he responded, sitting me back down in the chair. "So, what does that have to do with anything?" I asked, now confused as to why he brought that up. "The librarian is Miss Millie," he stated, looking serious. Oh my God, are you serious? I thought you were supposed to always accept the pie," I said, now beginning to become panicked and annoyed. "Yeah, but you aren't supposed to eat it," he said defensively. I, once again, had completely forgotten a rule. Rule number 5. "So, why are we not supposed to eat it?" "Because if you do, you'll not be able to walk for a while because you'll see things that aren't there, and you'll eventually won't be able to move. She puts a secret ingredient in her pies. Heaven only knows what it is, but it acts as a paralytic and a hallucinogenic." "Well, what do I do? Will your elixir work, or does she have one?" I asked, trying to remain calm. "Nah, you'll just have to go through it. You can rest here and just try not to scream. I don't want anyone thinking I'm hurting you or anything," he said, and picking me up and moving me to the bed in the back of the room. "Just try and stay positive. Think happy thoughts." I wanted to respond, but found that I couldn't. All my limbs went limp and dead, and to even hold my head up felt like it took all my strength. I wished he hadn't said the last part. Try not to scream. What did that even mean? Why would I have cause to scream? All these thoughts fought for precedence in my mind. I hoped I would only see good things, but Jasper seemed to know something I didn't. One could only hope for the best outcome. By the time Jasper set me down on the bed, I had gone completely limp. I could still feel everything, I just couldn't move or speak. Hopefully, whatever this was didn't last long. As I lay there, I began to feel something crawling up my leg. No, at least a dozen tiny things crawling. I looked down and saw what it was. They were bugs, hundreds of them, coming out of the mattress and skittering up my leg. I wanted to kick them off, to swat at them or something, but couldn't. I then wanted to yell out or scream. This must have been what Jasper meant, but I couldn't find it in me to do that either. I just hoped the bugs didn't start to bite. Soon enough, they had all escaped, leaving me feeling raw, violated, and in pain. I hoped that would be the extent of things, but I quickly found out I was wrong. As I lay there, I looked to the corner of the room out of the window. My vision was hazy and blurred, but I could see that it was now dark out. I was shocked that so much time had passed. But then, out of the corner of my eye, in the corner of the room towards the ceiling, I noticed a familiar sight. A dark, black figure with a Cheshire cat grin and sharp, elongated yellow teeth. One of the evil spirits had entered the room somehow and was sitting right above me. I began to panic. I didn't know what it planned on doing, but I surely knew it couldn't be good. It crawled along the ceiling till it was directly below the edge of the bed. It then dropped down from the ceiling to the floor, where I lost sight of it for a moment. Soon I saw its hands slowly creep up to the top of the wrought iron foot of the bed and grip the metal, carefully and thoughtfully, one finger at a time. Then, I watched as it began to rise from the foot of the bed, peering through the rungs of the iron frame. It pounced suddenly then as a beast would jump on its prey, on top of the frame, perching there like a bird. It stayed there, silently watching me as if it was waiting for something. It slowly cocked its head to the side, farther than any normal human could, and its grin widened even more, reaching ear to ear. It grabbed my foot and started to crawl on top of me. The weight of it felt like an elephant, crushing me and causing me to lose my breath. It was right above me now, as smiling as it ever did, and it leaned in real close. "What is your name?" it asked, staring holes straight through me to my soul. I didn't answer. "What is your name?" it asked this time, more menacingly and more demandingly. Still, I didn't answer it. It began to cut my face with its long fingernails with each and every word. "What is your name?" I still wouldn't answer him, though I wanted to from fear and pain, but something in my gut was telling me not to. It became angrier then and slammed the head of the bed crashing against the wall. Far off, I could hear the sound of someone yelling, but I couldn't see who it was. Then my vision blurred from the blood trailing down my eyes, from the 4 long marks that ran down my face from my forehead to my cheek just below my eye, and I felt weary and worn thin. I gave in to the restful sleep that then threatened to take me, and the last thing I saw was the creature spring off me as a bright light flashed in the distance, a voice yelling and the creature growling in response. I woke up not the next day, nor the few days that followed. Instead, I awoke 5 days later, dizzy, and my limbs and head feeling heavy. I noticed then as I opened my eyes that I only had vision in my right one. I couldn't see anything out of my left. I tried to move my arm to feel around my face at what it could possibly be that clouded my vision. And to my surprise and delight, I could once again move. I tried each limb one at a time, feeling each as I did so. All 10 fingers and 10 toes were accounted for. I then reached up to my face to feel my eye, and to my shock there was nothing there except 4 long, painful marks that the creature had left behind. I shot up then in bed, scared because I couldn't see anything. Then I heard a familiar voice behind me. Autumn, it's all right, it's okay, you're safe now. Nothing can hurt you. Just try not to touch it. Why can't I see? What happened to it, and why can't I see out of my left eye? I asked, startled and scared as I felt the fear rush through my limbs. Oh, there was an accident. It's all my fault. I wasn't thinking. I watched you all day to make sure you didn't hurt yourself. I don't know what you were seeing, but whatever it was had you bad. It slowed down after a while, and I thought I could take the time to go lock up the hotel quickly so I could come back to watch over you. The only problem was, I forgot to lock the post door behind me, and one of those things got in. It was on you when I arrived. I yelled at it, but it didn't pay any attention to me. I had to light up a bundle of saves to fight it off before it got you further. Then you slipped into unconsciousness. I had to go get Mr. Hurd to come tend to the wound on your face. He's the town's only doctor, and by the time I got back with him, he said there was little we could do for your eye. I'm afraid you've gone permanently blind in one eye. I'm so sorry, Autumn, he told me, and placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. I sat there for a few moments, letting his words sink in. So, I won't ever see out of it? I'm afraid not. You were extremely lucky, though. It could have taken your soul. The only reason it didn't was probably because you never gave it your name. Names give them power over you somehow. Usually they're very good at getting names out of people, but you couldn't speak. I think it saved your life, he said, backing up and looking me over. You aren't hurt anywhere else, are you? No, I don't think so, I said, feeling my stomach, but not feeling any pain there. I looked back towards Jasper. I want to see my face. I don't know if that's a good idea yet. Just sit still and rest for a minute, he told me, but I got the feeling it wasn't a request. I stayed there a few more minutes as my heartbeat began to slow, and I became calmer. Once I felt the strength return to my body, I slowly stood and made my way over to the only mirror in the building. It was a small mirror, more of an old looking glass than anything. Small though it was just big enough to get a good glimpse of your face through the single broken line that ran through it. I walked over to it and closed my eyes as I stood before it. I bowed my head for a minute, opening my eyes to look at the floor while I summoned the courage to look at myself in the mirror. After standing there for a moment or two, I took a deep breath in and looked up, not ready for what I saw. The first thing I noticed, as always, was my auburn red hair. It looked unkempt and all over the place. I tried to smooth it down a little before I brought my attention to my face. I could see Jasper standing just behind me waiting for me to see it. I turned my attention towards my face then, and that was when I saw it. My face was for the most part spared on the right side, but on the left I looked at 4 long gashes that spanned half of my face, starting at the edge of my eyebrow and going in 4 straight rows to the other edge of it. They were deep and red in color, and I swear if they had been any deeper they would have exposed bone. I then saw my poor eye, once dark, chocolate brown, now a ghostly blue where my iris used to be, the rest all white. I took a sharp breath in when I saw it. Even though I had tried to prepare myself for it, it it hadn't worked. But then again, nothing can truly prepare you for something like that. I turned and looked back at Jasper with what I'm sure was an uncertain look on my face. He winced a little and took a step towards me. Before I could say a thing, he wrapped me in an embrace as tears began to fall down my now hideous face. He never let go of me till I was ready, and though he often teased me and could be a little curt sometimes, in that moment I was truly grateful to have him as a friend. After a few moments, I calmed down enough to pull away from him. Feeling sad and defeated, and even though I had slept for 5 days straight, I just wanted to go back to my hotel and rest. So that's what I did. I pulled away from Jasper and turned towards the door. I think he knew what I wanted and took my hand and escorted me back to the hotel. Only once we were there did he let go of me. I'm so sorry, Autumn. I really am. If there is anything I can do, just let me know. I'm right next door if you need me. Don't worry about the hotel. I'll take care of it till you can resume your duties, he said, standing there as he watched me closely. Thank you, I croaked out of my now hoarse voice. I turned then and went up to my room. Once there, I closed the door behind me. I crawled into bed without worrying about my clothes. I laid there for a long time, thinking about what had happened. Tears began to reform in my eyes as I thought of the image of my face in that mirror. I had hardly recognized myself. I cried myself to sleep in a matter of minutes. The last thought going through my head was how I was going to take revenge on the creature that did this to me, if that was even possible. All I knew for certain in that moment was that I was going to kill it if I ever got the chance. The next morning, I woke up with my face throbbing with every heartbeat. I must have been given something to make the pain bearable the day before. I rose from the bed begrudgingly and headed to the bathroom. As I stumbled in, I tried not to look at my face, but was unsuccessful. It was the first thing I saw in the mirror this time. I took a closer look at it, but unlike before, the cuts didn't quite seem so deep. I imagined once they healed, only the 2 middle ones would scar. Still, that was one too many for me. I never considered myself a vain person, but I found myself terribly upset at the thought of my beauty being marred, and I felt guilty for feeling that way. The lost eyesight was rough. I took a washcloth and began to slowly and carefully clean the wounds. It stung like fire and made the throbbing heartbeat sound stronger. I tried my best to clean up without causing it to bleed again. Thankfully, I was able to finish quickly enough without causing myself any undue pain. I finished with my morning routine, minus the makeup, and continued to get dressed. I put on a regular old baggy t-shirt and a pair of leggings. Nothing fantastical or flashy, but certainly comfortable. Then I headed downstairs. On the lobby's front desk sat a note and 2 pill bottles, one blue, the other red. The note read, "I'm sorry we couldn't save your eye, but I'm glad to know you're feeling hopefully some better. I have left you a blue bottle of pain medication to be taken every 8 hours, and a daily antibiotic in the red bottle. Hopefully, this will prevent infection and help with the pain. Hope to see you soon. Your friend, the Candyman." I quickly grabbed the half-empty glass of water that sat on the front desk and took one of the pills from the blue bottle and one from the red. I swallowed them down with the water and hoped they would kick in soon. I decided that even though I wanted to rebuild the town, that would have to take a back seat for now until Lily came back. Until then, I planned on finding everything I could about the demon creatures that walked the earth at night. I decided the first person I'd talk to was Jasper. If nothing else, she could help point me in the right direction to find out more about the creatures of the night. I got to the post office just in time to see Jasper with his back turned to me, presumably locking the post office door. I supposed he didn't want a repeat of what happened a few days prior. As he finished, he turned around to see me standing at the foot of the stairs. I'd startled him a little. He jumped and clutched his hand to his chest. "Why so jumpy?" I asked. "Well, if you weren't as quiet as a mouse, I would have heard you coming," he responded, beginning to come down the stairs. "You always know when I'm coming around. You've got like a sixth sense or something," I said, eyeing him, looking for any further signs of bewilderment. "Well, I guess things have got me a little on edge and not quite myself," he said, looking down to the ground, his mind elsewhere. "I came to ask you a favor. Well, not a favor, more for information than anything. I'm going to kill that thing that did this to my face," I told him as I pointed it out. "I just need to figure out how." That ain't possible. At least, I don't think it is. Plus, it's way too dangerous." "My mind is made up, Jasper. You're not going to change it. I just need you to tell me all you know about them or where I can find out," I stated defensively. He wasn't going to tell me what to do. He sighed deeply and said, "I guess I can't, can I? Well, if I can't change your mind, then the least I can do is tell you all I know so you don't run off half-cocked and get yourself killed. Come on in and let me get some coffee started for us." Once again, I walked over and sat down at the table where the tin sat still in the middle. My stomach churned with the thought of what I had seen and felt from eating that slice of pie. I waited for Jasper as he prepared the coffee for us. It only took a few moments, and once it was done, he poured 2 cups. Walking over, he sat in one of the cups before me. It was one of those old tin cups, the kind that actually kept the coffee warm for a bit. We sat there in silence for a while, just staring at our cups, both of us lost in thought. After it had cooled some, I took the first sip. Before I could even speak to ask my first question, Jasper blurted out, "I'm so sorry again, Autumn, for what happened. I made such a simple and stupid mistake, and I almost got you killed, and I stopped him right there. "Jasper, it's okay. I know it was an accident. I don't blame you, and I'm certainly not angry with you, so stop apologizing. I know you want to help, and you have. But now I need to get rid of that thing and keep it from hurting anyone else. I'm just hoping there is a way to." He sat there for a minute, letting my words sink in. I just want to make sure you're okay first. I know it has to be hard. Not just looking at yourself, but coming that close to death is enough to scare the bravest person to crumble, and you're so small and, I thought, fragile. I guess I was wrong about you after all," he ended with a slight chuckle. I have to admit, I had to laugh a little too. I had been so mad at him the first time we met when he had unrightfully judged me without knowing me. I had to also admit that this was a new side of me that I hadn't ever seen. I was hoping, however, that it would dissipate once I could get rid of those spirits that walked around at night. Meanwhile, I was going to do my best to find out all I could about them. "So, what do you know about those creatures? Lily called them evil spirits that walked the earth due to the atrocities that had happened here. Is that true?" "As far as I know, that's what they are. There's no reason to believe otherwise. Where they came from is anyone's guess. All I know is that they showed up after the natives cursed the land. They'd only ever come at night, in the dark, never in the light. They hate the light. I don't know if it does anything to them, but they just stay clear of it," he answered, after taking a pretty hefty swig of coffee from his mug. "Is there anything that stops them or makes them go away? Do they even have names? I know you said that names were powerful to them, or was that only in relation to people?" I further inquired, hoping to learn of their weaknesses. "To my knowledge, there ain't nothing that can kill them, if that's what you're asking. But you can fend them off with light and burning sage. They hate the smell of it. It drives them away, and they can only ever enter a room when it's unlocked or you allow them in." He took another gulp of coffee. "As far as what they're called, that I don't know. We only ever call them, well, them. I don't know if they even have names, but the best person to probably ask would be your friend Deb." I took a sip from my mug and thought for a minute. I think I may do that, especially since Lily and you both said that they only ever appeared after the curse. It may very well have something to do with it. We both sat there a few minutes longer, finishing our coffee. Once we had finished, I got up to leave, and he stood with me. "Autumn, I just want you to know, if you ever need anything, I'll be here. Just don't do anything stupid or too crazy, all right?" "I won't. You'll probably be the first person I'd tell if I decided to make a move on these things. I may need all the help you can give me before it's over." I left then to head back to the hotel. I figured a call to Deb was in order. I knew she probably knew more about these things than Lily, Jasper, and I combined. Once back at the hotel, I walked over to the phone, picked it up, and dialed her number. It rang several times before it finally rolled over to voicemail. I left a brief message, asking her to call me back on my cell. Then I put the phone back in its place before making the decision to head over to the library to see if there was anything about them there. I got to the library pretty quickly, looking over my shoulder the whole way. I swore I had seen something lurking in the shadows in one of the alleyways, but I was sure those things wouldn't be seen in the light since they had waited till dark to come out. My mind was just playing tricks on me, causing extreme paranoia, that's all. At least, I was hoping that was what it was. I entered the building and walked directly over to the librarian. She looked up from her newest stack of papers and records and gasped when she saw my face and her hand flew to her mouth. She quickly pulled it away to not offend me, and she averted her eyes so as not to stare. I appreciated the gesture, but understood this was probably going to be most people's reactions to seeing my face. It was quite horrific. I couldn't blame her. When she had calmed down a little, she asked me, how can I help you today? Can you tell me where maybe I can find information on the creatures that walk through the town at night?" I answered her. Well, that would be in the non-fiction section, probably upstairs with the town records." Then she added, "Plus, you may want to take a look at the old caretaker's binders in the cases. They wrote about them all the time." She handed me the key from the drawer, and I took it from her hand. I started to walk away as she stood and said, "I'm so sorry about the pie." I turned to look back at her and smiled so as not to offend her. "Don't be. It was the best pie I've ever had, minus the paralysis." She smiled sheepishly as a warm blush began to creep up her face and sat back down. I headed back up the now familiar steps to the records section. It seemed as if I was spending a lot of time here as of late. I poked around at various town newspapers and found very little regarding the creatures there, at least nothing I didn't already know. And so I started looking in the main town records. With no luck there either, I began to open the cabinets and, one by one, looked through the worn pages of each binder, scanning them as I went for any mention of the evil spirits. I hit the jackpot. In the third binder, belonging to Annabelle Lee, about the middle of the way through, In its pages, it documented a conversation between Annabelle and what I assumed had been one of the tribe's members, possibly even one of Deb's ancestors. Here is the section of the written log. October 31st, 1870. Saw another one of those creatures today. That makes 12 this week. They come at night and tap on the windows, calling out in the dark to be let in or muttering or talking in the voices of people we know. They're even becoming bolder, coming out at dusk and hiding in the alleyways. Jasper says to lay low for a few days. He installed locks on all the hotel room doors for added protection in case I forgot to lock the front doors. I can hear them now as I write. They're coming closer to town with each minute that passes. I can't stand the way they look. It took one guy last week when he went to take the trash out after dark, and it got one of the travelers that came to town the other day. I saw the whole thing. The man came to town the other day and he didn't listen when I told him to stay in at night. He said something about stargazing, and I assume he went outside to do this, and that's when I heard him scream. I ran from the front desk to the window. He was there by the alleyway, and one of the creatures had him by the throat. It demanded his name, and he gave it. Then, before my eyes, I saw the creature change into a hideous being out from the shadow it had cloaked itself in. It was a giant man, with gnarled and withered old hands that bent and twisted, turning into great horned hands. Prickles began to emerge from its chest just as hair would, sharp as porcupine quills, and his arms began to grow and bulge, far more muscular than any living human I'd ever seen. Black and white scales began to grow from his arms as well, shimmering and glinting in the moonlight. Its mouth grew ever wider, until its smile ran from one ear to the other, nearly cutting his head in half. Its face began to swell, causing it to become reddened and puffy. His eye large and unblinking. Tusks began to sprout from him as well, becoming long and yellowed as an elephant's would with age, and it pulled out the largest flint knife I'd ever seen, positioning it towards the man, but deciding instead to devour him. He grabbed hold of the man and yanked him in the air. First, he bit into the man's legs up to his waist, chewing and smacking on him. I could hear the bones crunch and break between the creature's teeth as he ground them before swallowing. The next thing I knew, the creature took another bite, and another, the man screaming the whole time until he was completely gone. As I stood there watching, the creature turned then towards the window and looked me dead in the eye and rushed it. I screamed and ran for my room, locking it securely behind me. When I went to the balcony doors, I looked out, but the creature was gone. And the only evidence we had of it ever being there in the first place was a pool of blood that had stained the earth a crimson color. I added 2 rules to the list. Never forget to lock the doors at night. You don't want to let them in. And only take the trash out during daylight hours. Hopefully, this will prevent any more deaths at the hands of those things. I was appalled by the account in Annabelle's red binder. The man didn't even stand a chance against those things. I hoped that I would be better equipped when the time came to face these creatures, and it sounded like there were quite a few of them. I closed the binder and kept looking, but couldn't find a more detailed account than the one from Annabelle's binder. As I was wrapping up and placing everything back where it belonged, my cell began to ring. I pulled it from my pocket and answered it. "Hello?"
Hey, it's Deb. How are things?
She said, sounding chipper. I didn't want to blow the wind from her sails, but I also needed to let her know what happened. I had an accident. Long story short, I got attacked by one of the creatures that walks at night or in the dark places where the light can't touch it.
Oh my God, are you okay? What happened? And are you okay?
She half yelled. I told her the story, leaving nothing out. Then I told her of what I found in the red binder. She was perplexed by what exactly the creature was. She agreed it was an evil spirit of some sort, but wasn't sure exactly what it could be. She told me that she'd call back after she spoke with her elders and find out what it was, as well as any information that would help me get rid of them. In the meanwhile, it was late afternoon and the summer was coming to a close. The sun fading in the sky earlier than normal, setting it afire, so I decided to head back to the hotel before it fully set. I got home quick as could be, wasting no time watching the birds as they flew into the horizon. As soon as I was inside, I locked the doors behind me. Nothing was going to get in behind me now or ever again if I could help it. I sat behind the desk, beginning to journal in my own red binder. I figured if things like this were going to happen in the town, I might as well write about them and catalog their happenings. I wrote about all that had passed in the days since my employment, leaving no detail out. Once I got up to date, I promised myself to keep it that way. Around the time I finished, the sun had long set and the creatures were on the prowl. My phone began to ring once more and I picked it up and answered it.
Hey, it's Deb again.
Hey Deb, so what were you able to learn? I asked, closing the binder and getting up to put it away.
You aren't gonna like it, but I have to tell you, especially if you plan on going after one.
Go on, I told her, sitting back down in my seat. She sighed deeply before she began.
The creatures are the descendants of the giant cannibal demon, Adicea.
Who is that? I said, my interest level growing.
Adicea is in our old stories. He's exactly as you described. The only problem was he was only ever defeated by the twin war gods, but nothing is ever said about how a human could kill them. After talking with my elders, they all agree that to name the creature is to hold power over him. Nothing more is said on how to kill them, though. Their best advice is to burn sage and other herbs. We'll send you some, so look out for a package, but they recommend not doing anything about it till we can formulate a plan and maybe get some people down there. We were the ones that caused the evil spirits to walk amongst the land. Let us help to get rid of them.
All right, I'll wait and burn sage just like you said. I think Jasper has some, then we'll come up with a plan once you get here, I said, shifting in my seat.
It's a plan then. We'll head up tomorrow. See you soon. In autumn? Just be careful, okay?
I will. See you soon, I told her as I hung up the phone, ending our talk. The next day I woke bright and early, put on some of my nicer clothes, a blue paisley sundress with purple and teal accents. I skipped the makeup, probably would be till my face completely healed up, and took my pills with a glass of water that was beside my bed. I went to the kitchen to grab a bite of something and then headed downstairs. Right as I was about to unlock the door, I heard a loud knock on the other side. It caused me to jump out of my skin. I guess Jasper wasn't the only one to be a little paranoid. I quickly unlocked the door and opened it wide once I saw who was on the other side. Deb was here, and she brought many friends with her, elders from her village and other strong men as well. They were there to help me with the giant cannibal demons that stalked the town at night. I held the door open as they all piled in the lobby. When she saw my face, she looked sorrowful, but instead of commenting on it, she quickly introduced me to every person, one at a time, for which once again I was grateful for her kindness and consideration towards me. Then she finally got to the last person. He was a tall man, middle-aged with long black hair set in 2 braids along his shoulders, a few silver strands mixed in, and beautiful, ruddy tan skin that had seen much sun in his lifetime. He seemed kind and jovial, but serious when needed. Deb introduced him as one of the wisest elders, Nathaniel Elu. He held his hand out to me and I took it. We shook hands and he said, "I'm happy to finally meet you, Autumn, though I wish it was under better circumstances. I'm pleased to meet you as well. I know I've asked you here on a dangerous mission, but I can't tell you how happy I am to see all of you," I said, gesturing to the others in the room. I hope you can enjoy your stay here at the hotel, despite the task at hand, and I look forward to being able to call you all my friends." Once all the pleasantries were out of the way, I was able to check them into the hotel and led them all to their rooms to get comfortable. Once they had gotten settled, we planned on meeting in the sitting room to discuss things. While waiting, I made sure everything looked comfortable and cozy for each of them, and I ran up to the kitchen to grab a few finger foods and beverages out of our magical fridge. I took them downstairs and placed the various finger sandwiches, fruits, and veggie platters on our coffee table in the center of the room, and the various utensils and plates as well. Before long, they came down one or a few at a time. Once they were all gathered in the room, we enjoyed the food and light chatter as we ate. I enjoyed the company for what seemed like the first time in a long time. I looked forward to rebuilding the town, so hopefully I could gather many to the hotel just like they were now. After the food ran low and the talk died down, we got down to business. The first act of business was for me to tell my story and explain all that I knew of the creatures. It was agreed that based on my account, as well as the accounts in the binders from a number of the other old caretakers, that we were in fact talking about the same creature. They found it strange that they only revealed themselves once they knew a person's name, and that they hid in the shadows. But they were able to agree that names were powerful and had some sort of hold on these creatures. We also discussed that we would have to use names against the creatures in some way. That was when Nathaniel asked me a question. "What are all the names you're known as, Autumn?" he asked. "Well, my full name is Autumn Catherine Winters. When I was young, my parents nicknamed me Katie and it stuck. Most everyone called me Katie when I was young. As I got older, I went by Autumn. From time to time, they'd call me Katie Bug, but that's because in the summer of 1996, when I was 4, I loved catching ladybugs and letting them crawl on my arms. Other than that, I can't think of any other names I'm known by," I told him, getting a little more settled in my chair. "Always keep this information to yourself. I fear that even though we are dealing with the giant cannibal demons, we are also dealing with the nameless ones as well," he said, as he took a bite of a sandwich. "Who are the nameless ones?" I asked, my curiosity now awakened. "The nameless ones are evil spirits that walk the earth, where a lot of great bloodshed and curses are often given. They are the ones that you hear speaking in the different voices of your loved ones and friends. They tend to stay hidden. Even in the dark, they often don't like being seen, until they are ready to take your soul into the depths of the spirit realm. They are known by many tribes and peoples, and they have many names besides what we call them. Like the giant cannibal demons you spoke of, they can shapeshift into various forms. Once they have you, they take your soul, of course, but they can take other parts of you and use them to take a physical form. I think your townspeople got the two confused long ago and melded them into one entity," Nathaniel said, as he looked at all of us in the room. "So, if there are two evil spirits, how do we get rid of them? Is there a way to make them go away and never come back? Can they be killed?" I asked, now on the edge of my seat wanting to know more. "The nameless ones can be driven away, but there always stands a chance they can come back. But I don't think there is a way to kill them outright. The giant cannibals, though, they can be killed. It is just a matter of how. In order for you to understand what you are up against, I have to tell you the story of how the first one died at the hands of the twin war gods long ago," he replied. The story of Adasia. The cannibal demon was told to me as follows. Long ago, when the forefathers of the tribe lived in the town of the cliffs, there also lived two fair maidens who were sisters and daughters of the same master chief of the tribe. One Sunday morning, the two sisters were talking, and the eldest sister said to the other, "What say you? The morning is bright and the water is warm. Let us go down to the water to wash our clothes and be made as new for the dance later on." The younger sister said to the elder, "Ah, yes. But in these days they say the shadows of the rocks and even the sage bushes lodge unspeakable things, causing those who walk there to breathe hard with fear and terror." "Nonsense," the elder sister exclaimed. "Younger sisters are always as timid as younger brothers are ill-tempered." "Then as you say, elder sister," the younger one replied, "I will not quarrel with you, but I fear to go." "Hush then, younger sister," the elder said. "Come along then." They then gathered their cotton mantles and clothes into bundles, and taking a bag of yucca root, or soapweed as it is also called, and started down together onto the steep, crooked path to where the water was at the foot of the great mesa. Now, far above the town, among the rocks of reddish gray and yellow, red in the form of a boulder-like mountain that appears to look like a frozen sandbank, there was a deep and dark cave. If you've never seen it, to this day it's still called the Cave of Adesea. There, in the times I speak of, lived Adesea himself. Oh, what an ugly demon he was! His body was as large as an elk's, and his breast was shaggy with hair like in stiff porcupine quills. His legs and arms were long and muscular, and covered with speckled scales both black and white. The hair on his head as coarse and ruffled as a buffalo's mane. His eyes were big and glaring, so much so that they nearly popped from his head like skinned onions. His mouth stretched from one cheek to the other, and his mouth filled with crooked fangs, yellowed just as thrown-away deer bones. His lips were red and puffy as peppers, and his face was wrinkled and rough as an expanse of burned buckskin. That was Adesea, who, in the elder days, devoured men and women alike for his meat, and the children of men as a sweetbread. His weapons were terrible to behold. His fingernails were as long as the claws of a bear. In his left hand, he held a bow made of the sapling of a mountain oak, with 2 arrows already drawn for use. And he was never seen without his great flint knife, twice as long as a man's leg and just as broad. He held this in his right hand and poked his hair back with it, so his forelocks were ever covered with the blood of those he slaughtered. He wore over his shoulder whole skins of mountain lion and bear, held together with buttons made of wood. Though Adesea was ugly, he could not speak without chattering his teeth, or laugh without howling like a wolf. He was a very polite demon, but like many ugly and polite people of this world, he was also a great liar. He woke that morning and stuck his head out of his cave, just as the 2 maidens went down to the waters. He saw them while he looked, and he laughed. Then he muttered as he gazed at them, and saw how young and beautiful they were. "A good lunch, 2 for a munch." And he howled his war cry, "Hoo, Thalaya!" till Tesha-Minkia, the echo god, shouted it out to the fair maidens. "Oh!" exclaimed the girl, as she clutched the arm of her elder sister. "Listen!" "Hoo, Thalaya!" roared the demon once more, and again, Tesha-Minkia. Elder sister, what did I tell you? Why did we have to come out today?" said the younger sister. They both ran away, and then they stopped to listen. When heard nothing more, they returned to the water and set about washing their clothes on flat stones. But Adesea grabbed up his weapons and began to climb down the mountainside, laughing as he went. Good lunch, 2 for a munch. Around the corner of the great mesa, on the high shelves that stands the town of the cliffs, are two high-towering buttes called Twin Mountain. Far up on the top of this mountain there dwelt Ayawata and Matsalema. If you don't know who those two were, I'll tell you. They were the twin children of the Sun Father and the Mother Waters of the world. Before men were born into the light of the world, the sun made love to the waters of the world, and under his warm, bright glances, there were, hatched out of a foam cup on the face of the great ocean, which then covered the earth, two wonderful boys, whom men afterward named the beloved two who fell. The sun dried away the waters from the earth, and these two then delivered men forth from the bowels of our earth mother, and guided them eastward toward the home of their father, the sun. The time came when, alas, war and many strange beings arose to destroy the children of the earth. And then the 8 stern beings changed the hearts of the twins to the medicine of war. Thenceforth, they were known as Ayawata and Matsalema, our beloved, the terrible two, and the boy gods of war. Even though they changed, they still guarded our forefathers and guided them to the middle of the world, where we now live, gifted with hearts of the medicine of war, and with wisdom almost as great as the Sun Fathers. They became the invincible guardians of the corn people of Earth, and with the rainbow for their weapons and thunderbolts for their arrows. They were swift arrows, lightning shafts painted with turquoise. The twins were the greatest warriors of all in the days of yore. When at last they had conquered most of the enemies of men, they taught to a few of their chosen followers the songs, prayers, and orders of a society of warriors who should be called their children. The priests of the bow, they were called, and selecting from among them the 2 wisest, and breathed into their nostrils, as they have breathed into the noses of their successors. Since then, we make anew the semblance of their being, and place them each year at mid-sun, on the top of the mountain of thunder, and on top of the mountain of the beloved, that they may know we remember them, and that they may guard the land of our people from sunrise to sunset, and cut off the pathways of the enemy. Well, Ayawata, who was called the elder brother, and Matsalema, who was called the younger, were living on the top of the twin mountain with their old grandmother. The elder brother said to the younger on the same morning, "Brother, let us go out and hunt. It is a fine day. What say you?" "My face is in front of me," said the younger. "And under roof is no place for men," he said, as he put on his helmet of elk hide, and took a quiver of mountain lion skin from an antler near the ladder. "Where are you 2 boys going now?" shrieked the grandmother through a trapdoor from below. "Don't you ever intend to stop making me worry by going abroad when even the spaces breed fear like thick war?" "Oh, grandmother," they chuckled as they tightened their bows and straightened their arrows before the fire. "Never mind us, we were only going out to hunt." Before the old woman could climb the ladder and stop them, they were skipping merrily down the rock towards the cliffs below. Suddenly, the younger brother stopped. "Ah, listen, brother. It is a cry of Adicia, and the old demon is surely abroad and to cause tears." "It is Adicia, and we must stop him. Come on quickly." "Hold on, brother. Stiffen your feet right here with patience. He is after the 2 maidens of the town of the cliffs. I saw them going to the spring as I came down. This day he must die. Is your face to the front?" said the younger to the elder. "It is. Come on," replied the elder brother as he started forward. "Stiffen your feet with patience, I say," the younger brother exclaimed again. "Know you that the old demon comes up the pathway below here? He will not hurt them until he gets them home. You know him to be a great liar and a great flatterer. That is the way the old beast catches people. If we wait here, surely we will see them come up." So, after quarreling a little, the older brother consented to sit on a rock that overlooked the pathway and was within bowshot of the ancient demon's cave. Now, while the girls were washing their clothes, Adicia ran as fast as his old joints would allow, until the two girls heard his muttering and rattling weapons. "Something is coming, sister," cried the younger. Both ran away towards the rocks to hide once more, but they were too late. The old demon strode around by another way, and suddenly, at a turn, came face to face with them, glaring as he ever did with his bloodshot eyes and waving his great serrated flint knife. But as he neared them, he lowered the knife and smiled. He straightened himself up and approached the frightened ones as gently as a young man would. The poor younger sister clung to the arm of the elder one and sank moaning by her side, for the smile of the demon was as fearful as the scowl of a triumphant enemy, or the laugh of a rattlesnake when he hears any old man tell a lie and thinks he'll poison him for it. "Why do you run, and why do you weep so?" the ancient demon asked. "I know you. I am ugly and old, my fair maidens, but I am your grandfather and mean you no harm at all. I frightened you only because I felt certain you would run away from me if possible." Oh, faltered the elder sister, quickly getting over her fright. "We did not know you and were frightened by you. Come, younger sister, come," she told the younger. "Brighten your eyes and thoughts, for our grandfather will not hurt us. Don't you see?" But the younger sister only shook her head and cried. Then the demon got angry. "Ah, what are you sobbing about?" he roared, raising his knife and sweeping it wildly through the air. "Do you see this knife? This day I will cut off the light of your life with it, if you do not quiet your whimpers." "Get up, oh, do get up, younger sister," said the elder, now frightened again herself. "And it is not well that even for a short time the light of life shone through fear and sadness and be cut off altogether, for who knows where the trails that lead through the darkness of the night of death." So you know, in the speech of the rulers of the world of our ancients, a man's light was cut off when his life was taken, and when he died he came to the dividing place of life. The elder sister tried to rally the younger and rose to her feet, but she still trembled in fear. "Now, my beautiful maidens, my own granddaughters even," said the old demon once more, gently at first. "I am most glad I found you. How good are the gods! For I am a poor, lonely old man. All my people are gone." He sighed like the hiss of a wildcat. "Yonder above is my home," he said, pointing over his shoulder. "As I am a great hunter, plenty of venison is baking in my rear room and more sweet bread than I can eat. It makes me homesick to eat alone, and when I saw you and saw how pretty and gentle you were, I thought that it might be you to throw the light of your favor upon me, and go up to my home to share of my abundance and drink from my vessels. Besides, I am so old that only now and again I can get a full jar of water up to my home. So I came as fast as I could to ask you to return and eat with me." Reassured by his kind speech, the elder sister quickly said, "Of course we will go with our grandfather, and if that is all he may want of us, we can soon fill his water jars, can't we, sister?" "You are a good girl," said the old demon to the one that had spoken. Then, glaring at the younger sister, "Bring that fool along with you and come up, She will not come by herself. She has more bashfulness than sense, and less sense than my knife, because that makes the world more wise, by killing off fools." He led the way, and the elder sister followed, dragging along the shrinking younger sister. The old demon kept talking in a loud voice as they went up the pathway, telling all sorts of entertaining stories, until as they neared the rocks where Iawata and Matsalema were waiting, the two heard him and said to one another, "Ah, they come." Then the elder brother jumped up and began to tighten his bow, but the younger brother muttered, "Sit down, won't you, you fool? Adasia's ears are like bat ears, only bigger. Wait now till I say ready. You know he will not hurt the girls till he gets them out from his house. Look over there in front of his hole. Do you see the flat place that leads along to the deep chasm beyond?" "Yes, but what of it?" "There he cuts the throats of his captives and casts their bones and heads into the depths of the chasm. Do you see the notch in the rock? That is where he lets their blood flow down, and for that reason, no one ever discovers his tracks. Now, stiffen your feet with patience, I say to you, and we will see what to do when the time comes." Again they sat and waited. As the old demon and the two girls passed along below, the elder brother again started, and would have shot had not the younger brother held him back. "You fool of an elder brother, though not wiser, no. Do you not know that your arrow is lightning and we will kill the maidens as well as the demon?" Finally, the demon reached the entrance of his cave, and going in, asked the girls to follow him, laying out 2 slabs for them to sit on. "Now sit, my pretty girls, and I will get something for you to eat. You must be hungry." Going to the rear of the cave, he broke open a stone oven, and the steam which arose was certainly delicious and meaty. Soon, he brought out 2 great bowls, big enough to feed a whole dance. One of the bowls contained meat, the other a mess resembling a sweetbread pudding. "Now, let us eat," said the demon creature, sitting himself opposite the maidens, and at once diving his horny fingers and scaly hand half up to the wrist in the meat broth. The elder sister began to take bits of the food to eat it, when the younger made a motion to her and showed her with terror the bones of a little hand. The sweet bread was the flesh and bones of little children. Then, the 2 maidens only pretended to eat, taking the food out and throwing it down by the side of the bowls. "Why do you not eat?" the demon demanded, while he crammed a huge mouthful of the meat, bones and all, into his wide mouth. "We are eating," said one of the girls. "Then why do you throw my food away?" "We're only throwing away the bones." "Well, the bones are the better part," retorted the demon, taking another huge bite by way of example, big enough to make a grown man's meal. "Ah, yes, I forgot that you had baby teeth." After the meal was finished, the old demon said, "Let us go out and sit down in the sun on my terrace. Perhaps, my beautiful maidens, you will comb an old man's hair, for I have no one left to help me now." He sighed, pretending to be quite sad. So in showing the girls where to sit down, without waiting for their assent, he settled himself in front of them and leaned his head back to have it combed. The 2 girls dared not disobey, and every now and then pulled out a long, coarse hair and snapped their fingers close to his scalp, which so deceived the old demon that he grunted with satisfaction every time. At last their knees were so tired by his weight upon them that they said that they were done, and the demon, rising, pretended to be greatly pleased and thanked them over and over again. Then he told them to sit down in front of him, and he would comb their hair as they had combed his, but not to mind if he hurt them a little because his fingers were old and stiff. The 2 maidens again dared not to disobey, and sat down as he had told them. Ugh, how the old beast grinned and glared and breathed softly between his teeth. The two brothers had watched everything, the elder getting up every now and then, and the younger remaining quiet. Suddenly, the elder sprang up. He caught the shield the Sun-Father had given him, the shield which, though made of only nets and knotted cords, would ward off the weapons of the warrior and magic of a wizard alike. Holding it aloft, he cried to his brother, "Stand ready, the time has come. If I miss him, pierce him with your arrow. Now then." He hurled his shield through the air, as swiftly as a hawk and noiselessly as an owl. It sailed across the sky straight over the heads of the maidens and settled between them and the demon's face. The shield was invisible, and the demon knew not that it was there. He leaned over as if to examine the maiden's head, opened his great mouth, and bending ever nearer, made a vicious bite at the elder one, with which both instantly fell sobbing and moaning, and crouched expecting to be immediately destroyed. But the demon's teeth caught in the meshes of the invisible shield, and howling with vexation, he began to struggle to free himself off the shield. Hiawatha drew a shaft to the point and let it fly, with thunder that rent the rocks and a rush of strong wind. The shaft sailed through the air and buried itself in the demon's shoulders, and piercing him through the thunder that had gone pealing. Swift then as a mountain sheep were the bounding light steps of the twin brothers, who, leaping to the shelf rock, drew their war clubs and soon softened the hard skull of the demon. The younger sister was unharmed aside of the fright, but the elder sister lay where she sat, insensible. "Hold!" cried Matsalema. She was to blame then. As he scooped up the maiden in his strong arms, he laid her apart from the others, and breathing into her nostrils, revived her soon to wisdom. This day have we, through the powers, seen our father an enemy of our children of men, a beast that caused unto fatherless children, unto menless women, and unto womenless men, who thus became though his evil will. Tears and sad thoughts has this day been looked upon to the two and laid low. May the favors of the gods thus meet us ever. Thus said the two brothers, as they stood over the gasping and struggling but dying old demon. As they closed their little prayer, the maidens, who now first saw whom they had to thank for their saving, were overwhelmed with happiness, yet also shame. They exclaimed in response to the prayer, "May they, indeed, thus meet you and ourselves." Then they breathed upon their hands. The two brothers now turned to the two sisters. "Look ye upon the last enemy of men, whom this day we have had the powers given us to destroy, whom this day the Father of all, or Father the Son, has looked upon, whose light of life this day our weapons cut off, whose path of life this day our Father has divided. Not ourselves, but our Father has done this deed through us. Haste to your home in the town of Cliffs, and tell your father these things, and tell him that he must assemble his priests, and teach from these our words, for we divide our paths of life henceforth from one another, and from the paths of men, no more to mingle save in spirit with the children of men. We shall depart for our everlasting home in the mountains, the one mountain of thunder, the other mount of the beloved, to guard from the sunrise to the sunset, the lands of the corn priests of the earth, that the foolish among men may not break into the middle country of earth and lay it waste. Yet shall we require of our children the plumes therein we dress our thoughts, and the forms of our being, wherewith men may renew us each year at mid-sun. Henceforth 2 stars at morning and evening will be seen, the one going before and the other following, the Sun-Father, the one Hiawatha, and his herald the other, Matsalema, his guardian. Warriors of both fathers of men, may the trail of life be finished ere divided. Go ye joyfully henceforth." The two maidens breathed for the hands of the twins, and with bowed heads and a prayer of thanks, started down the pathway towards their home in the town of Cliffs. When they came to their home, the old father asked from whence they came, They told the story of their adventure and repeated the words of the beloved. The old man bowed his head and made a prayer of thanks, and cast abroad on the winds white meal of the seeds of the earth, the shells from the great waters of the world, the pollen of the beautiful flowers, and the paints of war. "It is well," he said. 4 days hence I will assemble my warriors, and we will cut the plume sticks, paint and feather them, and place them on the high mountains, that through their knowledge and power of medicine, our beloved 2 warriors may take unto themselves. This was most of the story as was told to me. The ending of the story basically went on to say how the twin brothers went on to destroy the corpse of the giant demon, and they hurled his decapitated head into the sky, where it was made into a great red star, called the Great Lion Star. They also cast the demon's entrails from one end of the earth to the other, making the Milky Way. The twins then gave their grandmother a great scare with the remains of the demon, which they skinned, and she grew angry and left them. From that day henceforth, the brothers became great stars in the morning and evening, traveling behind and in front of the Sun Father himself, their spirits hovering forever above their shrines on the 2 mountains, guiding and protecting the warriors of the people of their lands. As time moved on from the elder days, the shrines were not tended to as they should have, and they were forgotten almost entirely by the people. According to Nathaniel, the only way he thought he could kill the giant cannibal demons that now walked the land was to give offerings to the twin brothers upon their mountains, and in doing so, may cause them to lend their aid once more to us in our pursuit to kill the other demons that were now inhabiting the land. These demons were similar to the one of old. Where they came from, no one knew, but these cloaked themselves in shadow, shape-shifting when it suited them, and names ruled them. We then devised a plan for the elders and the strong men that had come to the hotel to go to the great mountains and give offerings and prayers to the twin gods at midday, in hopes they would be able to help us deliver the town from the demons and the other evil entities. They also planned to bless the land and the hotel, the heart of the town, so they called it, to ward off the evil spirits to hopefully never return. In the meanwhile, I was to wait at the hotel and keep a safe hold upon it, locking the doors and warding off the spirits where I could with herbs to protect myself and Deb as we awaited the men's return. We then parted ways to do our respective tasks. That afternoon, around midday, there was a rumbling felt throughout the town, likened to a great earthquake. Deb and I looked at each other in fear, wondering what was to come. We looked from each other to all around us as the room shook. The various pictures that dotted the walls began to fall off, causing them to crack and break. We held on for dear life to our chairs and pulled our feet inward to protect them. And then, as suddenly as the earthquake began, it tapered off until nothing more could be felt. We cautiously set our feet back on the ground, feeling for any vibrations, and slowly stood. "What in the world do you suppose that was?" I asked Deb, who looked as bewildered as I felt. I don't know. You don't think it has anything to do with the offerings to the twins, do you?" she asked me in return. "I don't know. It is possible, though. It's midday after all. What exactly is the offering they gave? Do you know?" I asked in response as I walked over to the windows and looked out. "The same offering the Master Chief gave in the story. They are to cast to the winds offerings of ground white corn, shells from the creatures of the water, pollen from our best flowers, and the war paint we used in the older days." Then she added, "Then they take decorated plume sticks up to the mountains and complete a ceremony. Then they use them to mark the sacred sites and leave them there to appease the twins," she answered, following me to the window. "Once this is done, what happens then?" "They come back to us and we go from there," Deb told me. So we waited for their return, cleaning up the broken glass and picture frames. I had never really taken the time to look at them, but now as we cleaned, I began to take note of them. Hopefully, I'd be able to gradually decipher them in time based on things I would learn about the town and its residents. After a couple of hours, the men came back to the hotel and I ran to let them back in. Once inside, I could see from their expressions on their faces and their wide eyes that something had happened on those mountains, something extraordinary. I ushered them to sit in the now cleaned up room. Deb and I sat on the couch opposite to Nathaniel and eagerly awaited his story. "What happened on the mountain? We heard and felt a great earthquake," I asked. Nathaniel sat there speechless for a moment, and then he said, "The twin gods came to the mountain. We gave them our offerings and it appealed to their better nature. They came down in spirit, like a bright flame, and they told us what to do to kill the cannibal demons." Deb and I looked again to each other, excited to hear more. Then Deb asked something in her native tongue that I didn't understand, and Nathaniel nodded in response, causing Deb to become excited and exclaim, "The gods are truly generous." What happened then?" I asked, Deb's excitement rubbing off on me. "They came to the peak of the mountain and breathed into the nostrils of us all, giving to us much wisdom and strength, hallowing our weapons and giving them power. We know now how to defeat the demons that walk this land, and they have lent us a bit of their strength to accomplish this task," Nathaniel told me. Now I was all ears, as if I hadn't been before, but even more so now, if that's even possible. "How do we kill them?" He looked at each of the men sitting in our semicircle around him and said, "The men and I will wait till dark. When they decide to come around, we will take the bows and arrows and clubs made for us by our people, the very same ones that the twins hallowed, and we will attack them as they come. Then we are to bring their corpses to the mountains and leave them to the twins, to do with as they wish." Deb was in awe, and I must admit something within me was as well. I didn't know the ancient stories that Deb did or the power that the tribe yielded, but something within me understood and took great joy in the knowledge that some things, while not known, can be absolutely amazing and powerful far beyond comprehension. We all sat in silence for a moment and contemplated what was needed to prepare for the coming of the demons and evil spirits, and no one said a word for a good long while. I finally broke the silence and asked quietly to Deb and Nathaniel, "What can I do to help? I want to be able to help and support you in some way, since it's my family's and the town's fault that this was all brought about." Nathaniel looked at me with kindness and understanding and said, "Do not worry. I haven't forgotten you or Deb. We will need someone brave enough to be the bait in capturing the demons so we can kill them. Only, though, if you are up to the task." I sat up straighter in my seat and stiffened my jaw, holding my head up high, and with a deep sigh said, "I am more than up to the task. It would be my honor to be chosen to help you if I can." It was settled then. We decided that on that night, as the sun set and dusk came about, we would go through the town, and wherever we saw the demons, we would trap them into the alleyways for slaughter. Deb's job and mine was to be the bait, and lure the demons and spirits to the alleys with sweet-scented meats from various animals. And once in the alleyways, we would flee from them out the back, and the men would lay siege upon them. At least 3 men were to be at the end of each alleyway, and we were to double back and cut the demons off at the front, with bitter-smelling herbs and sage, salting the earth in lines behind and in front of us as we went, since the evil spirits of the world can't stand the purity of salt. The closer it became to dusk, the more anxious I became. Soon it was time to leave the hotel. Locking the doors behind us, we set about our mission. We all headed out into the night, ever vigilant and wary. We knew all it would take was one slip up and the whole thing could go awry. As our group split up into different directions, Deb and I stayed close together, our arms clasped so as not to lose one another in the twilight, when shapes and shadows can look like any number of fearsome things. As we walked together, with sticks filled with gamey, smelly meat, we traveled from the hotel to the edge of town. Once at the edge, we turned and stood for a moment, then slowly began our walk, from one end to the other, watching for any sign of movement as we went. Soon we began to hear a rustling from behind us. We turned sharply and glanced behind, and for a moment, I thought I could see a rainbow move in the distance. The longer I stared, the less movement I saw. After a few moments, we turned and continued about our way. When we were in and around the center of town, the wind picked up, and on the wind we heard a loud bellowing, as if somebody was crying out for someone in the heavens to hear. We grew afraid then of the fierce bellow and of the creature that made it. As the wind died down, there came yet again a rustling sound, but this time it was accompanied by the fast padding of feet. We turned yet again, this time to behold one of the demons come from the shadows as it neared us. It shifted from a black form into a fearsome giant before our eyes. In that moment, all I could think was how the entry from the red binder didn't do the beast justice. We turned and ran then for the nearest alleyway, hoping we could reach it in time. The demon was terrible to behold. It was as the stories had said, a giant man with bulging, bloodshot eyes, covered in porcupine-like quills and black and white scales, ugly as could be, his sharp smile stretching from ear to ear. My heart began to pound out of my chest as we ran to the alley. Holding hands with Deb, we at last came to the entrance of the alleyway, and we dropped our sticks and fled around to the other side, but not before lining the exit with salt. We heard a loud cry come then from the night. We sprinted around to the back of the post office to the front of the alley and laid the salt down there. Then we lit the bundles of herbs and sage and waved it at the demon, who was now trapped in between us and the tribesmen. Nathaniel stood tall and strong in the dark as he pulled an arrow back in his bow and loosed it before we could even blink. The arrow sailed through the air before piercing the chest of the demon straight to the heart. The great giant fell as his heart gave out, and with a great crash and thump hit the ground so hard it made the pebbles and stones tremble at our feet. Before we had time to cheer or congratulate one another, we heard another cannibal demon and another, one close by and one further away. Now was our time to catch more. We broke the line of salt in the sandy dirt and ran through the streets to the next alley. The next demon was on us before we had time to catch our breath. The third was fast also, and came towards us from the front and the second from the back. In the blink of an eye, I ran forward and Deb ran back. We separated then, not by choice, rather, but by mistake, and headed in different directions. I ran as fast as I could then to the next alley between the hotel and the pharmacy. I tried to get there in time, but was cut off by the now chuckling demon. I ran in the opposite direction, trying to get away from him. I paid too much attention to the speed of my steps rather than where they led, as I watched the demon over my shoulder. When I finally had the chance to turn around, I noticed that I was on the town line. And before I could stop, I tripped over my own 2 feet, as I have been frequently known to do, and fell whole-bodied across the line. I heard a scream from behind me, as well as other voices shouting and carrying on, and a feminine voice called out my name. I hit the ground with a hard knock, head first against a flat rock, a surge of pain exploding through my head. When I came to, I was back at the hotel, in my room, my head pounding and my vision blurry. I tried to sit up but couldn't from the pain. I heard a woman's voice say, "She's awake. Go get Nathaniel." as I heard footsteps leading down the hall to the lobby. Before I could see straight, the same person leaned over me and said, "Just hold on, be still. You're all right. You're safe now." I lay there for a few moments longer, rubbing my eyes to try and stimulate them to work again, my arms heavy and hard to lift. That's when I heard 2 sets of footsteps out in the hall coming to my room. I heard the first voice speak again, which I now recognized to be Lily's. "It's all right, dear. Nathaniel has dressed your wounds and has made you comfortable." Autumn, can you hear us?" a second voice belonging to Nathaniel asked. "Yeah, I can," I uttered in response, still groggy and my mind unclear. "What happened?" "You took a fall and fell headfirst into a great rock. You have a nasty bump and scrape on your head, but otherwise are fine," Nathaniel answered. And then a third person added, "We got separated and things went wrong, but we got them. We got all the demons. We didn't find you until everything was over. We almost began to think you had been eaten." It was Deb. "When did you get here?" I asked, and turning my head in the direction of Lily's voice. "I came back to let you know about rebuilding the hotel, but you weren't inside and the doors were locked. That's when I heard the yelling and shouting. I saw you fall and rushed as close as I could to the town line, but I couldn't reach you since you went over it. I thought you were dead." "Why would you think that?" I asked her, my vision beginning to return as the minutes passed. "Once you enter the town, if you are a member of the townspeople or our family, you can never leave alive. Many of the caretakers have tried, only to wind up dead as a result. I thought you would too. In fact, I truly don't understand how you are still alive." "I don't either. It is quite strange," added Nathaniel. "Well, let's all just be happy she's all right. We can look into that another time. How about we just let her rest for now?" Deb said. So, they allowed me to rest and left the room, turning out the lights as they went. Now I was as perplexed as they were. I knew I could never leave the town, and even though I was liked by the native peoples, it didn't change my heritage or my fate. So how was I able to fall over the town line and come back to it alive and without any lasting damage? I didn't know the answer to this question, but it rattled in my mind till I was finally able to fall asleep. I would definitely be revisiting this incident in the morning for sure. The next morning when I woke up, my head was still pounding and sore. I slowly got up from my bed and made my way to the bathroom. I figured a nice hot shower might relieve the tension in my neck and shoulders where the pain seemed to radiate. After I finished, I must admit that I felt a lot better, the headache subsiding till it was only hardly noticeable. I put some fresh, new clothes on and headed downstairs. As I went down the halls, I could hear the clattering and clinking of plates and cups coming from the dining room. I stopped at the door before entering, and right as I was about to open the door, I heard a voice behind me in a whisper. "Oh, good, you're finally awake." I jumped, being startled by the sudden sound, and turned to see Lily. "Would you stop doing that? You're gonna give me a heart attack." "Sorry," she said, still whispering. "Why are we whispering?" I asked, perplexed. "I don't want them to hear me yet," she answered, gesturing with a slight nod in the direction of the dining room. "Who? Do you mean Nathaniel, Deb, and the others?" I asked, still confused. "Yes, of course. Who else would I be talking about?" she stated, getting that haughty tone in her voice again. "Oh my gosh, will you let the past be the past and let it go? They cursed the town, yeah, but they had just cause to. Furthermore, it was our ancestor, Rosa, that cursed us. So if you gotta be mad about something, be mad about that," I stated, as I opened the door huffily and entered the room with Lily gaping behind me, not saying a word, and following reluctantly behind. As we entered the room, Everyone fell silent and all heads turned to me. They stared for a moment and then went back to Eden. I noticed some of the men had various wounds and scrapes on their faces, arms, and necks. I assumed that they had gotten these battle wounds while capturing and killing the various demons the night before. They stared at me for a few moments before Nathaniel and Deb stood to greet me. "You're awake! Thank goodness! We were starting to worry you weren't ever going to show," Deb said excitedly as she gathered me into a tight embrace. "I'm so glad you're going to be okay." Nathaniel stood by and watched us as we hugged. Once we finished, he said, "I'm glad to see that you are okay. We were very worried when we found you across the town line. Come and sit with us and we can discuss what happened last night." We made our way over to the dining room table and sat down and over a hearty breakfast and discussed what had happened the night before. According to Nathaniel, after I had gotten separated from the group, they caught the second demon that came fast upon us. Deb led him single-handedly to the alleyway, and the men that were there clubbed and pummeled that particular demon to death. The third cannibal demon that went after me can be seen right on my heels, according to Deb. She only saw us for a brief second before she had to turn her full attention to her own demon. They both told me that an unlikely third party was the one who had saved my bacon. Apparently, just as I had fallen over the town line, Lily had seen me and yelled out my name, and Jasper came busting out of the post office. He ran towards the demon and yelled at it till it turned its attention towards him. Right about then, the creature forsook me and went after Jasper, right as Deb was finishing with her own. She grabbed hold of Jasper and snatched him into the alleyway, and they together trapped the third beast. Deb said that the men in the alley must have shot and beaten the thing past all recognition before they truly stopped. Once everything had died down, and they got the three demons, they began to hear voices from afar. Noticing I was gone, they came looking for me only to find Lily, as close to the edge of the town line as possible, crying out for help. They saw me and immediately ran to my aid, only to discover I was just fine despite the knock I took to my head. Nathaniel and Deb were able to pull me back into the town, and Jasper took me to the hotel as Lily unlocked the doors. Jasper carried me to the bedroom and set me down while Lily, Nathaniel, and Deb began to care for me and look me over, looking for any unseen wounds or any lasting, permanent damage. They quickly discovered me to be fine and carefully bandaged my head wound while I was still unconscious. Jasper and Nathaniel went to try and help the other men while Lily and Deb stayed by my side, watching over me. As for the nameless ones that everyone began to hear in the distance, they left them alone for the night and returned to the hotel, just in time for me to wake up briefly. Now that the account of last night before had been told to me, I wanted to ask the most obvious question. How did I fall over the town line and survive? Didn't you say that the others that had done so before me had actually died? I began finishing the last of my scrambled eggs on my plate. Yes, there were several before. Some by accident and others by choice walked over the town line and died. Our family was cursed the night Rosa enacted that spell, so that whoever comes into the town and is a family member can't ever leave. We are bound by blood to this place till the day we die. I figured out long ago how to jump through time and have been doing it ever since. So have two others, but I haven't shared with you how it's done, she told me, as she sipped on some hot tea. How do you do that? Is it a secret, or will you share it with us? Deb asked, as Nathaniel nodded along in agreement. Lily sighed, and refusing to look at them, turned once again towards me. Long ago, back when I was your age, I figured out the dangers of this town and the hotel that sits in it. I decided I was safest when constantly on the move, so I traveled everywhere in town. After a time, I grew to hate this prison I was trapped in and would walk close to the town line. I stood one day at the edge and wondering what would happen, and not caring what would occur, I stuck my arm out over the line. Nothing happened. I stood a little longer and still nothing.
So I pulled my arm back and headed to the hotel, only to discover that for whatever reason, I had traveled backwards in time. I went from my time in 1904 to 1832. I walked into a bustling hotel where dozens of people sat in the sitting room and a different caretaker was sitting at the lobby desk. I was so confused. However, long story short, I discovered the town wasn't entirely bound by the rules of time. Somewhere there is a wall that lines around the town, where, depending on how long you reach over it, determines how far forward or back in time you go. Why it's this way, I couldn't tell you, but it has been since I first discovered it. I taught Mr. Alberton, our cousin, but he takes people with him, and the more people that do this, there's no telling what might happen. So I usually don't speak of it anymore. I'm only telling you this because it for some reason doesn't seem to affect you. So how is it that I'm part of the family, yet I'm not bound by the curse? I just don't understand. I truly don't know, but I desperately want to find out in case there is a way to break the curse, she replied, rising from the table. I think we all want to get to the bottom of it, Nathaniel said, as Deb shook her head in agreement. For the next couple of days, the whole group stayed at the hotel, and while Nathaniel had said that they could never truly take back the deeds of their forefathers regarding the town's curse, they could bless it now, along with the hotel, to help ward off evil spirits. It took them many days, but they accomplished this task. At the end of the week, on a beautiful, warm, sunny morning, they all packed up to leave. I gave them my thanks and appreciation, especially to Nathaniel and Deb, and saw them off as they got in their respective vehicles to leave. As Deb got in their yellow Volkswagen Beetle, she yelled out to me on the front stoop, "Don't be a stranger, and call me if you need anything or just want to talk." "Don't worry, I will," I giggled, waving to her as she got in and pulled out. Now that they were gone, I had to try and get to the bottom of things. The whole week, all I could think was, why am I able to cross the line when others in my family can't? Or was it all a fluke? I needed to know the answer to this question. The only way I could think to find out if it was a fluke or not was to go back to the town line and reach over and cross. In order to do this, I decided I was going to need a little help, and I knew just the person. So off to the post office I went. Once there, I opened the door and entered to see an all too familiar sight of Jasper sitting in his rocking chair by the front window, sipping on some coffee. "Do you always drink coffee? I have never seen you drink water ever in the whole time I've been here," I asked as I crossed the threshold. "I like coffee. Never cared much for straight water," he replied, without ever turning his gaze from the window. "I know it's been a few days, and I've had my hands full, but I wanted to thank you again for saving my life." "Again," I told him, coming over to where he sat. "It is becoming a common occurrence, ain't it?" he teased. "Apparently so, but don't expect any favors in return," I jokingly said right back. "I do have one more favor to ask of you, though." He sighed deeply and turned to look at me with one eyebrow raised. "Now what do you need? Was saving your life not enough heroics for the week?" I rolled my eyes. "No, it wasn't. I need help with a little project. I'm going to once again cross the town line, and I need someone to help me do it." His face went from quizzical to concerned in a matter of seconds. "Oh, no, you're not. You could have died last time, and you could die this time. I ain't gonna help you. You have no idea why it even worked the first time. What if it was because the tribe was in town? They're gone now, and things may have changed. Sorry, but no. I refuse." "I thought you might," I said, slowly turning and walking towards the door. "I guess I'll just have to do it on my own." Jasper flew out of his chair and towards me, grabbing my arm in a vice grip. "I don't think so." "Yes, I am," I said as I wrenched my arm from his grip. "I'm going to right now." With that,
I opened the door and walked out, Jasper fast on my heels. The whole way to the edge of town, he tried to talk me out of it and get me to come to my senses, but my mind was already made up. I was going to figure out this latest mystery, even if it killed me. Once we came to the edge of town, we both stopped and stared at the strange line that ran across the ground. I had never seen the town line before. I wasn't expecting it to be literal, but there it was, traveling from east to west in a perfect, straight line. I started to reach across when Jasper jerked me back once again. Just hold on a minute. Do you want to die? No, I don't want to die, but I'm going to figure out just what happened last night. Oh my good Lord, you are one stubborn person. Fine, you get what you want, I'll help. Just let me grab a rope or something, so if you die, I can pull your body back across, he said, letting me go. As he went to go grab the length of rope, I waited by the town line. I stared at the sandy, red earth beneath my feet and absent-mindedly kicked at the various rocks and pebbles in the dirt. As I kicked one particular pebble over the line, it disappeared into thin air. But it wasn't like the other things I saw disappear in the town. In the past, I had seen the townspeople disappear into a fine mist. I had seen some things disappear into ash, but I had never seen anything just cease to exist. I picked up a couple of small rocks and threw them one at a time over the line. Just like the first one, they disappeared altogether the moment they went completely over. I grabbed a slightly bigger stone and placed it half on the line, half off. The rock just sat there, but then I noticed something strange about the rock. It was ever so slightly hovering above the ground. I went to pick it back up, and when I did, it disappeared in my hand altogether. It appeared that anything belonging to the town was subject to the space-time continuum. I got the rope, I heard Jasper say behind me. He held out one end of the rope to me. I took it and asked, "What exactly is this for?" "It's to tie around your waist while I hold on to the other end. That way, I can pull you back over should anything happen." I tied the rope securely around me and turned to face the town line. "Ready, Jasper?" "Ready as I'll ever be." "Well then, here goes nothing," I said, as I readied myself to cross the line. I first cautiously moved my hand across the town line. Nothing happened. I moved my whole arm in, and still, nothing happened. So I carefully moved each body part one at a time, a little closer and a little closer to the town's edge, and moved over it, squeezing my eyes shut in anticipation. Finally, before I truly realized it, I was entirely on the other side. I opened my eyes and the first sight that greeted me was the wide-open dirt road leading into town. I followed its expanse as far as my eyes could see, then turned to look at Jasper, who stood staring at me from the other side of the line. Like me, we were both astonished. I had made it across the line without any damage, time hopping, or death occurring. We stood there in silence for a few moments, just taking everything in. It was then that I decided to remove the rope and see how far I could walk. I walked a fair distance, then came back and crossed the line again. Nothing happened and I was just fine. I hopped over it, back and forth for a minute, just to see if it was yet again a fluke, but it wasn't. I was perfectly fine, safe and sound. As Jasper watched me do this, he seemed more shocked than I did. I was the first person in the history of my family and in the town to ever cross without any consequences. I was floored. Then my mind began to wonder at all the possibilities and just what this meant. At any time I could leave. Not just leave, I could go anywhere and come back unscathed. This opened a world of possibilities for me because it meant I was no longer trapped in the town. I came back across and told Jasper. I guess it wasn't linked to the tribe being here. I guess not. How do you feel? I feel just fine, I answered, as I started absent-mindedly walking back towards the hotel, lost in thought. Why do you think you can cross when no one else can? He asked, walking with me. I don't know. I just can't figure it out. I don't understand why I'm so special or different, I responded, as we both fell into silence. We walked then back to the hotel as Lily started to come back outside. She had been very quiet since I talked to her harshly that morning before breakfast. She came to sit on the front stoop in the sunshine that had just begun to peek out behind the overcast sky. Jasper ran to tell her what we discovered. I couldn't quite hear what was said, but I was able to watch their facial expressions. I watched Lily's go from wide-eyed astonishment to thoughtful to confusion, and finally to what I could only call jealousy. I understood, though. She was only one of the 4 who were actually still alive in the town and had been trapped for countless years, watching her life fade from boredom and the long years of restless wandering. I wish I could find out a way to allow her to cross the line, but I first would have to know why I could. I walked up to the group just in time to hear Lily say, "So now that she knows she can leave, do you honestly think she would stay now?" To which Jasper replied in a saddened realization, I don't suppose she will now, will she?" "I'm not planning on going anywhere," I said, walking up to them. "Yet," Lily curtly replied. "No, only maybe to visit some family or friends, but I would come back," I told them as I started walking up the steps of the hotel door. I had much to think about and find out. I left them to sit and talk things out between themselves. I knew they both thought I was going to abandon all involvement with the town and the hotel. It wasn't my intention, because I had come to enjoy the company of the townspeople and all of its oddities. I didn't want to leave, but I had to admit a visit to my mother and father would be very much appreciated. I figured that might be a good place to start my investigation as to why the normal rules of the town didn't seem to apply to me. Maybe they had some information as to what made me different. So I began to pack a bag and get ready to head out for an overnight visit to them. I got my overnight bag packed and headed down the stairs, and for the first time, I looked at the walls and pictures on my way with reverence and familiarity. I planned to return in the morning. As I walked down the front steps to the building, Jasper and Lily were both there. I explained where I was going and for how long, but neither seemed to believe my words. I knew they thought I was leaving for good, but I told them I was only going to be gone for a short overnight stay, lifting up my overnight bag as evidence of this. Lily sat and said not a single word, and just stared at the ground. As I turned and got in my Mustang, I heard Jasper solemnly say, "I guess this is goodbye then. We'll see you when we see you, I suppose." As he turned and walked away, disappearing from my sight into a fine mist, like I had seen all the other townspeople do.